time for total bases. I was talking to Brian Leonard off air, and it's like, I can't believe we're at the end. There's 2 more shows for us in the regular season, and we're done with the regular season of Major League Baseball. I kind of can't believe it's coming to an end, but when the regular season ends, the playoffs start, and we're going to continue to do this show during the playoffs. So just me and Brian today. We got Tokyo Brandon is still on his trek back to Tokyo. He'll be back tomorrow. But Brian, we both had 5% winners last night, and I'm looking forward to talking some bases with you. So so you got to the window with that Rockies Mariners over yesterday, and it ended up being an easy winner. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out. I didn't even pay any attention to it, and that's something that I've been working on the last week or so, and it's worked out very well. Is just trying to find the one or two games where it just looks off, and to get such a bad pitcher that Colorado had, and it was basically batting practice if you watch the game at all. Seattle hitting home runs everywhere, and we won that game in 4 innings, 7.5. It ended up scoring 11. It did slow down the second half of the game, but yeah, thanks for pointing that out, and got our clients a nice 5%. Now 20-4 on our Major League Baseball 4 and 5% plays. And as we mentioned yesterday, unless it's a 5% play, our baseball plays are now going to be $9 through the rest of the regular season. I don't know if that continues in the playoffs. We will see. Haven't heard from management on that yet, but yeah, still a great time to bet baseball. And unfortunately, a lot of people aren't paying attention to baseball. In fact, I wanted to mention this. I did go to the Aviators game last night. They won the Pacific League title. There was hardly anybody there. There was hundreds of people there. I turn on the Cincinnati Reds game, playoffs right there in the cusp. They're going against Skeens. Nobody's at that Cincinnati Reds game. What the hell's going on with everybody? Even the fans of these teams fighting for the playoffs have decided football is what they're going to pay their attention to. That's good for me, good for my clients, because I can make more money that way. Keep that up. But yeah, I just don't understand it. If it's on the board and you got a better chance of winning, I don't care if it's tiddlywinks. I'll bet it. And if there's a line out there, look when COVID started. Everybody's betting table tennis, Russian table tennis. Who knew? But yeah, good profit for us yesterday, and let's continue on today.
It's definitely it definitely is town by town, city by city. I saw Erie, PA had a good crowd for Binghamton, Erie, where our Rumble Ponies won the Eastern League last night. So that was it's just it probably the only show in town out there. I'll tell you where there was also a decent crowd. And where we're going to start today. So I had a 5% winner yesterday on the Diamondbacks, plus 1.5. Was sweating that one out here on the East Coast till well after 1 a.m. So I'm heavily caffeinated now, so I can do this show. But that was that. Going back to what you were saying, that was kind of it for me yesterday. I had one spot that I loved, and I almost just kind of ignored everything else. It, for the most part, worked out in my favor, although the Pirates ended up kind of coming through, but I don't know if I was ever going to actually make that bet. I just thought it was good value. But back to the Diamondbacks game, I took the plus 1.5. I felt like my handicap pretty much played out as I sort of kind of spoke about, and that they would fight right till the end. They end up cashing against the 1.5, but don't win the game. Now, as we look at the NL playoff picture, they got kind of helped out, right? The Mets didn't win, and the Reds lost an extra inning. So this game I want to start with this game for a couple of reasons. One, people have asked about this series this week, and we haven't really talked about it. And two, I find it intriguing what the Diamondbacks are going to do here. So Torey Lovullo, Brian, not a great in-game manager. Last night, I think he cost him the game. He bunted Perdomo in the bottom of the 10th inning. And essentially what he did, it was a tie game, so they just need to get the runner home from second. So I understand why you want to move him to third, I guess. But basically what he did was take the bat out of Perdomo's hands and Corbin Carroll's hands and give up an out. Didn't agree with that. And I actually find myself disagreeing with some of his managerial moves. But the reason I'm even bringing this up, that dude is a good motivator. I love him for, like, I've listened to a lot of his post-game talks, pre-game talks of late, and where he lacks in the X's and O's department, I think he makes up for in getting this team ready to play, motivating them. And what I think you're going to see here is, I think now he's out in your time, so he's probably just getting his coffee. But in a couple hours, when all those players get in for this day game, I think you're going to see the speech where it's like, where he's like, every inning today is the ninth inning. It's your last home game. So you talked about crowds, the crowd in Cincinnati, not very good. That was a good crowd out in Phoenix last night. Probably a lot of Dodgers fans. I did see a lot of blue, neither here nor there. But it's their last home game, so you should get a decent turnout for this game. Obviously, pretty much a playoff game for Arizona, but he's going to move Gallen to the Padres series. So that's why you're looking at bullpen game today for the Diamondbacks. They're going to move Gallen to Friday, and they've already said we're going to go Gallen, Rodriguez, Pfaadt, Friday, Saturday, Sunday in San Diego. So I think that's almost like, I'm looking at the price here. I can get Diamondbacks +1.5, -110, because it's a bullpen game. I actually kind of like that, because here's what's going to happen. You're going to have Jalen Beeks is likely going to open. He'll probably face Ohtani. He's essentially going out there to get Ohtani and Freeman out in that first inning. And then you're probably going to get, I think you're going to get mixing and matching until he feels comfortable enough. Maybe if he gets a run early or something, he'll put Nabil Crismatt in, right, who's barely pitched in the past 2 weeks. Now, this is a guy that was actually throwing the ball pretty well as a fifth starter. Lovello says, hey, I'm not going 5 starters anymore. We're going to go down to 4. So he's really thrown 1 inning in like the last 9 days. He should be fresh. He's got like a sub-3 ERA. So we'll do the breakdown backwards this time, because I already kind of gave my spiel here, and I'll go to you. I really think that Lovello is going to have his team motivated to be like, hey, every inning today is the 9th inning. Every inning's the 9th inning. This is the playoffs. Every inning's the 9th inning. We're going to manage that right from the jump. And the Dodgers, maybe they exhale. They won yesterday. The Padres lose. If they're not like fully focused, that's going to be tough for them to have to deal with like leverage arm, Crismatt, Arizona playing for their lives, and you're getting the +1.5. So I'm actually going to make this my parlay leg. Diamondbacks +1.5, but I want to see your rebuttal here.
Okay. Well, Yamamoto has been terrific all season long. He's going to be on the road, as you mentioned, to Beeks, the lefty. The line right now is about a 170, 8.5, slightly to the over. With Yamamoto, you know what you're going to get. The guy's been terrific all year. One of the most consistent pitchers in Major League Baseball. One of the few Dodgers pitchers that has stayed healthy. This will be his 30th start on the season. You can get 30 starts out of anybody in Major League Baseball these days. You're having a really good, healthy season. I can't say anything bad about him, but the Dodgers bullpen continues to struggle. It's amazing with the we saw it with the Mets earlier, saw it with the Dodgers, the Padres, as good as they have been. I believe Cleveland now has the best bullpen in Major League Baseball, and that's without Class A being suspended. So they've just done a tremendous job, and they always seem to do a pretty good job in the bullpen because they just can't afford to get those high-priced starters. But, I am worried about the Dodgers bullpen, and you don't know how long they're going to go with the starter out there today. They're getting ready for the playoffs. They know they're in the playoffs. The very good chance, almost nothing's a lock, but a very good chance that they win the division and they get that bye. So, if LA goes 5 innings, I could see Arizona coming in here and taking advantage of them the second half of the game. And you mentioned they did push Gallen back, Rodriguez and Pfaadt. So I would expect, you mentioned Crismatt. He pitched 17, threw the ball 17 pitches on Sunday, hasn't pitched since, but he's been terrific all year. And if you take a look at their bullpen, none of them, other than Ryan Thompson, he's been used 2 days in a row, but it's only 14 total pitches. But really Garcia, who took the loss yesterday, threw 39 pitches the last 2 days. He'll be the only one that's not available. I'm not a big fan of this Arizona bullpen. So if I was to play it, I'd either play the Dodgers the first 5, or I would look maybe Arizona if Dodgers take a lead into the 5th or 6th inning. and Yamamoto's out of there, maybe a good time to come in and bet the Arizona live at a pretty good price.
Yamamoto, one start at Chase Field earlier this year, gave up 5 runs in 5 innings. I think if I remember correctly, though, he didn't pitch that badly, but he did give up a grand slam in that game. I'm going off memory, but I'm pretty sure he was like cruising along, loaded the bases, and I believe it may have been Gabby Marino or someone like that hit it, took him deep for a grand slam. It still ended up, but it's still notable. Was definitely one of his worst starts of the season. You're doing pretty good when your worst start of the year is like 5 runs over 5 innings. That's pretty good. But yeah, I'm with you, Brian. I can't say anything bad about Yamamoto. What I will say is this ballpark is tough on pitchers. If you poll the league, this is everyone's favorite place to hit. And sometimes I think over the years, you've seen aces go to the desert and throw worse than they maybe, it tends to be one of their bad starts. I'm not saying that there's anything to that per se, but Yamamoto's had some big performances recently. Dodger Stadium's a very friendly pitcher park, not so much Chase Field and big alleys at Chase Field, a lot of triples out there. So again, I think it's a better matchup for the Diamondbacks than what the market is suggesting with where I think people are going to look at this and say, oh, Yamamoto bullpen game, Dodgers, easy win. And that's not the case. And I think it's priced like that. So if you can get a free run to work with here, +1.5, -110, that's a very good bet, especially because the Diamondbacks have now showed you twice. They're not going to quit. They are going to scratch and claw right till the end. And they've gotten to this bullpen twice. So yeah, that'll be my parlay leg. I like that quite a bit. All right, let's go to this day game. Because I actually can't believe this. The Pirates win in extras yesterday. The need to win tax is even bigger today for the Reds. I'm actually surprised at that. We talked about it yesterday. The Reds were favored against Skeens. I did a free play video. I gave the Pirates out. They ended up getting the win. Now you got to play -170 to go against Braxton Ashcraft. Why? Because the Reds need this game? Brian, I mean, do you see some value on the Pirates here?
I do. Ashcraft going for Pittsburgh, Lodolo, the lefty, for Cincinnati. We're looking at about 165 right now, total of 8. And yeah, as much as I like Lodolo, there's nothing wrong with Brandon Ashcraft. We're looking at the bullpens. The problem with Pittsburgh is their top 4 bullpen arms have all pitched back-to-back days. That is the problem. Santana, Matson, Lawrence, and Moreta have all pitched the last 4 days. At least 2 of them probably will not pitch in this game. And that really shortens up this Pittsburgh bullpen. Mudzinski the other day pitched threw 48 pitches on Sunday. He'll probably come in as the first guy out of the bullpen and try to give you some length there. And he's actually been pitching pretty well. Look at the last 2 weeks; he's ranked 15th in baseball. The rankings over there at Roster Resource does a tremendous job. But if you're looking to play Pittsburgh, I think the first 5 is probably the way to go. Lodolo going for the home team here. Let's take a look at the numbers here on Lodolo. He comes in with a 3.44 ERA, 3.57 expected, 1.08 WHIP. He's been very good in the WHIP department this year, which is one of his weaknesses he's had. His chase rate's in the 90th percentile, walk rate 96th percentile. Terrific. He's always been pretty good with the walk rate. Doesn't allow a lot of base runners, and that's what he's very good at. But if you take a look at his overall numbers, basically slightly better than league average. He only throws the 4 pitches. All of them he uses all the time. The sinker from 20% to his 4-seamer at 29. So he's got 4 pitches he's very comfortable with. But when you take a look at the Cincinnati bullpen, let's see how that goes here. Cincinnati's bullpen. It's actually in a lot better shape. Pagan pitched through 26 pitches yesterday, but he had the previous 3 days off. Santillan, 17 after the last 2 days off. So the bullpen fits the Reds better, But let's take a look at that first five here with Cincinnati and Pittsburgh. We could catch Ashcraft at about a 145, and as opposed to in the full game where it's only a 4 or 5 cents differential. That's where you get your advantage in this one. Ashcraft first half. I don't want any part of the Pittsburgh bullpen going later on in this game. They just don't have enough arms available. So Ashcraft the first half at a nice plus money price is the way I'm looking at this one. It's on my list so far today.
Brian, I was just kind of trying to confirm this, and I think this is going to be the case. So this makes me like that. Well, I like your Ashcraft bet because I've talked about him a ton on this show. I'm very high on him, and I wouldn't be able to talk you off of Ashcraft at any sort of value ever. But I think you can look at the Pirates full game. I think you could potentially consider Pirates plus 1.5. If that was a little cheaper, I would be considering Pirates plus 1.5 as a play. But I think they did a good job of pricing that. I feel like a little bit out of range. I think if it was minus 125, I'm probably in. Minus 145, I really can't. But I think you're going to see Hunter Barco here after Ashcraft. And if you're unfamiliar with Pirates baseball and the Pirates organization, being bad for a long time does have its perks. It means you get to draft all these absolute studs. The Pirates are so loaded with young arms that, and then of course, Paul Skeens overshadowed all of them. So you have, I mean, the list goes on, and the next guy on that list is Hunter Barco, who has been mostly a starter, but they've played around with him at AAA a little bit more recently, bringing him out of the bullpen, having him start games. So he kind of snuck up and quietly made his major league debut 3 days ago through 1 inning in relief against the Reds. He's more of a starter. He long term, he's probably a starter. So I think you're going to see him. I think they're going to pull the Bubba Chandler move here. And I think you're going to see this game go Ashcraft, Barco, and that's it, unless they really need a 9th inning guy. And that is, he's another one right up there with Bubba Chandler. Nasty stuff. I believe now I'm questioning my, no, he is a lefty. So you're going to get Ashcraft for 4 innings. Really good. 4 or 5 innings, however long he can go. And then they're going to bring a lefty in with equally good stuff that these guys probably haven't seen much of. And they're probably going to let him go 3-4 innings because he's really a starter. And the Pirates have done this for whatever reason. I don't think they're going to give him a start at this point. They kind of had him working out of the pen at Indianapolis. So my guess here to reset their bullpen, I think you're going to see Ashcraft as long as he can go, Barco as long as he can go. That is very, very appealing. It reminds me of that game maybe 3-4 weeks ago where Ashcraft got the start and then they brought in Bubba Chandler and he finished the game. And I want to say they maybe shut the Rockies out in that game. I know we talked about it on the show, and it was not known that they would do that, but they did. They went Ashcraft, Chandler, and it was lights out. I think that's what they're doing to the Reds here. I think you're going to see Ashcraft followed by Hunter Barco, and it's going to be good. I think it'll be good for the Pirates. So do what you will with that. Pirates first 5 is fine. Take a shot on Pirates plus 140, plus 150, the plus 1.5, maybe the under, maybe Reds. Reds team total 4.5. I'd play under that if it's those two.
Yeah.
Couple of options.
Yesterday. I like that under. Barco, for those that don't know, he's a 2nd-round draft pick out of 22. He's their 4th overall prospect right now. So he is a top prospect for them.
Yeah, and I think the only reason he wasn't sort of up here starting games earlier, he did have an injury back in like May, but that was a long time ago. He came back from it kind of quickly, but I think they were being more cautious with him because of the injury. At this point, he's been back for a while, so I don't think there's any effects of the injury, but I do think that's why he was a little bit slower to come up than, let's say, because he's right in line with like a Chandler. With like he's just, it's like 1A, 1B at this point for the prospects in their organization. So Ashcraft, Chandler, Barco, they're all equally as good. I just think the reason you haven't seen him yet was his injury got kind of derailed the early part of his season. So that'll be one I'm absolutely going to be watching. It's the early game. I know I get yelled at on the show by the chat if I don't get some early action out there. So I would find a way to bet the Pirates. I would find a way to take maybe an under. I think that Reds team total under is a winner. I'm not a big team total guy, but if you're getting a 4.5 there, I'll be surprised if they can go over that. Okay. Let's see. All right, yeah, I mean, how could we not? How could we not talk Guardians Tigers right now, Brian? I mean, it is just contagious in Cleveland. You've got who was it, Valera, that had a huge homer? I mean, it's just like, everyone's contributing. It's rubbing off, and it's going the other way for the Tigers, where they can't get out of their own way. It's actually been kind of crazy to watch that it's unfolded like this. Very, very reminiscent of the Red Sox collapse, the year that they had that 10-game lead or whatever and didn't make the playoffs. The Tigers can kind of thank their lucky stars that the A's are smacking the Astros around right now. They're kind of keeping them in the mix. But here we go. Series finale. Guardians, Tigers. Why can't I find a line for this game? Do you have
Detroit hasn't announced a pitcher yet.
I see. So it's the potential AJ Hinch. I'll throw Kiter Montero for 4 innings and then throw a bunch of other random shit, which worked last year phenomenally. Brian, it hasn't worked for them this year, and I think that's part of the reason they're in this situation.
Yeah, I believe Montero came in and had to pitch relief, unless I'm wrong. But yeah, he the last 2 nights he has had to pitch relief. So
yeah, I just threw his name out there kind of randomly. I don't know who the bulk guy is today, but it's probably not him if that's the case.
Well, that was Rafael Montero. My mistake. Rafael Montero came in and pitched. Kiter Montero was the guy who was scheduled originally to pitch today. But it's strange that it hasn't been announced yet. So maybe they're going to do a bullpen game or something today.
Or they'll probably open for him. If Hinch likes a matchup with one of his relievers, they'll just do an opener.
Yep, could be. Yeah, we're looking at these 2 teams right now, and Cleveland, obviously, whatever they're doing is working for them. Messick's going. He's a 170, about a 170 favorite right now. Catchback is 140, 145. Take back, excuse me. Total of 8. But a lot of places, especially here in Vegas, there's nothing up right now because they won't go unless they know who's going to start for Detroit. And I just visited all the Detroit websites, and as far as I could tell, nobody's mentioned anything. So it's a surprise at this point who's going to start. So I'm not going to get too involved in it. I will say, regardless of who Detroit throws out there right now, there's no way I'm laying 170. I do like Messick. He's a lefty, and he's a guy I want to back. But if you look at the Cleveland bullpen, their best guys in the bullpen have pitched the last 2 days. They didn't throw a lot of pitches, which is good. So they may be able to come back out and pitch the third. And the way Cleveland's been winning all these games, they've gotten a lot of usage. Now, the good thing is when your best pitchers get a lot of usage, that means you're winning. The bad part is if they have too many games in which they go now, are they going to be rested enough if and when they do make the playoffs? So I like Cleveland, but I can't lay that number. Got to find a different way to play it. The Detroit Tigers just are not hitting. Let me take a look at team totals here. Obviously, without knowing who's going for them, it's not much out there, but we're looking at 3.5 under 130. I don't know if I'll get there because of the Cleveland bullpen, but it's something right now that I'm going to keep an eye on, see how this works out. I don't want to play Detroit because of the way they're playing, because they're just putting themselves in such a hole. You could just watch them, and I talked about this, and I said 2 days ago that they struck out 20. Cleveland struck out 19 batters for Detroit. I made a mistake. There was 2 strikes on the last guy, and they hit a low grounder, I believe. But still, when you're striking out and looking as bad at the plate as they are right now, I don't want any part of the Tigers. So we'll see what they do. But at this point, I can't lay the 170 with Cleveland. That's just too much. There's plenty of value in this series on Cleveland. We've used them in one way or another the other 2 games. This one, I'll probably be setting out.
Yeah, I said yesterday, and I will continue. I've said this the whole series so far, and I'll say it again right now in relative to the side. I mean, that's an insane price to lay with the Guardians at this point, but there is absolutely no way that I will put $1 on the Detroit Tigers until they win a game. Just can't do it. You just can't do it. I said it yesterday, but yesterday, I mean, you could have got minus 125 on the Guardians. Now they're asking you to lay minus 175 with a rookie pitcher on the mound. I mean, listen, if you could find a good reason to take the Tigers here, more power to you, because that is incredible line value for this Tigers team. I just can't do it. What I could potentially do, Brian, is take the over. And I'm going to explain why I think that this number is a little bit low. So the Tigers, for all of the sort of bad that's gone on the past couple weeks, they have collectively hit lefties well this season, which is actually very interesting because their lineup is not optimal, in my opinion, against the left-handed pitcher, but they actually have had full season. They've done well against left-handed pitching. So do what you will with that. I don't really know what to make of that because you don't get what you and I would probably construct as like the optimal Tigers lineup. You don't get that against a lefty. However, they've done okay against left-handed pitching. So do what you will with that. Where I think they might have a little bit of an edge here is against Messick. Why? Columbus and Toledo play constantly. They play all the time. They've probably seen him quite a bit at the AAA level because, of course, part of the Tigers' problem is a lot of their lineup was at AAA either last year, earlier this year. They finally got exposed for the 4A lineup, right? Like these guys, like, I pretty much anyone other than Carey and, a couple guys, like they're all guys that arguably could still be down in AAA. So that being said, they've seen a lot of Messick the last 2 years. I feel like Messick's gotten away with it a little bit. You look at his first month in the month of September. So after he obviously had that great start against the Diamondbacks to start his career. And I think the next one was against the Rays, 2 tremendous starts. This month, his whip is 1.57. Now the ERA is okay. He's got a 3. So he has a 3 ERA in 4 September starts. His ERA is 3. Batting average against 330. That's not great. Whip 1.57. That's not great either. That's 4 starts in September for Messick. I do feel like if the Tigers were going to break out a little bit, it might be against him. I feel like this is a reasonable spot for them to get a couple runs. But right now, Brian, the Guardians are just feeding off of each other. It's timely hit after timely hit. And they're still playing this game in Cleveland. So I actually think that total's a little bit low. This is probably one of my stronger totals leans on the board today. I think, is it over 8? Is that what you're seeing there?
7.5, a couple 7.5, but mostly 8.
Yeah, I have a feeling that that's going to be all 8 at some point, like probably as we get closer to first pitch. If you can still get a 7.5 in this game, I think that's a solid look at a total.
I will say regarding Messick, I believe in the last month, his BABIP is like 371. So he's had a lot of bad luck in that regard. I believe he's second in baseball in highest BABIP, and he's still getting out of jams even with the bad luck. That is a concern. Also, normally I would say Detroit without facing a lefty means Kerry Carpenter's out of the lineup, but he has done nothing as of late. I believe he did hit a homer the other day, but other than that, the last 7 days, his hitting rank is ranked 342nd. Parker Meadows 345. Wencel Perez 352. And Baez, who was hurt yesterday, was at 304. So they have one guy who's hitting in the top 100 in baseball, and that's Gleyber Torres at 86. And he's not a guy who's going to get you a ton of home runs. He's just more of a singles guy. So that's my concern about Detroit. But Carpenter's not hitting well right now. He'll probably be replaced by Ibanez and Jones. They came in. They played last time he faced a lefty. They did give McKinstry off that day, but McKinstry is one of their guys that's actually hitting pretty well right now. So, normally I don't like to play Detroit against a lefty, but maybe Carpenter being out of the lineup won't hurt them at all because he's just not playing well. So I'm going to sit back and relax. But I think a lot of that Messick thing was just bad luck. So he's still. I've watched the games. He still looks like he's pitching the same as he was before. So maybe that's the case.
Yeah, and again, for me, it would be more just like they've had. So I went back and looked. He's made 3 starts against Toledo this year, most of them earlier in the year. And so guys like Jahmai Jones. So I pulled the Tigers lineup the last time they faced a lefty, which was against Wentz, and they had Jones leading off, Wenzel Perez, Ibanez, Parker Meadows, Jace Jung. All of those guys have been at AAA the most of the year. So I wonder if Hinch is smarter than most. I wonder if he's going to look at those minor league splits and try to put the lineup out there that's seen him the most. Because again, they've had a ton. If you were down at Toledo this year, you've seen him for, I think he's accumulated something like 21 or 2 innings against the Mudhens. And so Hinch has got to be grasping at straws at this point anyway. Maybe he's like, hey, let's just see, you guys, Jace Jung, can't get any worse right now. Let's get some of these guys in that at least had a big sample against him. It'll be interesting, but I do think it finds its way over at some point. And some of that, credit to the Guardians. Timely hits. What was it? Jose Ramirez last night gets the big hit to sort of put that game out of reach. I don't think that changes. Team's just been getting big hit after big hit. So it doesn't take much to get over 7.5. And I think this one does. Okay. Let's move on. Let me go back to my list here. I do want to get. Yeah, let's talk Mets Cubs. I feel like we've kind of talked about this series. I haven't. Oddly enough, I feel like I have been wrong about this series, and it's like I've had a little bit of bad luck. And now I haven't bet any of these, but on Monday I had the Cubs in a free pick video. Cade Horton gets hurt. The Cubs blow a big lead. Last night, it looked like everything was great until it wasn't. The Cubs just unloaded on Jonah Tong. First time through, he looked pretty good. Mets had a big play to get out of a jam, threw a runner out at home. But then suddenly they just got bombed. So looks like it's going to be Imanaga, McLean. Obviously a huge game for the Mets. That goes without saying. Are you getting involved Mets Cubbies tonight?
At this point, it's up in the air. We got McLean against the lefty Imanaga. Basically a pick 'em right now, with a total of 7.5. When I'm looking at the weather, the Wrigley Field is blowing slightly in. It's minus 8% of what it normally would be, so it's slight differential. Seattle's where it's blowing in at about 14% run differential than it would normally be. They had a little bit of that yesterday. And it didn't matter because the pitching for Colorado. So keep that in mind. But most of the games today, the wind is blowing out, and I think out of the 8 out of the 12, the wind is either blowing out or neutral, and so there could be some runs in these games today. When we take a look at the starting pitchers, McLean's been terrific, but 1.27 ERA, but 3.28 expected, 1.01 WHIP. Excuse me. It's still only thrown less than 43 innings, so not everything has come out with enough sample size here for a baseball savant. But even though he's done great, he does show some things. There is some things that he's a little weak in. The chase rate, walk rate is less than normal, and the hard hit rate. So he's pitching a little bit above his head right now, but it sure has worked so far for him. Imanaga, 3.37 ERA, 4.05 expected, 0.96 WHIP. This is also a mixed bag. His walk rate, 96th percentile, chase rate, 85th, but everything else basically is league average and below. He is basically a ground, doesn't throw many ground balls. He's on the 4th percentile, barrel rate 10th, fastball velocity 8th. So 2 guys that can be hit here, even though their numbers show they've got some good numbers on the season, which would point me a little bit to the over in this one, since it is sitting here at 7.5, but the wind is blowing slightly in, and because it is going to be treated like a playoff game, you have to always take a look at who the Mets bullpen have available. Now, they did have Diaz and Rogers go on Tuesday, and they threw 27 of 31 pitches. Last night they had the day off. Helsley, through 24, but he hadn't pitched the previous time. So they should be in decent shape for the bullpen. Probably not going to get there in this game. I had the Mets 2 days ago, lucked out. That was a game they fell behind early and got that big inning. I'll take that win and get out of this series with that victory probably, because I'm seeing better games on the board today.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think it would be Mets or pass for me here. I'm very high on McLean. I think, I was going back and forth with someone on Twitter that was like, oh, see, like, I told you the Mets young guys it wasn't going to last. We're going to struggle. And I was like, no, what I said was they need to call these guys up because they need to see if they're sitting on an ace. It's not they didn't want to have Sproat, McLean, and Tong up this year. But guys like Sean Manaea sucking, Senga, Frankie Montas getting hurt, that is the reason that they're up. Not because they just were like dying to take dudes from Double-A and have them starting playoff games. So let's get that straight. The Mets they're doing this for two reasons. One, necessity. Two, they've got to see if they're sitting on a guy that could be like the guy that ends up being the ace in the playoffs. So like, forget like Jonah Tong struggling. The dude had 2 starts at AAA. Okay. Forget that. He's going to be fine. He's awesome. But like, he's up here just trying to help out right now. He shouldn't even be up in the big leagues. But again, they needed to see if he was going to just be like so good that they had to put him on the playoff roster. McLean has actually been that guy. Like that's kind of what I was looking at when I said, okay, they've got Sproat, they've got McLean, they've got Tong down at AAA. If one of these dudes can pan out to be really good, I think the Mets are going to be in okay shape. Now, the Mets have not played good baseball. That's, aside the point, and they've played their way into now sort of needing to have a good weekend to get to the playoffs. But it doesn't mean Nolan McLean still hasn't been that guy. He's been awesome. And, as far from the way I grade out pitchers at the AAA level, he was one almost this entire season. Go watch Pitching Ninja. Rob Friedman posts every time he's got a start. Rob Friedman posts the splits of his sweeper and slot. The 2 pitches that go in the opposite directions. I think one's a sweeper, one is a sinker. I mean, arm tunnel is exactly the same. Ball comes out. One takes a hard right. The other takes a hard left. I don't think the league, I think it's going to be a little while before the league figures out how to handle that. So I'm sort of, I feel like if you like the Mets at all, you this is the spot. Like, you have to win with McLean on the mound here. If you don't, I know they got the Marlins this weekend, but if the Mets lose this game, they're really asking to miss the playoffs, in my opinion. So again, not one that's going to make my card, but I do give the slightest of edges to the Mets. And personally, I like McLean, so it would have to be Mets or pass. All right, let's move along. Do you let me go to the chat. I want to see if there's one that people are really asking about that I'm ignoring here. Let's see. Someone says Seahawks money line. I will. I guess I'll take this time to promote myself for a second. I have a 5% play in the Thursday night football game tonight, which is very rare for me. I typically don't play the midweek games, but I like an angle here, and so I do have a 5% football play that goes tonight. Seahawks, Cardinals. Having it from 6-2. I've made 8 NFL bets this year, Brian, and I'm 6-2, so I'm pretty happy about that. 2 and 3 of them were 5%ers. I'm 2-1 on those, and the one loss was the Texans on Monday Night Football, where they were a 4th and 10 away from basically winning that game. So pretty happy with the NFL. I have a 5% play up that goes tonight. We're going to continue on here, and I got one we should talk about. So I actually was very close to adding this to my client card. I ultimately talked myself off of it. I'm glad I did, because I thought you were right with your handicap of the Royals yesterday, and just didn't work out. They they didn't hit, and they lost a close game 3-2. I'm looking at this sort of game today again, and I'm inclined to go back with the Royals. I don't dislike this matchup for them. I like the matchup yesterday. I thought you did a great job pointing out the value on the Royals there. Again, it just didn't work out. You're still getting them. You're not getting the plus price, but you can still get them in that -105 range. Are you running it back with the Royals here?
Yeah, the Royals yesterday were one of my teams. I ended up going 2-3, but because we won the big 5% play, I ended up profiting for clients. And of course, a lot of people, that's all they care about is the 5% plays. But yeah, the Royals going with Michael Lorenzen here against Mitch Ferris. And Lorenzen's the righty, Ferris is the lefty. And we're looking at Kansas City about a 110 favorite, a slight favorite. Total of a 9 here, slightly to the over. When you take a look at the numbers from Michael Lorenzen, 4.70 ERA, 4.74 expected, 1.35 whip. Other than his walk rate, which is in the 71st percentile, basically everything else is either league average or worse. Extension 8th percentile, expected batting average 17th, expected ERA 18th. He's an innings eater, throws 7 different pitches from 8 to 22% of the time. I do like that, and that's basically the only reason at age 33 in his 11th season why he's still pitching in the major leagues. He's sort of like one of those veteran lefties you see that continue to rack up innings, but he's a right-hander. He's going up against Mitch Ferris, and he is not facing Buehler in this game, but he is facing Lorenzen, and he's got a 6.52 ERA, 5.33 expected, 1.45 whip. Obviously, he's only thrown 19 innings, so there's not a whole lot out there, but his fastball velocity is only in the 5th percentile, and he throws it half the time, and he only has 3 pitches. So he's not a guy I'm looking to back. It's not as though he's a guy that we've been waiting on to come up here and play for the Angels. Their pitching, starting pitching, as we know, is the weakness of the team, and it's been that way for a while. And he comes in. He was in a trade with Atlanta. He comes in. He's basically entering the season. He's the 23rd ranked player in their minor league system. So he's not a guy that I'm really going out there to love on. But you do take a look at the Royals. They're in really good shape in the bullpen. Nobody, because they didn't have the lead, they fell behind early. They never really used any of their best arms in the bullpen. Whereas the Angels had to use Jensen, Garcia, Fermin, and Silseth, who is Silseth was a guy that came out in 21, and we really thought good things about this guy, but he's never made it to the next level. But their bullpen right now, Jansen would have to pitch back to back. They're actually not in that bad of a situation. I think the Royals are a little bit better. And from a starting pitcher standpoint, as much as Lorenzen's a kind of guy, I would prefer that side. So we're getting at Kansas City. They now have I believe they're exactly at 500 on their record for the season. One of the things I like, as I talked yesterday about, is teams trying to finish the season with a winning record. I prefer them here. I don't know if I'll get here. If I can get them as an underdog, maybe plus 105, and there's some plus 101s out there right now. But if I got them at plus 105, I may have a small play on Kansas City. I think that's probably the right side in this game.
Someone in the chat says, wait, WTF, I paid for this pick. Why is it free, Adam? I haven't given out a pick on this show yet, so I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. I did say that I have a 5%er in the NFL game tonight. And if you know anything about the NFL, you know that it's going to be Seahawks Cardinals because it's the only game. That's all I said. I have a 5% play in the NFL game. Haven't given out anything for free. That being said, I will likely give my Major League Baseball play out for free today because if I've got a 5%er up, I really don't. I don't like to have like multiple packages. The 5%ers are expensive enough as it is. So I will probably give Major League Baseball out for free today, which I think I've got 3 in a row in MLB. So I think that's what I'll do. My 5%er in the NFL will be what's for sale. On my page, take a look at the free pick section because if I do play something in MLB, maybe it's the D-backs, which is my parlay leg here. I will. I've decided I'm going to give that out for free. So just wanted to clear that up. Have not released any play that I have up for sale for clients on this show yet today. As far as this game is concerned, I suppose that this would get my. I don't know if it'll make my client card, but it's certainly one I'm looking at. Mitch Ferris called up directly from AA. The Angel man. The Angels might need to go the Marlins route where they fire everyone associated with pitching in the organization because this, This is not 2004. Like no one calls dudes up directly from AA anymore. No one does it. It's just not even a thing anymore unless you're in the Angels organization. They're the only. I mean, it's maybe a thing that's very rare and would probably be done like out of complete necessity. Why the Angels are still doing this is I don't understand. They've done it with like 4 guys. Recently Aldehari, who pitched yesterday, he's at least been up and down a little bit, but he was at AA all year. Suddenly he's back in the big leagues. Kashanowitz debuted straight from AA. And it's like AAA is good enough now where, like, Brian, help me out here. Back in the day, I don't think the quality of AAA was as good as it is now. I think you have guys that are hanging around much longer, extending their careers, willing to play AAA because the money is much better now. So you have far more MLB veterans that are willing to play until they're 35, 36, 37 years old at AAA because they're actually making a few dollars. It's not an insult like it was years ago with the money. So the quality of player at AAA is improved. And I think these guys are at a disadvantage, pitchers, when they don't get to go up to AAA for at least like a month and figure out how to face real MLB players, because you don't have those at AA. Would you weigh in on that? I'm curious to see your take.
Back when they had COVID, they really cut out most of minor league baseball. So anybody who is in AA or lower, that really pretty much set them back a whole year. And that's why since then you have seen more guys being called up from AAA. Because like you mentioned, a lot of the guys in AAA would be the guys that were the 26th, 27th, 28th guys that are veterans that didn't quite make it. You see it with the Red Sox all the time because they've been bringing it. They were trying to find a first baseman all season long. They'll bring somebody up, bring them back down, bring them back up. Hamilton, second base, same kind of thing. And so those guys are the guys you usually keep in AAA. AA is more of your prospects. And as of now, people are really worried about burning out their prospects. So that's one of the reasons that it's not the same as it was in the past. But yeah, it's the Angels pitching staff is everything the Angels do. I feel terrible for the Angels players because I love the ballpark. I love the fans there. And they're an afterthought already being there with San Diego, San Francisco, and LA and California. So yeah, they're not a team I'm looking to back on a regular basis.
So back to this, because I'm not done yet, because I just my mind continues to be blown as I look at numbers here. Mitch Ferris at AA Rocket City, the Trash Pandas, a great mascot, by the way. The Rocket City Trash Pandas down in Alabama are the AA affiliate for the Los Angeles Angels. Mitch Ferris has spent almost his whole season there, 23 starts. He's got a 4.27 ERA and a 1.47 whip. Does that sound like something to you that should just be promoted straight to the big league level? Because it certainly doesn't to me. And so let's see what's happened since he's gotten called up to the bigs. Shocker, his ERA is over 6. He has a 6.52 ERA in 4 starts at the big league level. Like, I just don't. I know they don't have much, so that's the other thing. I know they don't have much down at Salt Lake. They had one of the worst pitching staffs of any team in the PCL this year. That's why they finished close to last. But there's still like at least a couple of veterans down there. I guess I just like on the one side, it's like whatever. They're meaningless games. Let's see what he can do against big league hitters. But this is just not a guy that, in my opinion, has shown enough to be like, yeah, let's trot him out there on the road, or no, I'm sorry, they're home here, but like, let's trot him out there against a big league lineup. So I would have to go to the Royals here. I think I think this is arguably a better bet than yesterday's with the Royals. I do like them here. If I hadn't already locked in my parlay league, this would have probably been it.
Keep in mind, Ferris only throws 3 pitches. He throws his four-seamer 48% of the time. It's 3.1 miles an hour lower than the league average for a lefty. Throws his change 27% of the time. That's over 7 miles an hour less than what a normal lefty throws it. And his slider 25% of the time, which is 3.7 miles lower. So he's a 24-year-old junk pitcher that only has 3 pitches. Yeah, if Kansas City was throwing somebody other than Lorenzen, obviously we wouldn't be only laying 110 in this game. But I agree. I think Kansas City is a good bet. We're getting late in the show. I'm gonna give my parlay leg out. I'm gonna go to the Houston and the Athletics game. Houston Astros, another team. I saw a meme somebody put out, and I don't remember who it was, but it had, like in the Army, when you crawl on your stomach, underneath those wires, they said that was the Houston Astros and the Detroit Tigers and the Cincinnati Reds this week. Just barely hanging on for dear life. And Houston just is not playing well. Houston comes in at about a 113, 114 favorite here, total of 9.5 to the under. And Houston is going with Framber Valdez. Houston was playing a lot better ball before Framber Valdez decided to screw up his catcher that game of a week or two ago. He's got a 3.75 ERA on the season, 3.81 expected, 1.24 whip. He has not pitched as well as he has in the past. Last year, at 2.91 ERA, won 15 games. His ground ball rate's 97th percentile, barrel rate 96, but average exit velocity 11th percentile, hard hit rate 8th, extension 8th. He's not a guy that I want right now. And in fact, that's a lot of pressure on him because he's already in the doghouse from Houston. He's going to be a free agent. And he's not a guy I would trust being on the mound here. Now, I got JT again, and I know you've been more of a fan than a lot of people have, but it's starting to show. A lot of his stats are starting to show that maybe he's got a future. He's got a 4.57 ERA, 3.70 expected, 1.32 whip, still a little bit high, but most of his StatCast page shows him in the red. He does struggle with the barrel rate, 17th percentile, hard hit rate, 16th, but he's a major ground ball pitcher, which really means a lot in this ballpark. 90th percentile there. His extension is 72nd. Whiff rate 74th, strikeout rate 74th. He's turning into a pretty decent pitcher for a team in Oakland or Sacramento this year or Vegas in 2028. That is showing that there's some advantages to him. And he may be a guy that ends up in this rotation for a while. The Athletics, you take a look at their hitters. They're hitting very well. Right now, Soderstrom's been great, 52 the last 2 weeks. Everybody on the team's decent. They haven't been like Houston. Houston, you take a look at their hitters. They've really struggled. Bullpen arms look pretty good for the A's here. If you take a look at the Houston offense, the only guy they have in the top 140 is Jeremy Pena, and he's been hurt the last 3 days. So the rest of the guys have really struggled. They've got Paredes has done nothing, 306, Walker 314, Sanchez 386. He struggled the entire time he's been with Houston. And we've got Jake Myers, who was really hot a while back, but now he's at 343. And Zach Cole, who they brought up, is at 307. So Houston is not hitting, and they're playing a guy who's pitching very well right now. And you're able to catch the Athletics as a slight underdog in this game. I'm going to play the Athletics. Let's just put them at plus 100. That'll be my parlay. We're going to go with the Athletics plus 100 here against Houston, and they could finally put the Astros out of their misery for a good point of this last few weeks where Houston has been terrible.
Rule of thumb: if the Mets trade away one of their high draft picks, they always end up being good. You can pretty much set your watch to it. That organization has a lot of bad luck, and they may be getting more in the coming days when they blow the wild card or miss the playoffs. But the list of top prospects that the Mets have traded away that ended up being awesome in their next stop is very, very long. JT Ginn, I have a feeling, as the years go on, is going to be on that list if he isn't already, because, of course, he was a second rounder for the Mets. I forget what trade they maybe it was Blackburn or one of they've traded with the A's a couple of times, ship him over there. He's probably going to be in their rotation for a couple of years. And like you said, Brian, I've kind of been high on him through during his time in the minors. And he's someone, this is another guy that is on my list of guys, watch them in the offseason. I have a big big star next to JT Ginn, because he's someone that I'm going to be looking toward to next season as like maybe making the jump to be a guy that's, locking down a rotation spot. But 20, I mean, I have no problem with him here. I think pitching for this team can be tough sometimes. Pitching in this ballpark can be difficult, but so far 3 starts in the month of September, 1.76 ERA, 2.11 batting average against, 1.11 WHIP. I like him. So yeah, I've never been a big Framber Valdez guy. I still think that if there was ever any animosity in that locker room for that, and now they're losing, like the Astros might be cooked here after those 2 days. I don't hate that angle at all. I know they have a lot to play for, but this team just hasn't gone in there. And I talked about this back in June. I back around the All-Star break, I said the odd team out, I think, in the AL West is probably going to be the Astros. Now, at the time, I thought the Rangers might actually still make the playoffs, but I didn't know the Guardians were going to come from the clouds and win, every game they played. But it's kind of played out that way, and I think that's kind of how I look at it. Would you hear? So yeah, and Colin Gregory, I believe, is an Astros fan, and he says Astros are dead, capital dead. So yeah, I'm with you on the A's here. I think it's a good call.
I do want to point out we've on my trusty odds logic page, which is our line service at WagerTalk. Really, really good. There's a lot of guys in the industry that I follow that have nothing to do with WagerTalk. They all rave about this line service. So make sure you get it, either the free version or the paid version. It's getting better all the time. They're going to have props and a lot of things going on there in the back that really makes us proud. Troy Melton, is listed as a starter for Detroit. That makes a lot of sense. I like him. He's their fifth ranked prospect in the minors. He's a righty. He threw 21 pitches on Saturday, so he's had plenty of time off. He is going to get the start here for Detroit, and now we're starting to see some line movements because of that. Money's coming in a little bit on Detroit here. You can get Cleveland now as low as a 157, just opened up a circa here in Vegas. So they're the latest to update it. So Melton being in for Detroit is better for Detroit in that game. And we talked about the value. If you got more cojones than I've got, then Detroit may not be a bad bet, but I'm not going to bet them.
Yeah, I mean, Detroit money had to come in at some point. That price was obnoxious. But again, even at a good price, I'll triple down on what I've said all week. I cannot bet the Tigers until something good happens for them. And Cody, don't worry about that. Cody says, again, Adam, sorry, heard you wrong around some loud equipment at work. I just wanted to make sure that other people didn't think that I gave something out that I didn't, because one of my favorite, so Brian, and you can relate to this, when we lose a 5%er, there are people that, people are not happy about it. They're big plays. And like you were saying, you went 2-3 yesterday. But if your 5%er wins, typically people are happy. That's the one they want. So my favorite thing, this was maybe 2 years ago. I had a 5%er in, it was like a standalone football game similar to tonight. I think it was like Monday Night Football or something. I won, and someone the next day was mad at me because they said, I can't believe you. I thought the way you bet, I never thought in the world you wouldn't have been on the other side. So I bet the other side. So I was like, wait a minute. You didn't buy the play. You guessed at what I was going to put out. You guessed wrong. My play won, and you're upset with me. I said, how is that? But that's kind of, Brian will concur. This is the type of stuff we deal with here. It is what it is. I wouldn't want it any other way. Let's put it that much. Put it that way. Go ahead.
I just got a quick story. This is probably 15 years ago. I was on a different website, and we hadn't come around with this yet, but I was on a 10-game winning streak, and I had a guy call me in the office. This was back when I used to answer my own phone, and he says, "You must be pretty confident about today's play. You won 10 straight." And I said, "Well, yeah, I won 10 straight." I said, "But that's good. I'm happy, but that does not mean today's play is better than anything else." I says, "It's the same strength as the last 10 I gave out." And he goes, "Well, you gave out 10 in a row. How could you not be?" And he wouldn't buy my play because I wasn't overly excited. Now,
Yeah.
I've been in this for 45 years. I don't get excited about one play. If it's a 5%er, sure, I want to win it. Of course, it's important. That's 5% of your bankroll if you're betting that. I don't even bet that. I bet 1 and 2% of my bankroll on my games. So, yeah, we want to win all the big ones, but we're in this to grind. We're in this for people who. Our main focus is guys who buy our season. We want to have a winning record for them. Yes, the guys that buy individual, there's a whole lot more of them. We try to win for them too, but we're not going to win every game, which is it's just not possible. And we try to give you as many opinions as we can on every game we play. And a lot of times people say, "Oh, you were wrong in this game." I says, "Well, I didn't play that game." He says, "But you get elected on the show." I said, "Yeah, I got people complain if you don't give them an opinion, but then when you give them an opinion, it loses." So we're in a no-win situation. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, but here's how I mean, we're winning in the fact that we get to do this for a living, and
Yes.
I always say that it is. I would much rather someone tell me I suck after a 5% loss than like put a suit and tie on and go to work to go to a real job every day. I still say I've been doing this for this is my only job for over a decade, and I still say real job because I just don't even feel like this is actual work. But even though if you ask Mallory, all I do is work because it's like I'm either looking at a screen, watching a game, but it's like it's not work. This is I'd probably be doing this if I was at it's the reason I don't have a real job anymore, Brian, because when I was at real jobs, I was doing this on the clock at work, and they're like, "You got to go. You can't just have the odds screen up on your your screen all day. You're supposed to be here doing real work." So it's anyway, don't worry about that. I just wanted to make sure someone didn't think I gave the play out because I didn't. And Irish John, yeah, I still lean Detroit over, even with money coming in. Still, I like my handicap there. So if you missed that, as always, we are up on demand on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Head on over there, watch the replay, drop us a comment. If you missed something, you can always go back. But we did talk about Guardians, Tigers in depth. And I'll wrap it up with the parlay. Two-teamer today, just two of us. Tokyo Brandon will be back tomorrow. So we'll have the whole crew back for the final show of the regular season. But the two-teamer today, Diamondbacks plus 1.5, A's money line plus 281. Hopefully we haven't hit one yet this week. So hopefully this is it. And either way, we'll see you guys at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone, or have a good day, everyone. Cash all your tickets, and we'll see you in the morning.
Welcome, everybody, to the NFL President.
NFL Week 4 is here. We're going to hit on all those primetime games, including that doubleheader on Monday Night Football. We're going to check in with VR, see what he's got for the Steam report. Those barking dogs are going to keep on barking this week. Is the deli still open? It's been red hot. Maybe Marco is going to mix it up and give us a trap game. And of course, we're going to follow it all up with those best bets on the next episode of Bet On It. Kelly Stewart here with Marco D'Angelo and Gianni The Greek. Good morning to all of you out there on the West Coast. It's a beautiful day, and it's NFL Week 4. I know I'm pretty happy because I went 4-1 last week in my Super Contest plays, and the one loser was just that, Marco. Plain ugly, and that came to the hands of the Seattle Seahawks. I played against them thinking, hey, short week, divisional game on deck Thursday night football, but I was dead wrong. That game got out of control, and it got out of control early. Now Seattle heads to Arizona as a 1.5-point favorite on Thursday night, total 43.5. Talk to me about why you like the home underdog here.
Well, Kelly, everybody's going to overreact to, what they saw with Seattle winning in a blowout. The week before that, they went on the road in Pittsburgh. So now all of a sudden, Seattle is a world beater. Let's just pump the brakes there. Arizona, put them on that long list of teams last week that took a gut punch at the end of the game. I mean, I can't remember an NFL Sunday where more games were decided on final plays of the game, and we had some absolutely bizarre endings to these games, and Arizona was one of them. They were in position to beat San Francisco in a key division game, and generally speaking, when you lose a game like that, you worry about losing the same game twice. But the fact that this game is back at home, it is a Thursday night, it is a division game, and it is a game that they absolutely need. I mean, obviously, anytime you're playing a division game, the need is there for both teams. But given the fact that they lost last week to San Francisco, a division opponent, this makes this game a little bit more sense of urgency for Arizona, because if you lose to both of your division rivals out of the gate, it's going to put you behind the 8 ball for the rest of the season, looking up at those other teams. Arizona did struggle to move the ball last week, as it was a low-scoring game, but let's not confuse the Seattle defense with the San Francisco defense. We know the 49ers have had their problems on offense this year because of all of the injuries, but that is still a very stout defense with the 49ers. Seattle has had back-to-back easy wins, as I alluded to, and part of it was, one, they played probably one of the 2 worst teams in the NFL this year, the Saints, and then the week before, you talk about gift wrapping a game for them. That's what the Pittsburgh Steelers did. Now they've got to play on a short week on the road. We know that the home team has the advantage on these Thursday night games on the short week. Now, given that it is a division game, that is neutralized a little bit because you know your opponent well. You face them twice a year. I'm not going to buy into the Sam Darnold experience just yet. Let's see what he does in a primetime game. We've seen him hear footsteps and see ghosts and everything else in big games before. And for Arizona, they did suffer a little bit of a setback last week offensively as they lost James Conner, the running back, for the rest of the season, which means Kyler Murray's going to have to step it up. And by stepping it up, I mean we're going to need both his arm and his legs in this one, and I think he can get that job done. I'm going to take the home team here. I think we've seen this line cross over, and that's because of what people saw last. We've seen, history has shown us that's a mistake when you overreact to one ball game. Arizona opened a favorite and now is a slight underdog. I am on Arizona in this one. I think they get the job done, and I'm sure later in the week, VR will be talking about it. If this line stays the way it is and gets to that 1.5 or 2 on the Seattle side, you know that there'll be teasers with Arizona as well for me on Thursday, if we stay till Thursday, hooking with something till Sunday. But it's Arizona 24-20 for Thursday night, and I'll have them in teasers.
All right, guys, appreciate you hanging out with us here every single week on Bet On It. And if you like the show, give us a thumbs up, hit that subscribe button so you never miss another episode. Something you want to see done differently, drop it in the comment section. Love a play, hate it, tell us all about it. We'll all jump in the comment section and get in there with you guys. Let's go Sunday night football. Green Bay now up to a 7-point favorite at Dallas. Total 47.5. And I had to go to my friends at the GoldSheet for this one. By the way, the GoldSheet right now, $9 for everyone. No coupon code required. WT.buzz/GTS. And the reason why I went to the GoldSheet is because if you guys remember last week, I told you to take Cleveland. And this is the exact same situation they gave me to play Cleveland. But this week is a play on the Cowboys. When playing in the first half of the season, home underdogs of at least 7 points have gone 19-1-2 against the spread over the last 3 seasons. Now, I know a lot of you guys are going to go, oh, Kelly, you're too optimistic on this Cowboys team. George Pickens was supposed to be great. He was supposed to complement CeeDee Lamb, who's now out for the next 3 to 4 weeks. They've got injuries on the offensive line. Diggs wasn't able to finish against Chicago. That defense got gashed by Caleb Williams and the Bears. But Javonte Williams is able to get the running game going. I do think that the Cowboys' offensive line is going to be better this week against the Packers. I know it looks scary to take a team that just got the crap beat out of them by a mediocre Bears team, but this is the spot to take them here at home. Make sure you get the 7, shop around, and hey, maybe this one even gets to 7.5, and you can tease down the Packers and hope for that middle and hit both sides. VR, we're going to let you start off with the first Monday night football game. The Jets are a 3-point underdog at Miami, and the total is 3.5.
Yeah, 5-3-1 heading into this week on the show. Hopefully we turn a little profit this week. This is going to be a tough one to bet, but I see absolutely no reason to not take the Jets on Monday night. This is one of those coin flips that you get plus money on. Again, it's hard to argue for either of these teams. So I don't want to waste a lot of your time, but you're looking at 2 teams that have allowed a ton of points defensively. So look at the under for sure, especially with the recency bias on both of them. But with that said, the difference is, number one, you look at the passing success rate. These quarterbacks are right next to each other. Make sure you check to see that, Taylor's starting for the Jets because of the injury situation. But so far, it's pretty much confirmed that he will. But just make sure of it. With that said, again, passing success rate, they're right next to each other, 45.3 and 46.4. Okay. The biggest difference between these 2 teams has the Jets could realistically be a 2-1 football team. Both of their losses come by a combined 4 points. There's a lot of randomness involved with that, whether it's turnovers, penalties. But when you have 2 losses by a combined 4 points, again, the Jets on paper are better than their record reflects. And that's the kind of team you want to back, especially in the dog position, where a team like Miami, 0-3, they've underperformed against the betting market. There's absolutely 0 reasons you should get excited about wanting to lay points with Miami. You're more or less paying for the name because and the fate of the Jets, where we're just so conditioned to expect the Jets to just suck. And they do at 0-3, but the Dolphins are not any better, also sitting in 0-3. And again, well underperforming the betting market. So yeah, I like the Jets. I think this is a money line bet. Again, it's a key of 3 key numbers, so you got to take it. But I think it's a coin flip game. Miami's got less than a 2-point home field advantage. So I just don't see why they're that key 3 favorite. Give me the Jets as the TV pick for the week.
All right, Marco D'Angelo. This is going to be an interesting one. Speaking of teaser spots, Cincinnati up to a 7.5-point underdog at Denver, 44.5 here. Talk to me about why you like the under.
Yeah, Kelly, talk about a teaser spot. How many teasers are going to be tied to Denver, getting them down to 1.5? I think this line will probably go up during the week as they try to get the teaser blocker in play to slow that down, because there'll be so many teasers tied to Monday night and money line parlays to the Broncos. And why not? Because the public's going to look at Cincinnati and they just remember the last thing they saw. And the last thing they saw was Cincinnati just absolutely get blown out in Minnesota, 48-10. I enjoyed that one. That was our best bet here on the show last week. Minnesota, we had a good 5-1 with the big 6 plays between the college and NFL show. So let's keep it going this week. But I look at this one in Cincinnati, they are going to be up against it. Now, that score last week, yeah, they got killed, but 5 turnovers are going to do that. You go on the road and you turn the ball over 5 times, you're going to get blown out, and that's what happened. Cincinnati has had 0 running game through the first 3 games. They've rushed the ball for 46, 48, and 53 yards. I don't care who your quarterback is. When you are that one-dimensional, you're going to have problems moving the football. Now throw in that you've got backup quarterback because Joe Burrow's out. This offense is going to struggle. So why don't I just go ahead and take Denver and lay the points because they should blow them out? Well, Denver's in a bad scheduling spot. They're coming off not 1, but 2 gut-wrenching losses back-to-back weeks. If you remember 2 weeks ago, they looked like they had the game won against Indianapolis when Indianapolis missed the game-winning field goal. Oh, wait, there was a penalty. Indy got to kick it again and won it on the second kick. Then last week, they're winning the whole game against the Chargers. Chargers come back, tie it, win on the final play of the game, field goal once again. So, yeah, 2 devastating losses. And, oh, by the way, look at who they play next week. They've got a game with the defending champs, the Philadelphia Eagles. And, oh, that game's on the road, off a short week on a Monday night. And that's going to be their 3rd road game in 4 weeks to start the season. That's pretty tough schedule for the Broncos. So what am I alluding to? I'm alluding to that the coach, Sean Payton's going to want to get in and get out as quickly as possible. I see them running the football. And if you look at this Denver offense, Bo Nix, he's suffering the sophomore jinx. There's no question about that. They have not moved the football. You don't want to lay over a touchdown with a team that in their 3 games so far has scored 20, 28, and 20 points. That's not a recipe for laying over a touchdown, but I don't trust the Bengals enough to grab them. So I'm going to go under the total in this one. I don't see Cincinnati having success against the stellar Denver defense. And with the struggles that the Broncos have had and being satisfied with shortening the game and getting out and getting on to next week in the Philadelphia Eagles, I'm going to go under the total here, Kelly. Let's take this one under the 44.5.
All right, let's get right into the Steam Report VR. oddslogic.com/Kelly in Vegas. If you guys are looking to sign up, you get a free week here if you guys use my promo code. So make sure you do that. And if not, like VR said, use the WagerTalk free live odds page. VR, I'd like to ask you a question before you get into the NFL Steam Report for week 4. What should people do with this information?
Exactly what I do with it. I already have put in my work. So I have everything circled on what I like, my sides and my totals. And then I wait for the information to come in to see what the groups that I provide accounts for are betting. When they come in and bet one of the sides that I like, now I know, gives me the confidence to release it as a premium play to my subscribers, gives me the confidence to add more risk for myself because I already get a percentage of the accounts that I bet for them. But these kind of plays I bet more on for myself, like considered premium plays. And I recommend that the bettors out there do the exact same thing. You don't have to agree with everything. In fact, you should disagree with a lot of it, but it's what you agree on that you want to be getting down on. And more importantly, you want to make sure it's at the number as well. Because again, if they're laying -3 and now it's -4.5, it's no longer the same bet. So it's all different pieces of the puzzle. But when you put those pieces together, when it all falls nicely, you get the perfect picture and you cash a ticket. So that's how the information's been valuable to me. That's why I tell my subscribers the exact same thing. And with the Steam Room, I give enough volume that you don't have to piggyback everything. So as long as it's the numbers there, you're getting a good number and you agree with it, then you should have the confidence you're placing a good plus EV bet. Again, it's been good in the NFL so far. In the regular season, we didn't have a good preseason, which is rare. Usually preseasons when the betting syndicates do good. They just did not have a good season this year, at least the ones that I work with. But the regular season's been good. It's put me at number 1 in profit at WagerTalk so far, so I'll take it. So far this week, it's a little slow. Most of the action, as I talked about on WagerTalk today and on last call, comes in later in the week with the NFL. Injury report is very key with a lot of the NFL steam. And more importantly, very little of the volume is on sides and totals. The majority of the money starts coming in on those team totals, first quarter bets, second half bets, first half bets. Those smaller market derivatives is where they do the majority of the damage. But here are some of the sides and totals that they got out ahead of for this week. 251 Minnesota, the look ahead at 2.5. Again, the limits are low, but they took the 2.5. And here's what you want to look through, follow through. They followed through and also laid the 1.5 with Minnesota. That's as legit as you're going to get. 253 Philadelphia, laid the 2.5 look ahead and laid the key 3. Another key number they laid. 267 Jacksonville, San Francisco, laid the over 45 look ahead, follow through, went over 46 as well. That's opposite the public. I almost used that, but I wasn't able to get that 46. And at 47, I said, let me wait till Sunday. Public money may push that down because I'm already seeing under money there. 276 Green Bay, the look ahead, 4.5, got the 6, and then laid the 6.5 after the weekend, and also under 48 there. And finally, Monday night, key number, no surprise, 280 Denver Broncos, minus 6.5 was the look ahead, and then the 7 when it opened up. That's why you're looking at 7.5s right now. But pay attention and see later in the week or game day, more importantly, especially if the books need teaser protection and bump this up to that 9 range, then rest assured, those that laid the 6.5 should come back and attempt the middle with the other side.
VR, I want to follow up on that really quickly, just because I've heard people tell me that these lines don't matter, right? So the Superbook puts out a graphic late August, and I like to use it for Survivor, right? Here's what the lines would have been. Here's what the lines are now. And you mentioned the look-ahead line. So this line for the Packers game was Green Bay minus 1.5, right? Let's call it August 25th. Then you mentioned the look-ahead was 4.5. Green Bay loses to Cleveland. Dallas, it was 14-14 in the second quarter. They just never scored again. Their defense gave up some long bombs to Caleb Williams. Now the line's up to 7. Should we just completely discredit that line from August?
Yeah. Great question. Because usually if that was the case, it would be dog or pass right now. For us, as looking for plus EV bets, it would be impossible for us to look at the Green Bay side if thinking just a few weeks ago, I could have laid -1, but that's a completely different market. It's a completely different time. And the objective of those bettors is also different. Like a lot of those guys that did get down on Green Bay, it wasn't even a handicap of Green Bay. It was a handicap of where that line's going to be when game day rolls around. And obviously they were correct, those that laid the Green Bay. But the limits are smaller. It's not like universal worldwide. So I don't put a lot of stock in it because they're just so off a lot of times. Like some are pretty close and pretty accurate, but you see it in college football all the time where there's 6, 7, 8 point differences by week 4, 5, or 6, just because things don't play out the way we project them, especially in football where there's just so many injuries and just so many different factors in play. There's so many pieces of a puzzle of a football team. And I think you shouldn't put too much stock on those August numbers. Don't let that stop you from betting a team and thinking like, oh, dude, that now it's a 6-point line movement. No, it's a line movement off the look ahead, not off the August number.
Awesome stuff. Let's get into those barking dogs. This has been our best segment, at least as a trio. Marco's Deli has been very, very good. VR has been cashing those best bets. Me, not so much. But I have been nailing these barking dogs. Marco, last week, let's talk about it. Last week, you would have used this team for the Deli, right?
Yeah.
Why are you using him this week as a barking dog?
Well, we want to get a dog that we think has a good shot of winning outright. And this is a team could have been a sandwich spot as well this week, and I'll explain later, but I've got a better game when we get to it later and tell you why we're using that one. But full disclosure, okay, let's start this with Jacksonville. And I've got to say, the Jacksonville Jaguars have been a colossal pain in my ass, okay? 2 weeks ago, I go against them with Cincinnati, and Cincinnati did everything but win that game. They go up and down the field. Turnovers end up killing them at the end, and we lose that game. The only time that we weren't covering it in the final 18 seconds. Then last week, what happens? Well, I go against Jacksonville. I've got Houston, and that, full disclosure, was my 5% play. The score was tied 10-10. We had just completed a pass that was going to give us 1st and 10 inside the 20-yard line with under 4 minutes to play. But as he tried to extend the play, Nico Collins gets hit and fumbles the football. Jacksonville recovers. We could have ran the clock down, got a game-winning field goal or a touchdown. No, we turn it over, and Jacksonville goes down and scores to beat us in that one. So why am I trying this again? Well, it's the spot. And you look at this one, the 49ers somehow, despite all the injuries that they have had, are sitting at 3-0. More importantly, they're 2-0 in their division. And here's where the sandwich part comes up. They're 2-0 in the division. They just got done beating Arizona last week. They already beat Seattle the first week of the season. They play their other division rival, the team that most people expect to challenge them for the division this year, the Rams, next week. So definitely that's a look-ahead spot. Oh, when do they play them? Oh, they play them on Thursday Night Football next week. So they got to play in a short week. I think this is a great spot for Jacksonville to come in. They got a win that they didn't deserve last week. And I love taking teams. You hear me talk about it all the time. Oh, I want to go against the team that looked good in losing. Well, there's a second half of that. I like to take a team that looked bad in winning because people underestimate them. I'll go ahead and take Jacksonville plus the points here. The 49ers rushed for 77 and 73 yards in the last 2 games. You can't be one-dimensional in the NFL and win, especially with a backup quarterback. And oh, by the way, yeah, they won with a backup quarterback last week, Mac Jones. What do we always say about injured player theory? When you lose a quarterback, I like to take the injured team the first week. Well, they got the win last week with Mac Jones. Now they got to win a second one with Mac Jones. I'll go against them. Give me Jacksonville. Let's see if they stick it to me one more time. Jacksonville, 27-20.
I like Jacksonville too, Marco. They owe us this one. VR, you've got I'm going to call it the wise guy game of the week. I think this is going to be, all of the sharps are going to be on one side. All of the squares are going to be on the other. But I don't know if I trust the New York Giants. Can you please break this down a little bit? And then I may give you some pushback afterwards.
Listen, I'm going to keep it this simple. It's as simple as this. Bring me Jackson Dart. The Jackson Dart era begins on Sunday. That's the key here. Coupled with the Chargers getting some injuries that are starting to mount up. And this is coming from someone that has a future on the Chargers. So I have over season win totals on the Chargers. I have a future on the Chargers to win the Super Bowl. So it benefits me for the Chargers to be biased towards them. But this is just a really good spot for the Giants. Also, if you listen to the narrative of how well over the last 5+ years, West Coast teams flying to the East Coast, how that used to be a disadvantage, that's no longer the case. Now how they're covering, all that's juiced this line up to much higher than it should be. The Giants at home should not be catching 6.5 points, almost a full touchdown to the Chargers, especially with Jackson Dart coming in. Here's the key. From going from your one quarterback to your two, the points is based on the drop-off, not just like who that first quarterback is. And the drop off between what's it called, Dart and what's Russell Wilson right now, what is it? Is it really a loss? Is it really a negative? Maybe the Russell Wilson, if you look at his whole career, it may be if we in the future, but as of today, right now, the way Russell Wilson's playing, how's this a drop off? His quarterback rating in the last game was 43.8. He threw 32 attempts, 18 completions for 56%. Against Washington, he had a 59 quarterback rating. He threw the ball 37 times, had 17 completions for 45% completion percentage. Where's the drop off? And that's what this line reflects, a big drop off. I get it. Dart doesn't have the pro experience, but he's not there by accident. He's their number one pick. Good career with Ole Miss, USC. So, he's bred to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. And I think it's something I've learned from Marco, almost the injured player theory, where everyone else knows they have to step up because now we don't have our starting quarterback. We don't have our stud, even though he hasn't been a stud this year. So I like this 0-3 versus 3-0. I like the Giants at home. This is only their second home game. And I think the Chargers, as well as they played, the injuries are starting to pile up. And Habers, he's going to regress a little bit to the mean. He can't stay perfect. So give me the 6.5 with the Giants. Sprinkle that money line. This is going to be the teaser special of the week. Chargers will be on every teaser, and it's a terrible bet. Even at 7, it's a terrible teaser, even if it wins. So give me the Giants, New York Giants. So we're on the Jets and the Giants. There you go.
Oh my gosh.
The New York parlay.
Yeah, the New York gross parlay. VR, I'm going to push back just a little bit. I do agree with you here on the Giants. I understand this is a terrible spot to lay it with the Chargers. Here's my problem. 17-35-1. That is the record of NFL rookie starting quarterbacks in their debut. I understand the pushback is going to be, we don't need the Giants to cover. We don't need the Giants to win. We just need the Giants to cover. But does that rookie record, maybe it just is like looming in the background? You know what I mean? Like that's what's going on in the back of my head.
I know. No, it's scary. Listen, getting a rookie quarterback in the NFL in his first start is usually a handicapper's fade. But I just think that the spread is the great equalizer here. And I think that at the very least, the back door is going to stay open the entire game. And
listen, I can rest assure you that in the red zone, he's not going over. Okay. He's not going, if Jackson Dart takes off and his name isn't Russell Wilson, that's a touchdown. That I agree. I agree with the move to Jackson Dart. I just have some concerns that Russell looked so good against that awful Dallas defense. And
that was it. That one game.
I'm with you. All right, let's get into my barking dog. And I went back and forth to kind of decide which barking dog I wanted to use, what I was going to use for my best bet. And ultimately, I decided that the Cleveland, good grief, that was last week, that the Indianapolis Colts was going to be my play. Look, we just talked about how bad the Giants have looked. Maybe somebody owes Daniel Jones an apology. We'll see how that ends up playing. But this is more of a play against the Rams. They're back home now after back-to-back road games in that Eastern early window. How quickly can they put that loss behind them? I don't know if you guys watched End Zone Live with me and the Prez and everybody else on Sunday, but that was incredible. That was a crazy game where millions of dollars change hands. And I know I come on here and I complain about my losses and never say, holy crap, I should go buy a lotto ticket, but I should. Cashing that Philadelphia Eagles ticket was an absolute utter miracle. But I don't know how quickly Los Angeles can move on from that, right? Let's start off with who they've played so far besides the Eagles, the Titans and the Dolphins. I think that their metrics might be a little skewed, but the Colts on offense so far, number 2 in EPA per play, number 2 in success rate, number 1 in EPA per pass attempt, number 1 in passing success rate, and number 5 in EPA per rush attempt. I know that there is a whole argument that's going to say, oh, this is not the time to take the Colts. They're way too overrated. No, I think this is the time to take the Colts. I think you take the Colts plus 3.5, and I think you sprinkle them on that money line. Now, Marco, normally I would write you a letter and say, or a text message, excuse me, and say, Marco, you can't use the same game the VR used, or VR, you got to change because Marco had it in the script first. But I got to make you answer to this New York Giants play as well, because again, it is the sharp square play of the week. You both like it. I know Teddy talked about it on opening line report this week. Didn't say he was going to necessarily play it, but mentioned the tough spot here for the Chargers. Tell me why the deli is closed and you're going with the trap game of the week here.
It's a trap.
Well, the deli's closed because if I used the Giants as the sandwich game, the health department would have closed us down. But man, this is the classic trap situation, and it's all about scheduling and what is in store for the Chargers. And God bless them if they can go across country this week and win in New York after the gauntlet of their first 3 games of the season. Then you know what? Maybe you better run to the window and grab some future tickets on them for the Super Bowl, because that will be quite the accomplishment. And let's look at what they've had to do. They opened the season against the Kansas City Chiefs, okay, the team that's gone to the Super Bowl 3 years in a row. They had to give up a home game to go to Brazil to play a division game. That should never happen, that any of these games that you play out of the country is a division game. Well, that was the first check mark for getting screwed. Then they come back after playing the Brazil game. They had to play Monday Night Football on the road against the Raiders in Pete Carroll's coaching debut, home debut. Okay, they handled business there, or maybe we should say the Raiders lost that game because the Raiders were pathetic in that game. Then what they have to do after that, they finally get a true home game. They got to play the Denver Broncos, everybody's other darling, who was going to challenge Kansas City this year. Well, that was a dogfight. It was a physical game. It went right down to the end, and they come from behind and kick the game-winning field goal at the gun. How do you pick yourself up after 3 grueling games like that? Not to mention, those were 3 division games. They have such a leg up in the AFC West. It isn't funny. You beat all 3 teams already in your division. Now you go on the road to play in the Eastern time zone against an NFC team. How many times have I told you? The least important game on a team's schedule every year is a non-conference road game. That's the bottom of the list when they get 2 tiebreakers at the end of the season. There's just no way that I can see. And if Harbaugh has them ready to play, God bless him, he's a better motivator than I give him credit for. But this is just an absolute flat spot for them. Now, there is going to be a little bit of a hoopla. Maybe that is what he can use to get his team sparked with the fact that Jackson Dart is starting. They're going to, it's an unknown commodity. And you can say, hey, guys, we can't take them for granted. But here's the reality of that. Starting a rookie quarterback, and Kelly, you put that stat out there, and that is true. But here's the difference. They have been grooming him to start. He's seen action. They've brought him in certain plays. The last few games, they've had plays in their arsenal for him to get his feet wet. You knew this day was coming. It was just a question of when. Well, the when is now. What do you prepare for? Yeah, they showed a couple things on the gimmick plays they ran with him. Did he even throw a pass? Everything was a running play. You don't know what plays they're going to call for him as the starting quarterback. And I think that gives them an element of surprise. And also, they're playing with free money here because nobody's going to expect anything. You're already 0-3. Give me the Giants. This is a trap game for the Chargers. I'll take the 6 points, 6.5. And as VR said, I expect it to get to 7 by Sunday. With the public is only going to bet this game one way. If you got to hold your nose to get to the window, go ahead. But I'm taking the Giants.
All right. Oh, boy. I'm going to hold my nose all right, Marco, because that one makes me very, very nervous. That being said, I don't disagree with both of you guys there. If you don't disagree with Marco and VR, we have a Bet On It all access football special for you guys right now. That means you get every NFL, every college football play they release through the Super Bowl, including those 5% best bets. If you purchase each package separately, pay $739 each. But with this offer, you get all their plays for $11.98. That makes it $5.99 each. I'm not that great at math, but it looks close to being a $300 savings. You get full access to both handicappers at an unbeatable value. Marco, 5% plays, 32-13 since February 2024. VR, right now, #1 in college football season, up 68 units. Make sure you guys get on board over at WagerTalk.com. Let's get into those best bets. VR, I'm going to let you go first here, per usual. Tell me why we're taking the Chiefs. I like this.
Yeah, and I actually sent that out today to subscribers. That's why I changed it, made this my best bet. 4%. If you could get threes out there, if you even 115 at Westgate, but even the 2.5 that are at -105s, again, if you're not laying more than 130, you're good. Otherwise, take the 2.5. But I don't think we're going to need it here with the Chiefs. Bottom line, this Baltimore team, these are 1 and 2 teams, but they're both top 10 still power rated. That's why this game really matters. The team that goes to 2-2 is like still has a season. The one that goes to 1 and 3, it's going to be really hard to bounce back for. This is a big, big game. And we have a Chiefs team, even though they're on the road, you know how Mahomes tends to do. I mean, what's it called? That playing at home, Mahomes in a big game, he's gotten it done for us time and time again. If you look at the defense of Baltimore, okay, they gave up 38 to Detroit, all right, 41 to Buffalo, 17 to Cleveland. And you know the most that Cleveland scored so far this season? 17. That was against Baltimore. Kansas City's going to be able to finally put up some points. And this offense isn't as bad as they're being made out to be. They're still near top 10 in most of the metrics that matter. And I think against this defense, they're really going to shine. On the flip side, I think they're going to be just fine. Kansas City, top 5 in efficiency. In fact, they're number 3 right now. So I get it. Baltimore is one of the best offenses in all of the NFL, top 5 every year. But they're going on the road, and they're playing a top 5 defense in the Chiefs. I love Kansas City in this spot. I think even last week against the Giants, it was a win where their stock didn't really rise. Like, I mean, the Giants were a touchdown away from backdoor covering it for a quarter plus. So, yeah, I think this offers a lot of value for the Chiefs. I will go even as far as saying I think this should be a pick 'em at worst. So take the Chiefs, sprinkle that money line, and let's cash your best bet with Mahomes in Kansas City on Sunday.
I do like that side. Got to get ahead of that number, guys. If you can find a 3, check out oddslogic.com/Kelly in Vegas. If you guys are looking for a 7-day free trial over there, Marco D'Angelo, I know I mentioned that you and VR have a promo package up together. What about somebody who's looking for something for this weekend over at WagerTalk.com? And then give me your best bet for NFL Week 4.
Well, Kelly, the Weekend Warrior package, people absolutely love it. You get your favorite capper, $49. It locks you in for every college and NFL play Saturday and Sunday. And as a bonus, you'll get, if they have a Monday night football selection as well. Guess what? There's 2 Monday night games this week. Not exactly the best Monday night games, but you get 2 of them. I guess quantity's better than quality for this Monday night. And Kelly, we are the last 2 seasons number 2 college and pro combined, money won. So check it out in 5% plays. We've been dead on. We did lose one last week, a rare one, as we mentioned in the other show, with the Houston Texans fumbling the game away for us, 3 turnovers. But we will bounce back this week. We had a great college week last week, and let's keep it going. Speaking of keeping it going, 5-1 last week with the plays here on the show, and we're going to go with the best bet. And before you start putting in the comment section, oh, he's a homer. No, he ain't, because I went against the Steelers the first 2 weeks of the season. We didn't have a play last week with them, but we're 2-0 going against the Steelers. But this week, I'm going to go with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they're playing in Dublin. Now, I got to figure out if I'm going to get up at the crack of dawn to watch the Steelers here on the West Coast on Sunday morning. But this is a spot where it's as much going against the Minnesota Vikings as it is taking Pittsburgh. We've seen the market move on this game, and I always say, no team is as good as their best game, nor are they as bad as their worst game. And the market is overreacting to that 48-10 win by the Vikings last week. And remember, we had the Vikings as our best bet, so I enjoyed it. But I'll be the first to tell you, yeah, they dominated the game. Yes, they won by a landslide. But that game was won because of 5 turnovers by the Cincinnati Bengals. Carson Wentz filled in for J.J. McCarthy, and before everybody starts making the Minnesota coach the quarterback whisper, let's see another game from Carson Wentz. There's a reason Carson Wentz is playing for his 6th NFL team in 6 years, okay? I don't buy that he'll have that same type of game this week. He's not going to be gifted good field position all over the place. Aaron Rodgers is not Jake Browning. He will not be rattled. Plus the fact, let's not forget how many times Aaron Rodgers has faced this Minnesota defense from his days with Green Bay. You've seen the market take Pittsburgh from a small favorite to now a 2.5-point underdog. Everybody wants Minnesota, and I know VR mentioned it in his Steam report, but I think it's an overreaction to 1 week. I'll take the Steelers here. And as I said in an earlier game, let's not forget that injured player theory. The way we work that system is we take the injured team in week 1 because everybody rises to the occasion, steps up to compensate for the loss of your quarterback. But if they get the win in week 1, it's a 2-part system. We go against that team the next week because they don't have that same intensity. I'll go ahead, take Pittsburgh. Let's call it 27-20. Pittsburgh gets the win. And one other thing of playing in Dublin and traveling, there's not a team in the NFL that travels better with their fans than the Pittsburgh Steelers. How many times you see them in road games, no matter what city they're in, you see those terrible towels. A lot of people made this trip to Dublin. They'll be there in full force. Take the Steelers.
All right. Steelers look like a nice teaser option, Marco. I'll leave it at that. I may be here even on the East Coast, not up early enough for that game. I don't know why we keep doing things internationally, but we are. So God bless all of you that are willing to get up at 6 a.m. Pacific to watch the Steelers play. All right. I will get into my best bet here. This is just as gross as watching the Steelers play. And actually, it's probably even worse. And I'm wearing a purple jacket. So sorry, Marco, if it looks like I'm cheering for Minnesota in that one. All right. The Raiders. Yeah, I know. No one wants to take the Raiders. DraftKings is holding a +1.5, -120, while the rest of the market on Odds Logic screen is at a pick'em. I think that's very, very interesting. They're begging for Raiders money, and I don't blame them. How good did the Cowboys make Caleb Williams look last week? Yeah, that's exactly how it panned out. 31-14 when it was 14-14, and the Dallas Cowboys defense just absolutely let the wheels fall off. And then no CeeDee Lamb, but Dak Prescott still completed 31 of 40 attempts, and Javonte Williams still got 7.6 yards per carry on the ground. Geno Smith looked awful on that Monday Night Football game against the Chargers and did not look great last week, or did he? Last week versus the Commanders, the Raiders offense 5.7 yards per play. Geno Smith 19 of 29, almost 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, and yay, finally no interceptions. Raiders defense has some holes, but the Bears are still 4-14 in September. Do not overreact to one good game against that Dallas defense. Raiders win this game. Look, take the 1.5 minus 120, take the pick 'em, maybe even wait. Maybe the Raiders will move to 1.5 plus 1.5 here at home across the board, and you can put them in a teaser. I don't think that's going to be the case, though. I think Raiders right now are the play as a pick 'em. Let's bring back in the guys for this recap of NFL Week 4. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us here every single week here on Bet On. Again, give us that thumbs up, hit that subscribe button so you never miss another episode. Let's get that recap graphic up for everybody who's asked for it. If you guys have something else you want to see here on Bet On It, drop it in the comment section. We always try to respond to you guys. And of course, if you missed the college football edition of Bet On It, it is right here. And be on the lookout for that mega show. That's right. We're going to have the deli. We're going to have Ralph's TNA. We're going to have college football and NFL combined. We've also got Teddy's Stock Watch all together, prepackaged in one large show. Or if you're a WagerTalk insider, WT.buzz/insiders, $2.99 a month gets you access to all sorts of fun things. Last week, it got you a free access to VR Steam Room. It's going to get you the TNA from Ralph Michaels first and foremost, so you don't have to go searching for it. We're going to throw the deli in there, maybe Teddy's Stock Watch, and much more for you guys. So WT.buzz/insider if you guys are looking to join the club. Good luck this week. And until next week, let's bet on it.
Welcome, everybody, to the NFL Presidential Address.
NFL Week 4 is here. We're going to hit on all those primetime games, including that doubleheader on Monday Night Football. It's Week 5 in college football, and we have some awesome top 25 games for you guys, including some barking dogs. We're going to check in with VR to see which games got
Welcome, everybody, to the NFL Presidential Address for Week 4, and my God, what a season we are having so far. To all my clients, thank you. Wow, are we making money? To all my listeners on the show, thank you. Wow, are we making money? Outstanding start to the year. But I will tell you this, full disclosure, Week 4 is tough. Let's get straight into it. Seattle, Thursday night, playing Arizona. The Seattle team is -1. The total here is 43.5. And right now, we have about 78% of the money coming in on Seattle, 53% to the under, and that's where I want to look. From a side perspective, this is a tough game. I mean, Seattle looked awesome against New Orleans, but that would have been the equivalent of, me looking awesome against the ugliest man in the world, say Dan Alexander. With that said, I can't judge a team by how good they played against the New Orleans Saints. This Seattle team almost did not get it done in Pittsburgh, and I don't think they're a great team. And Arizona can't seem to get out of their way. When they needed a touchdown, they got it. Every other time during that game against San Fran, they could barely move the ball. I think both these teams are, frustrating their fan base, if you will. I think the under is the play. I think this is going to be a low-scoring game, and a lot of Thursday night games are low-scoring games. It's perennially been that way. Let's not overthink this play. 43.5, take the under, and guys, bet it now. I think it might go down a little bit, and 43 is a crucial number in total betting because of 2020 as a score. Before we get into all the Sunday games, I just want to take care of some business, let you guys all know it's been an outstanding year so far. My clients last week went 5-2 in their NFL bets. The week before, they went 5-2 in their NFL bets. That's right. I'm on a 10-4 NFL run. I am 64% to start the NFL season. But put all of that aside, my clients get every single ATS bet on every single game that has happened this year. That is correct. There have been 48 ATS bets this season in the NFL. I have won 31 of them. I am 31-17 across the board in NFL bets. And if you buy my Sunday package, you will get ATS bets on every single game on the board. For the guys watching this video, it's been an outstanding run as well. So thank you for doing that. Hit the like button, everybody. Comment in the comment section. I read all the comments. And make sure to subscribe to our channel. I want to give out a promo for you guys, and I've got a $1 promo coming up later. But right now, we have an all-access promo for you guys. 30 days of all my plays. And I am up. I have had 3 losing days in the last 14. That's right. In the last 2 weeks, I've had 3 losing days. So please use the promo code 199PREZ. That's 199PREZ. You get 30-day all-access college football, NFL, NHL when it starts, and same with the National Basketball Association. So that's 199PREZ. Let's move on. We got a game in Dublin, Ireland, home of the Guinness. -2.5 of the Minnesota Vikings playing the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I don't normally bet these games across the pond. I never know what's going to happen. Like crazy shit goes on over there. So with that said, I'm not going to bet this game, but I do like Minnesota here. I like Minnesota minus the 2.5, and I think Minnesota could get this done all the way up to 7, frankly. I look at this Pittsburgh team, and I think they're horrible. I mean, they couldn't beat Seattle at home. Then they go on the road to New England. They have 5 turnovers. They caused 5 turnovers. New England turned the ball over 5 times and still could have won the game with 3 minutes to go. That is a terrible reflection on the Pittsburgh Steelers. Conversely, it doesn't matter who's quarterback at Minnesota. I think Kevin O'Connell might be, well, I think he's for sure top 3 coach in the league, but he's #1 quarterback whisperer of all time. I mean, this team is rock solid. They got a better defense than Pittsburgh. They got a better offense than Pittsburgh. I like Minnesota, and I think they can win this game all the way up to 7. Now we turn our attention to Philadelphia, -3.5 against Tampa Bay, and a total of 43. Very interesting total here because Tampa Bay should never have a total of 43. This is a team that could be down 20-3 at half and still go over the total when all said and done. One thing we know about Tampa, they can score and they can score fast. With that said, we do not know if Mike Evans is going to be available, but there might be a Chris Godwin sighting. So with all that said, I'm going to look at taking the over in this game. I don't want to take the side because I think Philadelphia is in a horrible spot. And I don't want to play against Tampa Bay right now because of the way they lost their last game. So we're going to look at over the total. This was 45 at one point. 89% of the money bet to the under. And I get it in the sense that Philadelphia runs the ball and slows the clock down. But Philadelphia could throw long bombs. We saw it in the second half against the Rams. Philadelphia can score fast. We saw it in the second half against the Rams. And Tampa Bay can keep up with anybody. Take over the total of 43.5 in the Philly-Tampa Bay game. -16.5 with the Buffalo Bills. How do you bet a team that big? Well, the last 68 times a team has been -15.5 and more. That team is 62-6 straight up, which means 6 times in the last 68 situations, the dog won. Against the spread, it's 34-30-4. So it's a wash. But I found a bet. It is 26-41-1 to the under. So in a game where a line is -15.5 or more, the under happens 61.5 and more. That team is 62-6 straight up, which means 6 times in the last 68 situations, the dog won. Against the spread, it's 34-30-4. So it's a wash. But I found a bet. It is 26, 41, and 1 to the under. So in a game where a line is minus 15.5 or more, the under happens 61% of the time. That is a bet, and that is where we're going in this football game, and it makes total sense to me. 47.5 is the total here, guys. Let's say Buffalo, and their team total is 30.5. Let's say they accomplish that. Let's say they get to 33. New Orleans is not putting up 14 points in this game. I don't think New Orleans puts up 12 points in this game. Now, I don't know if Buffalo's going to keep scoring and scoring and scoring so that they could cover that 16.5. Maybe Buffalo goes up really early and puts the scrubs in. Who knows? But what I do know is New Orleans ain't going to get us to 14, and 47.5 is too high. Take under the total. Now, Carolina going to New England. Carolina outstanding when they look great defensively, and they were able to move the ball offensively against Atlanta, who has shown to be quite competent on defense. Now they're playing a New England team that is basically in must-win mode, and they're at home minus 5.5. Explain to me, in what world does New England deserve to be minus 5.5? Okay, if they were playing the New Orleans Saints, but they're not. They're playing the Carolina Panthers, and I understand that this Carolina team has this gray cloud over their head for the last 3-4 years. This is not the same team. This is a much better team than they were last year, and we saw it last week. The bottom line here is, I want the points. Do I think New England can win? Sure. Do I think Carolina can win? Why not? Both of these teams are horrible. Let's take the dog. Carolina plus 5.5. Now, Washington playing Atlanta. Tons of money were originally bet on Washington. It went all the way up to minus 2.5. There's still a minus 2.5 out there at some places. But as I'm speaking, the money is pouring in on the Atlanta Falcons. Pouring in. It is now Washington minus 1. And it's likely going to become a pick'em. And I agree with the slide move 100%. You want to talk about an overreaction? Every team has a bad team. Does Green Bay suck? Why would you bet Green Bay minus 7 against Dallas after they lost to Cleveland? Same situation Atlanta faces. Yeah, they sucked last week, just like Green Bay. Yeah, they went to Carolina and lost, just like Green Bay did with Cleveland. Yet Green Bay is minus 7 against Dallas, and Atlanta is like +1 at home against a Jaden Daniels injured Washington Redskins team. I know I keep calling them the Redskins. So be it. Look at the hat. It's a Redskin hat. Anyway, I love Atlanta in this spot, and Atlanta will likely be a circa play for me. Cleveland going into Detroit. Detroit minus 8.5, 45. I like Detroit here. I hate laying this kind of number, but man, like, when does this Detroit team not score? They're going to put up 30 plus easily against this Browns team, even with the Browns defense being as great as they are, and they are amazing. I just don't think Cleveland can keep up here. I mean, if Detroit puts up, a bad game, 24, can Cleveland put up 14? I don't think so. Probably not. I like Detroit here, guys. And when I like a home favorite of more than a touchdown, bet it, because that happens very rarely. Tennessee playing Houston. Houston minus 739. Houston cannot be minus 7 against anybody except maybe New Orleans. Tennessee laid a total egg last week. I had them for my clients, one of my losses. Do they bounce back? I don't know. Guys, let's just lay off this game and move on. The Chargers playing the Giants. So last week, you know what? Before we get into that, I'm going to give out my $1 promo. Guys, remember to like this show, hit the subscribe button, and watch my other show, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, the best betting show ever. It's with me, Joe Ranieri, and Art DeCesar, and we're getting rave reviews. Anyway, I have a 5% play up this coming I have a 5% play up this coming Sunday, and it's yours for $1. We did the exact same promotion last week. It was really well received. Tons of you guys took advantage of it. This is only for people who have never purchased at WagerTalk ever. So this is your first purchase. You head over to WagerTalk and you use the promo code BEST, BEST, BEST1. That's BEST1. And you get my 5% NFL football play. I'm 2-0 this season in those plays for only $1. Let's turn our attention to the Chargers and the New York Giants. And this just in, Jackson Dart looks like he will be starting. Or better yet, this just in, Russell Wilson looks like his career is over. Bye. How do we handicap this game? Well, last week I painted a picture for you. I said, guys, let's pretend that Green Bay wins the Super Bowl, and me and you are sitting on a beach in February, and we're reminiscing about how the Packers won the Super Bowl. And I turn to you and I say, hey, remember back in week 3 when the Packers lost to the Cleveland Browns? Well, this is the exact same scenario. The Chargers can win the Super Bowl, and we will sit there and say, guys, remember way back in week 4 when the Chargers lost to the New York Giants? This is a horrible, horrible spot for the Chargers. Are you kidding me? They have just played 3 division games in a row. 3 division games in a row. Now they are playing out of conference across the country, up north, against a New York Giants team that is playing well defensively, that now has a new quarterback that's going to add a whole lot of life to this team. This is a horrible spot for the Chargers. Take the New York Giants plus the points, and just like with the Cleveland Browns, sprinkle a little bit on the money line. Jacksonville playing San Fran. San Fran is now minus 3.5, total of 47. I like the under in this football game. There is no chance I am taking San Fran with a hook. This team is massively injured. But man, Jacksonville, 17-10 last week. This team is struggling to find consistent rhythm. San Fran is going to slow this game down to a crawl. How the hell is this total at 47? I love this play. One of my favorite totals of the week. Take San Fran and Jacksonville under. The Rams minus 4 against Indianapolis, 49.5. I like the Rams here, guys. Indy is a huge fade team for me, not only this week, but maybe moving forward. This team has basically played the New Orleans Saints 3 times in a row. And now they're a 3-0 juggernaut, ready to go on the road and take on the perennial playoff-bound LA Rams, coming off of one of the most horrible losses in their last 2 years. I don't think so. The Rams defense is going to shut Danny Dimes down. The Rams offense is going to find a way to score. Minus 4 does not scare me. Take the Los Angeles Rams. Chicago, Las Vegas. This game's a pass for me, guys. I hate to say it, like Chicago pizza, I don't want anything to do with Chicago right now. I was wrong last week. Let's move on. Let's see what the Chicago team does this week. Same with the Raiders. Another team, Geno Smith, has done nothing so far this year. This is a wait-and-see game. Baltimore playing Kansas City. Baltimore minus 2.5. There are a few threes up there. 48.5 is the total. And I just want to throw one stat out at you guys. Baltimore has lost 2 games in a row, while the last time that happened was at the beginning of last season. For some reason, this team bounces back like nobody's business. Now they play a Kansas City Chiefs team. I don't think this KC team is the same team they were last year, or the year before, or the year before that. This KC team, go look at how well their defense is at stopping the run. The Chargers put up 100 plus. The freaking Chargers. They don't even run the damn ball. I understand Philadelphia put up some big running numbers, but Philly could put up running numbers on anybody. But the Giants, some dude named Scatabo, yeah, never heard of him. I know who he is, and he actually looks like a fun running back. But some guy named Scatabo put up like 1 million. The New York Giants were able to run up and down on this team. Lamar and the King are going to have a field day in the backfield. I love the Baltimore Ravens here. Take them -2.5. Green Bay, Dallas. Man, I wish CeeDee Lamb was playing in this game. I'm going to probably end up on the over in this game anyway. It's been bet down to 47. You know, I look at it and I understand there's injuries everywhere. Green Bay's lost a couple of O-linemen. Dallas is messed up. But, man, this Dallas defense is so bad. Green Bay has to be able to get 3-4 touchdowns on them. And Green Bay is coming off their worst performance in a long time. So I expect a huge offensive output from this Green Bay Packer team. Now, I understand that they have a great defense. But this Dallas team at home on the carpet, we've seen it year after year. They're going to put points up. 47 is just too low a number. I love this play. One of my favorite totals again. Take over the total in the Green Bay-Dallas game. Now, before we get into Monday night, really quick, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, make sure to comment. Check out my daily videos with Joe Ranieri and Art DeCesar. It's a daily show about 30 minutes long. It's called The Best Betting Show Ever. And use the promo code BEST1 if you've never purchased from WagerTalk before to get my 5% play on Sunday for only $1. Now we get into the Monday games. We got the Jets +2.5 against Miami. I really like Miami here, guys. Miami showed a lot of moxie last week. They played very well against Buffalo, and they could have got out of that game with a dub. I think they are now have a long rest. I think they recognize that the season is not over for them, that there are weak teams all over the AFC, that there is a pathway to turn this around. And Miami has an absolute puff cake schedule for the next 3 games. Absolutely no reason this Miami team can't be 3-3 in a month from now. As for the New York Jets, this team is just bad. And I understand, like, when have they been good? Why would we expect the New York Jets to be good? There's no reason. I understand that they covered against Tampa Bay, but come on, man. That was leverage when he jumped over the guy. Total bullshit missed call. New York Jets should not have covered that game against Tampa Bay. So with that said, I like Miami. I also like in the Denver-Cincinnati game, I like Denver -7. Man, Bo Nix just really can't stop turning the ball over, and he's also missing a lot of these long bombs. But to Sean Payton's credit, they're making long bombs, and they are going to connect. And this Cincinnati D is horrible, horrible. Just like the Detroit Lions, I hate taking touchdowns or more in any game, but I just can't see Cincinnati keeping up. And Denver is, well, they got to win this game. I mean, this is an absolutely crucial game for the Broncos. They should have got it done last week. They could have got it done last week. I think we have an angry Denver Bronco team. I think they win by 10 or more. Take them against Cincinnati. That's it for the show, everybody. What a fun season it's been so far. I hope you guys are following my plays. I hope you guys are betting my plays. Let me know what bets you're making in the comments section and whether this show is helpful or not. Lots of love to all of you guys. I hope we all win together. That's the most important thing. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week.
NFL.
Hey guys, welcome back to WiseKracks. Bill Krackomberger, John Orlando. Fabulous Westgate Superbook. John, you know, I got to start right out with your poker.
That's what I was hoping you were going to start with.
A little success. You know, last week I gave John $800, $400, and then $400 for the rebuy.
Yeah.
I didn't know you didn't rebuy.
I didn't rebuy because I went deep in that one.
Yeah, no, I always say let your conscience be your mind.
Yeah.
You know, so.
So do I get points for a random text to you yesterday saying, hey, I jumped in the win daily?
Yeah. Yeah, so
part of the rebuy
yeah,
money.
he jumped in with $200.
Yeah.
I think you found your speed. Anything from like 20 to $50.
You know.
200. No.
Yeah. Should I just play here? The $40 pineapple over here.
I'm just
You're
saying, like,
killing me right now.
No, I'm not trying. I'm just saying. I think you finally found your speed, though. But if not, I had that $29 8 a.m. tournament. they have with the pocketbook mob, the Sewing Circle downtown Henderson.
Pocketbook.
Every morning, you could play in that. I think you'll do really
All right, so
good.
let me ask you
Joni's
this.
Sewing Circle.
I've got us back to 800.
Okay.
The bankroll's at 800.
You want me to spread out so you can spread the
No.
money out?
No. Hold on. I want to bounce this off you. Tomorrow, we can play. We can fire 2 bullets at a $400 senior event.
Yeah, you need that senior one. That's the one. No, that's the one I'm in.
That's the one?
You have enough?
Yeah, I have enough.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah,
Okay.
no, you need the senior.
That's the one you want.
Where are you
All right.
playing at?
Venetian.
Okay, so if anyone wants to know,
I'm there.
where John is,
We're going deep,
and that's where he'll be. So, good for you. You kept on sending me text again, and I just wasn't really answering.
You were waiting. You didn't respond.
I was waiting for the broken heart emoji. I'll get that tomorrow. But you're playing with seniors, though. You got a shot. You should really. You get so many chips in these tournaments.
I know. You
had like 300,000 when the average stack was 80 or something.
The last 2 tournaments I have had at some point for a long time, 10% of the chips in play. I don't understand how the wheels fall off. I think maybe I need a little work, tighten up my bet sizing when I'm ahead. I think I overbet because I'm afraid of them catching up.
Okay. All right.
And I think I'm not getting enough value on hands that I am winning on. I think I'm not getting as many chips as I should get.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I need to talk to Coach Madsen about this.
Yeah. And guys, just make sure you like and subscribe. We really appreciate that. Every week that helps with the algorithm and helps with things. So we appreciate you guys doing that. John, I was out of town for a couple days. Right after the show, I popped out of town.
You're like a ghost. You come and go. I don't even know where you're at.
Well, I don't travel like I used to. But John, I haven't traveled since last November. That's how long it's been. So, but I went back and I went back on my buddy in Pennsylvania. So he bet the Eagles for $50, and I had a ridiculous amount of money. My biggest bet of the week was probably the Rams because I had plus 4.5, plus 4, even a little bit plus 3.5, no juice.
Yeah.
So he doesn't know why. I don't tell him. I don't have no reaction. There was zero reaction. He was so happy, screaming and yelling, "Yes, do you believe this?" 58 to 150 he had. He's probably could buy and sell me 5 times over.
Really?
Yeah. He's worth a lot of money. He's literally worth a good 8 figures. And he was screaming and yelling. And I just, he has my 2006 Chrysler 300 outside. And I said to him, "Wait a minute, you still have the car?" He bought a lot of my car. I had a Lincoln Navigator he bought 4 years later. He bought my car 4 years later. He's got 272,000 miles in the car. And I'm like, when are you going to enjoy this money? When are you going to enjoy it?
Right.
He's the guy I had on the phone with you in the car, if you remember.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
When is he going to enjoy the money? He's 67, I think, now. I don't know. I want him to enjoy the money more. He's got a lot of it.
Right.
And he just came into it the last 10 years and got a lot of money. But, and by the way, I'm saying this stuff, and, I love the guy. He bought dinner. I made him buy dinner boat nights. But he volunteered. It wasn't. Yeah, he actually said, he made a comment that I like to use. I learned it off him. Keep your record clean. When I went to go pay a tip, he did buy dinner.
But he likes to sweat. He likes to gamble a little.
Yeah. His whole life is politics.
Right.
He's got politics on in the background. You got the games on silent and the politics on. I just think it's very destructive internally, And he watches everyone. He watches, he watches 3 networks. He watches Fox, CNN, and MSNBC maybe.
Yeah. Which side of the fence is he on?
It don't matter. Why we don't get political.
All right.
Yeah, but he's on the right side. No, I mean the correct side.
Right. Yeah. I got
but
you.
but I don't get into politics, at all, really.
And he bets $50 a game. That's his range.
Yeah,
$50 to
$50 a
100.
game. Yeah. And John, you want to know something? I ran into another guy that I remember him being a big BM, big bookmaker years ago.
Yeah.
And he says, I haven't booked in 10 years. I said, wait a minute, hold on a minute. What happened to all your customers? You had a couple hundred, like it was one of the biggest ones.
Really?
And he's like, no, that FanDuel, DraftKings,
took him out.
They took. I said, well, hold it, time out. What do you mean they took you out? He said they had this apps you can bet on all the time. There's commercials on TV with all the guys, and they took all my customers. I said, no way, because I thought the opposite.
Right.
I thought that. I remember the New York Post had like an article about something, and when the gambling first came out, I said, there's no way they could be right. Maybe they are right. This is the second guy I used to know, street bookmaker from 10 plus years ago, that doesn't book anymore.
But isn't there still a lot of guys that want to bet on credit?
Well, think about it. Like he said, he goes, the only guys that want to bet now on credit are the guys that have no money.
Oh.
They're not even paying.
So you can't collect.
Wow. I never even really gave that a thought. I just thought that I thought you were creating a whole new genre of guys that didn't gamble, kids that didn't gamble, 21, 22, 20. I guess I'm wrong.
Wow.
It was amazing. Yeah.
So what does he do now?
He lives off some savings.
Okay.
And I think his kids are very well off. But yeah, I mean, 10 years. I cannot believe this guy. It's been 8 years, I think, he hasn't booked. Wow.
Speaking of bookmakers, we're on the countdown now. Our buddy is going. He's going to be going to Matt.
Yeah, Matt's going away in October.
Next week, right?
Yeah. I know he's going away. And he's doing a year and a day. Maybe he'll get out a little bit early, though.
Yeah.
And we'll go back and interview him after.
Yeah.
We'll interview him after for sure. John, remember those cyber terrorist guys that got seizures?
I saw.
Did you see they arrested a teenager?
They arrested a teenager.
Oh, my God. They can't even give his name because he's so young.
Yeah.
This kid stole $100 million.
Yeah.
$100 million. And the hacker was arrested. No information about him because of his age, I guess. But
what did they say? What he's facing?
Multiple charges: extortion, unlawful acts involving computer for sophisticated crime. In 2023, it resulted in seizures, losing sensitive data, according to financial filings. MGM also experienced operational, disruptions. But
which
he got the money.
Didn't pay? Who didn't pay? Was
MGM
it
didn't pay.
MGM didn't pay.
I'm almost positive, but I cannot believe that they found him. I cannot. They put this. They said it says they targeted this Orger cyber threat under names Scattered Spider, Octotempest, UNC 3944, and Octopus. So this was the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Las Vegas Cyber Task Force. Wow. So now the reason why I say that, John, is because now again just recently, Boyd Company was hacked.
Right.
The Boyd Gaming Corporation from an internal person. The U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission on September 23rd, just a couple, that's yesterday. Just yesterday, they own 29 casinos, various locations of Nevada, Mississippi, Illinois, and Indiana, Louisiana, all over the country, and authorized third-party access their internal IT system. And, supposedly, they're not saying what this person did, but that's what brought this up. When I seen that story about the Boyd thing, and then I seen the next one, I was like, wow. I did not know that I didn't know they caught that kid. You knew?
I heard about it like a couple days ago. Yeah.
I mean, that must mean he's like 17. He was 15.
Has to be.
Wow.
They're smart when these young kids. They grow up with iPads in their hands at 4 years old. They're just so tech savvy.
John, heritagesports.eu, been around 30 years. heritagesports.eu has a 100% bonus right now, sign-up bonus, reduced juice, a $500 money-back guarantee. Like I said, these guys have been around 30 years. They have different kind of Bitcoin and get out of your bet at halftime. They pick a game every week to get out at halftime if you think you're doing bad.
Is the money-back guarantee on all your bets totaling 500 or one bet at 500?
I think it's one bet.
So that's the play, right? Would you, if you were signing up, you get the 100% bonus, and you fire.
Yeah, you want to do it on one bet. That's amazing you say that, because some of these places, even the big sites, they'll give you a $250 bonus on your first bet back. So people bet $50. No, you got to utilize the whole $250. Unload on that. So.
And would you unload on a underdog?
Yes, I actually
max value.
I'll actually bet something taking 2-1 or more. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And you don't have to even know much. You could just you could handicap by looking at the other sites and seeing where one of the sites that you're playing with the bonus with has better odds on a dog.
Yeah.
Maybe play it on that
I'll tell
dog.
you where you could get a lot of value.
Your market capping
on a dog, if they'll take the bets, is Dana White Contender Series for those kind of bets, because there's so many underdogs on Tuesday nights trying to fight their way into the UFC.
Yeah.
The lines are absolutely off on a lot of these fights. I'm surprised. Are you betting at all on Tuesday nights?
Listen, I bet last Tuesday night on someone gave me a favorite minus, I don't know what it was, and when I got on it like minus 210 or something, I forget what it was, but it closed like 3-1 and it lost.
And it lost.
It lost.
The point I'm making.
Yeah, we talk about losers too.
Yeah, but I mean, taking underdogs on Tuesday nights is the way to go for contender.
I say that, and since I talk about a loser, I mean, I am having an unbelievable football season. Knock on wood. College has been unbelievable. Pros, the props have been great. It's been really good. College totals, college football. So, that's over at WagerTalk, so you guys know that.
Are you still alive in the Survivor?
Yeah. We're gonna have Buffaloes this week. Okay. They're a big favorite this week. I did put that's the $100,000 entry. On the $1,000 entries, we're gonna mix it up a little bit because I had 6 Buffaloes already. So we'll see. But yeah, Survivor's going good. So far. Did you see this idiot that jumped off the cruise?
No.
To avoid the $16,000 he owed.
Wait, what?
Yeah. So this cruise passenger lost $16,000. Supposedly he took markers and he had the cash. So he had $15,000 cash on him when jet skiers picked him up. They were leaving the port, and it's just a crazy story. He had fake IDs on him, and he jumped the ship. I just figured it was a big story. I just was like, look at this knucklehead, jumps off the ship. So, but I don't want to go too deep into it because it may give you an idea. I know you always look for these kind of good things. It's kind of interesting. So, John, you know the guy that was he bet the golf tournament when it was under a rain delay.
Yep.
And he's suing DraftKings for the $14 million.
Oh, right.
Remember that guy?
Yeah,
we talked about it 2 months ago.
Yeah.
So, the Iowa gamblers urging the judge to rule on this case, and. I'll go after certain sportsbooks for certain things. I'm on the sportsbook side on this one, which is unusual because DraftKings really pisses me off about a lot of things.
Recap the story for.
So this guy, he placed 5 bets during the 2024 Pebble Beach Pro-Am. The bad weather forced the organizers to end the tournament after 54 holes. But after the 54 holes, he bet that was going to be the results, knowing it was that type of a tournament and hoping they didn't resume.
Yep.
I guess it's cute, and the software shouldn't have taken it. I got his back there. Software should not have taken it, But so he does deserve something. But in the rules, it stated that you have to play 72 holes. So it does state that. So, that he's got no argument.
Do you think he'll get anything?
I don't think he'll get anything. I don't think, because in the rules, it does say the 72. Do you even play golf? I don't know. Probably
I went and played golf for the first time in like 30 years about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
And I have been making fun of golf for probably 8 years since I started doing Action Junkies.
And now you're going to get addicted to it?
I'm absolutely going to get addicted to it.
Wow.
You play?
Well, I think that you should definitely take up this and get rid of the poker.
That's mean.
No, I'm not
That's
mean. I'm not trying to be mean. People get upset at me when I say that stuff. It's definitely a good hobby to replace it with. That's all I'm saying.
I think,
fun.
I don't know. Golf might be more money. Golf might be more expensive than poker.
Oh, you're going to be gambling on the golf course?
No, just playing it is expensive.
Oh, is it expensive?
Yeah.
Okay. Trust me, it's not as much as poker tournaments.
Okay. All right.
But anyway, though, I actually used to play golf a couple times a week. High school, college. Yeah. I enjoyed college. I didn't go to college, by the way. I mean, high school. That's what I meant to say.
During college years.
Yeah. People that are in college years. So, I used to go in Monmouth County and line up in the morning at the county courses to go out for a later tee time. It was great. Played some great courses there. Played with my cousin Anthony all the time. And of course, you're playing with some other guys that were just really cool to play with, and they're about your speed. And I had a lot of good time on the golf course. And I was out in Verona, California, in Verona and San Diego, and I played golf for the first time with a couple guys. I took a 5-wood. It was a 210-yard par 3, a 5-wood, and hit it 5 feet from the cup and put the club in the bag and said, that's it. I can't do that again. I'm done for the day. And they even got mad at me. I was like, I'll putt out, but that's it. I got my birdie, and that's it. But yeah, but it comes right back like roller skating. The first 2 holes did. I think it's par 3 was the 3rd hole. But it comes right back, though, and it's so much fun.
It was a lot of fun.
You go to pitch and putts and the ranges and stuff,
and
you have a lot of fun with that. And then you realize going out there on a course how much more difficult it is. But it's fun, though. You take a couple mulligans, have a day of it. The weather here is absolutely gorgeous.
So good right now.
Best months to come out here, September, October, I always say. May, June, beginning of June.
By the way, this town's busy right now for all the Vegas is dead people.
Well, I was going to get to talk about that. Hold on. Because so social media was ripping into this first destination being Las Vegas and how bad it was. And it has been slower. So there's these sales now. All these casinos now are coming up with these sales. 5-day sales. I was reading this article. It said the resorts, restaurants, entertainment includes discounts, 25% off Bellagio rooms, $100 food credit, 33% off suites at Venetian, $150 dining credit at Resorts World. Caesars offered 50% off room rates at Harris and the Link. Flamingo also. So this was really interesting. Like, these places are offering these. They're saying it comes to a response to a 7-month slump in tourism. June visitation was down 11% over the year, but the gambling was actually up. So we know the gambling was up every single month over the year. That's normally what matters, but we're a place that 50% of the money that's made is from non-gaming revenue. So I guess they have to do this kind of thing. So I don't know if it's a little bit too late for this stuff, but where have you been? It's been busy.
When I'm in the casinos, like at Wynn yesterday was busy.
Wynn was busy because usually Wynn is not busy. Usually Wynn's
Venetian Palazzo is packed almost daily.
Oh wow!
When I'm over there.
Well, that's a big place for. They have lots of different conventions there.
Yeah.
Not the Wynn though.
I was with Vanessa. We were at Caesars last week at night.
Caesars has unbelievable foot traffic.
Yeah.
They have unbelievable foot traffic. I don't know how they lose money every quarter. They have. I mean, it's just sick how many people are in there.
While we're on it, new restaurant alert opening inside the Palazzo on the mall level near the poker room. My buddies that own Boa in LA. Boa is a very famous steakhouse in LA.
Here. They have one here at the
bad
Forum.
location. They were in the Forum shops, like hidden.
Upstairs,
They're opening a new one inside Palazzo next month.
Wow.
Should be good. We'll go. I got invited to friends and family. Comped. I got you, Bill. Comped.
I figured there was a comp involved. All right. So, speaking of that, there's a chef. I don't know him. I've never met him. I don't know who he is. But there's a chef that's downtown that I really like. And he has, now I can't think of the restaurant's name now. Come on, Bill, you'll get it. There's a great restaurant there.
Barry's Prime.
No, me and you went to that restaurant.
Oh, downstairs?
I went there too. Boy, this is terrible.
I went with you. It was me, you, and
I actually
else.
pulled something up here. James Trees. Sorry, guys. James Trees. He has like 4 restaurants in town. And one of them I've been to multiple times, Esther's Kitchen.
Yes.
I've been there multiple times. Have you been there yet, in the Arts District?
No.
Oh, it's great.
I've heard, though.
It's unbelievable. It's fantastic.
A lot of people talk about it.
Also, Al Solito Pasto in Summerlin, Ada's Food and Wine. There's so many different things that this guy has. He's a great chef. And now he's opening up his first restaurant in a casino. It's going to be called High Stakes at the Rio. So let me tell you something.
At the Rio.
At the Rio.
Rio's trying to make a comeback.
They are. I like it in there. I like the Rio. I think they've done a great job. They had some great deals there. They got maybe a little bit mad at me that I posted their $500 offer. A lot of people came in. That's what they offered, though. But they were fine. Their social media went back and forth with me. I thought that was pretty cool. Usually, casino social media is petrified to talk to anybody. So High Stakes is going to be his 5th Las Vegas restaurant. And I just know from his other restaurants, like I said, I've been in some of his restaurants, 2 different ones of his restaurants, and his food is off the charts. So if you guys ever want to get to that Arts District too, what a great place to go, walk around. Have you been walking around there?
I haven't.
No, you won't walk around there. It's too high for Lloyd. But yeah, I wouldn't think you'd walk around it. But for us blue-collar people that have grown up blue-collar, we like to walk. And that place, they did an unbelievable job in that area there. You can walk over there, John. Nothing's going to happen to you. Relax. You're always worried about being kidnapped and stuff. All right, some other. How about some other news here? I didn't even know Emmett Smith had a steak.
Yes.
He had a steakhouse here?
Yeah, it's at Fashion Show Mall right near Benihana, and they just locked him out.
They didn't pay $407,000 in rent.
It's a lot of back rent.
Yeah, back rent. I didn't even know they had a steakhouse here.
Yeah, I went one time. I went to the opening.
Wow.
It was good.
Really? I didn't know they had a...
Yeah, it was good.
I didn't know they had one, though. But now, the reason why I bring up this, too, in the same article, so this guy died, and we're not going to mention the restaurant or the casino, because that doesn't matter. So someone died at 35 years old, and he died in the casino, and they were trying to help him with an external defibrillator that was available. No, actually, that's what they're suing about, because they had a defibrillator on site, they didn't use it for him. 35 years old, and someone tried to help him in the restaurant, didn't know how he died. But this is a scary situation.
Yeah.
You know, me just being human nature, if I see someone choking or something,
yeah,
I'm going to try to help them.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I didn't take a class or a course, but I've watched online things.
Sure.
How you help people with the Heimlich.
Yeah.
But yet others say, oh no, you'll get sued. Don't touch him. Let him die.
That's crazy.
Let him die.
No, that's crazy. I lost a buddy that same way at 9 Steakhouse at the Palms, Seth Marsh. You may have heard of Bang the Gavel. It's an auction company.
So
they ran a lot of charity auctions years ago. This was maybe 15 years ago, 12 years ago. Yeah, it's a really, really sad thing.
It's so bad. It's so terrible that can happen to people, that no one helps. I don't know. I just, my nature would be to help or find someone that knows something better than me. But, you know, John, this has happened so many times in casinos. It's happened on crap tables where they keep on shooting the dice. Guy dead? All right, good. Get a shooter. Let's go, get a roll.
Really?
I'm dead serious. Listen, people that are watching, you guys know this has happened multiple times. Atlantic City, probably mostly. Atlantic City's a tough crowd. Boy,
Super.
Atlantic City, Philadelphia, those
Ruthless.
casinos there. I even put a note in my phone. I almost got into a fist fight. I almost got into a fist fight the other day.
The other day?
Yeah, it just happened to me. It just happened to me the other day. Listen, literally, I wrote it down here. I actually wrote it down. That's how bad it was. Well, I know what happened. So, a senior lady, like 80 years old, her and her husband were there. Her husband was so cute. They were at the bar at this casino I was playing in. I was playing to run a promotion.
You're not going to say the name?
No, why say it?
All right.
Why say it?
I just like the context.
Yeah, but
All
it's outside of Philly. But
right, because we were back east. I thought you meant here.
No.
Okay.
So no, this is all about back east.
Right,
people.
gotcha.
So they're big on bars like the bars with the video poker and stuff, blackjack. And I was playing a machine there, playing a promotion, and this lady asked me to put my bag on this machine next to me. She goes, "Can you do me a favor? My sister's coming here, and she's parking now. And can you put your bag there to hold them so we can have these three?" I said,
I
"Sure.
know where you're headed.
It's no problem." So, sure enough, 10, 12 minutes, maybe 15. She said to me she's renting a scooter from the front. She's waiting for him to bring the scooter to valet, and she'll be here. I said, "Yeah, no problem." Sure enough, a drunken idiot comes over and tries to sit down. I said, "Buddy, guy, the bag's there. She's gonna play." I'm real nice to him. Her sister's coming in. The guy starts cursing me out. "That effing bag, that's been there the whole effing time you're talking about." Now, listen, I'm no tough guy.
Palmolive hands.
Palmolive hands. But I'll tell you what, I don't know what it is. I can't take someone cursing in my face.
I like that.
I got right up. And
Really?
he's a pretty good sized guy, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I said, "Buddy, listen. See the lady there? Her sister's coming here. Don't give me a hard time. Take a walk." And he starts going back. I'm not going to hit him first. I'm going to wait. But I'll tell you what. I am using all my 200 pounds plus. If he hits me, I am body slam. I am grabbing him.
Yeah.
I'm no tough guy. Don't come off wrong. I'm not going to take no one cursing at me.
Yeah.
You know what? He was kind of cursing at them too.
Right. Indirectly.
He actually turned to them. "This has been here. What are you talking about?" And as soon as he pointed to them, I got up out of the chair.
I love it.
I'm not going to take
Good
no
for
one
you.
cursing at anybody. But it's that East Coast crowd, man.
Yeah.
They're there to win.
Right.
They are there to win. No other question to say it. They're there to win. They're not there to just have fun for the day. Vegas out here.
Yeah.
You see more couples arguing like Atlantic City. People argue. I see more people like going to the parking garage. "F you. You're the one who wanted to come."
Yeah.
Constantly, I see it back east.
And not that it matters, but in this case, was the machine he wanted to play one of those that you're looking for?
No.
No, this was just a random machine for him.
Matter of fact, there's about 30 of them all over the bar.
Right.
He wanted to play that one. Yeah, maybe I understand. Maybe he won something there in the past.
Yeah.
But anyway, like I said, you just see that Here, people come like more touristy, more
Yeah.
have a good time, and maybe even more bankroll management. Over there, they're there to win.
Yeah.
They're there to win. And if they lose, it can't be their fault. Misplaced rage.
The end result, though, he was like, whatever, and he walked away.
Yeah, he did.
I like it, Bill.
You know,
I
it's
like
funny.
it.
So I'm in not Philadelphia, but I was somewhere like North Jersey or something. I was somewhere, and let me think where it was. Might have been New York City. Because I flew into the JFK. I had to see someone up there, and I had lunch with him. But I grabbed a couple bagels in New York, and there's nothing like it. Before driving, there's nothing like New York. The bagels are great, but the same lady that's ringing up the bills with no gloves on, she takes the bagels, slices the bagels, and I don't even care. And you know, I'm a germphobe.
Sure.
Yeah, put it on there. Go ahead.
Right.
Put that on there. I mean, the bagels are that good. Go ahead. Do it.
I love
How
it.
can I not? My man, Jerry Eisenberg.
I love it.
Jerry Eisenberg calling me, 94 years old, but...
Get it.
Jerry, I'm going to call you after the show.
All right.
That's my buddy, famous Star Ledger reporter for years. Gave the eulogy at Muhammad Ali's funeral.
I want to
God
say
bless
I
him.
met him at
might have.
Tuscany at dinner.
Yes.
With my dad.
Yes, your
and
dad
his
was there that
wife.
night. Him and his wife
Okay,
were there.
yeah.
Yep, Jerry Eisenberg.
Yep.
Yep. How about, I noticed something this trip. It was in Scranton, though. I noticed 4 people again splitting checks. I thought about the waitress. They didn't tell the waitress ahead of time. Like,
So annoying.
the waitress was like, oh, no.
Right.
I overheard them. She's like, there's 4 of us, we need 4 checks. I said, wait. She goes, if you tell me that at the beginning, I would have wrote each people, which is still a pain in the ass.
Right.
You know?
But at least it's easier.
I just don't get it.
Just divide it by 4, call it a day. No.
You had the locks, Moish. No, I didn't. Irving had it. You know, I mean, they wouldn't.
Yeah.
I can't stand seeing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I have friends that do it, Bill.
No,
Drives me
listen,
nuts.
I get it. I'm not saying you don't do that.
No, I
Credit
hate
card
it.
roulette and stuff. There's ways to do it. I get it. We're in
Yeah.
Vegas here. I just felt so bad. This guy, this waitress, the girl, did that. Hey, okay, Randy, we're bringing you in to see if you can keep people out of this homeless shelter you put them in the first few weeks. But last week you were 3-2. Am I right, Randy?
That is correct. 3-2 with the Teaser win.
Congratulations on Philly. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. What do you got this week?
I got 3 plays. 2 of them moved, unfortunately, but I'll explain how to bet them because they moved. I think there's still advantageous ways to bet these 2 teams. So, and then I got another straight bet for Monday Night Football. So if you want to get into it, we can.
These guys bringing a pile of money by us. All right, go ahead.
I see that whole card.
Whole car full of cash. I seen that, like security with them and everything. All right, so give me the. Let's have the games.
Okay, the first game I bet the Pittsburgh Steelers +3 straight bet. Can't get that right now, so I
+3
recommend
minus a quarter. By the way, because I know someone that bet it this morning. So just to let you know.
So the best way to get at that game now would be at a teaser up to 8.5 with my second selection here coming up. But I'll explain to you why I like the Steelers here. We got a battle of 2-1 teams. It was supposed to be a home game for the Steelers, but of course NFL wants them to play in Ireland. Good old Ireland. The game is at
6:30 a.m. Vegas time.
Yeah. So this is a low total 41. Should be a low scoring, close game. We don't know yet if the Vikings can transition here with Carson Wentz. The Pittsburgh defense hasn't been that good yet. They've survived on turnovers, but this offensive line for the Vikings is still banged up. They do get their number 2 receiver, Addison, back, but I can see this game with a low total being a slobber knocker and coming down to a field goal at the end. Hopefully not blocked and returned like the Eagles game.
Okay. What's your second part? Or your second pick that's going to be part of that teaser, I guess, right?
So, yeah, if you want to do a teaser there, of course, I got this game straight +3 as well, the Kansas City Chiefs in the big matchup there in Arrowhead between the 1-2 teams. Amazing. One of these 2 teams is going to be 1-3 after this game. And of course, KC got that ugly win versus the Giants on Sunday Night Football. Baltimore lost that game decisively at the end to the Detroit Lions. You know, I don't like this Baltimore's defense right now. They got some guys banged up on the defensive line. KC could ball control them. keep Jackson and Henry off the field here. So I like getting KC plus any kind of points here. I think is a good
right
bet.
here at Superbook, that line, just to let you know, is +3 minus $1.16. So just to let you know. So for grading purposes, we're going to grade these as KC +3 minus $1.16 sitting there right in front of me. And also Pittsburgh +3 minus $1.25. We'll grade them as straight bets, but you could bet them, like you said, on a teaser. Randy, I seen someone giving out teasers that I kind of respect the guy, but I seen him give out a 6-point teaser minus $1.35. Now, everything that's in my heart and soul says you cannot beat $1.35 6-point teasers. So you're recommending a teaser with maybe some locals at $1.10, $1.20, or even $1.25. But $1.35 is like that's the brink is $1.25. I just don't see anyone beating them. So that's real important.
Don't play teasers at that kind of price for, maybe the same guys got the same shot. Maybe you can do a 3-teamer at +160 or 70.
That's good.
That instead.
Let me tell you, a 6-point teaser at +170, that's as strong as morphine. Just on the teams that are like 7-point favorites, lifetime giant moneymaker. 7.5, taking down to 1.5, taking the $1.60 or $1.70. $1.60 is fine. What's the third part?
We're going from a really good matchup, primetime matchup, to a very ugly matchup. Battle of 2 0-3 teams here with the New York Jets at Miami. Of course, if Miami loses this game, old Coach Capri Pants there for McDaniel, he could be out the door. But I don't see this happening here. This game was, you can either get a -2.5 with juice or -3 reduced is the way to go here. I see extra rest here for the Miami team against the Jets, a team they've dominated at home. And I don't see this changing. This defense for Miami hang in there with the Coach Weaver. I'm very impressed with this Coach Weaver, this defensive coordinator for Miami. Had a makeshift outfit there on Thursday Night Football and had a chance to win that game. If they didn't rough that punter there, Miami could have destroyed a lot of people there in Survivor and easily covered that game.
Boy, that Buffalo game,
Yeah, so uncertain at quarterback too for the Jets. I would rather have Justin Fields in there instead of Tyrod Taylor, even though he threw a pick 6 last week. This Tyrod Taylor's a pretty crafty veteran.
Terrible. Well, we're going to grade it at 2.5 -20 because Circa has that, BetMGM has that, ESPN Bet has that, of course, if you have a pulse, not allowed to bet there. But FanDuel has that also, -2.5, -20. So we'll grade them at that. But, well, cool, Randy. So what do you do on the weekends? You're over there on the border there, right? Are you on the Arizona border?
Yeah, so during the weekends, Saturday and Sunday, mostly Saturdays, a 12, 13-hour day for me, betting the in-game on the different apps here. Sunday's a little bit more mellow, only that's 7 hours, and then I take the break on the Sunday night game and enjoy my life a little bit. Okay. So, cool. It's a good 20-hour week on the weekends for me.
Sure.
Putting either doing in-game or putting in contest plays.
Well, good. Thanks for coming on with us, Randy. We appreciate it. And, if you know anyone that wants to back Jeff Mattson, I got his pimp right here. So, all right. We'll talk to you later, buddy. Thank you.
All right. Will do.
See you. So, Golden Steer Steakhouse.
Yes.
I usually don't talk like this. Steer did not open in 1958, as they say. There's proof that there's an article here that Golden Steer opened 1962. So, my thing is, like, some of the things, now granted, there has been some famous people in there over the years.
Yep.
But I don't understand, why do you have to lie? There was a couple things in there, about like Marilyn Monroe and Joe DiMaggio being in the Golden Steer. Well, I got news for you. They divorced in 54. How can they be in there in 60 or 61? But they got a picture on the wall. This is where they sat.
Fabricated? Yeah.
I hate to think that because I know the booth over there. And actually, the oldest steakhouse in town is Bob Taylor's Ranch House. It's out of ways.
I've never heard of it.
No, you wouldn't go there. It's not your level.
But what does that mean?
No, it's a cheap steakhouse.
I see.
You only go into the high.
It's like Sizzler.
Yeah, but it's
Okay.
better. It's up, much
used to
upgraded.
love Sizzler.
It's upgraded. You never been to Sizzler.
Come on, when I went to UNLV, I used to go to Sizzler on Trop and Eastern. It was actually on Eastern, south of Trop.
I'm gonna
True
have to
story.
ask you that if the credit
True
card
story.
ran out or something. I don't
Steak
know.
and all the shrimp
Something
you could
goes
eat,
down.
baked potato wrapped in the foil. I was all about Sizzler.
Anyway, I do like. I'm not really making fun of the Golden Steer.
Yeah.
But go with it. There's been some famous people in there.
Was the Golden Steer, did it have a different name or something prior,
No,
maybe?
it's always been
It's always
Golden
Golden
Steer.
Steer. I don't know, man.
And before it was the Golden Steer, though, you could see it was actually called Valentino's. And this article, when they closed the door, 1960. This is the actual article when
Oh, wow.
Valentino's
Okay.
closed the door. So I just thought that was kind of weird. You know, I listen. They have great cream corn, great sides. They messed up my steak last time I was there.
Really?
So I'll give them a chance. They were. I've been there. The lobster's great. I'll give you that. Get the lobster. It's off the
Isn't it
charts.
time for you to have a menu item or a booth named after you in this
No.
town? Yes, it is. I disagree.
No way. No way.
No?
No. I'm
Cracks
John,
Corner
I'm not like
or something?
That. No, I'm not.
I'm going to start lobbying for it. At,
You're gonna lobby for it?
Yeah, maybe at Bagel Mania. You should have a booth
Now,
at Bagel Mania.
Steve, that's Steve Siegel.
What are we
Steve
doing?
could put up something. He puts up every guy in the world in there that's walking
Right.
around. You know, I talk good about the place because it is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve could put
Have you been to the
something
new one? There's a new one.
in there. There's a new one in Summerlin.
Can we go?
Yeah, we can go.
Verbally binding.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Is that out by your house or something? No.
Yeah, well, close
No,
enough.
Yeah, it's in a nice location there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, John, this week's Wager Wire segment.
Yes.
This parlay is very interesting.
This can win.
Well, because I feel the same thing.
This can win.
Now, this is a three-teamer, a three-leg parlay that was $50 to win $14,300.
Yep.
Original odds 285 to 1. The first leg of it won, which was Indiana, Oklahoma City, under 207.5 points, plus 175. That's a winner. Phillies to win the World Series. Listen, they just won a division.
Hot.
They look really good.
Bryce is on a mission.
They're on a
Schwarber
mission.
is an animal.
And Buffalo also is on this ticket to
Yeah.
complete the parlay.
This might be my favorite one I've seen.
This is a very winnable parlay.
Yeah.
I'll just tell you because it's kind of wide open with these. But I know it's still wide open with
The
these. but
current offer is ridiculous.
that's my point. The current offer you cannot take. So the current cash out offer, the Wager Wire offer here is $550, a $500 value compared to their $134 offer. I mean, that goes to show you how WagerWire.com, the WagerWire app, worth much more than the buyouts on these futures. Jesus, it's literally 3.5 times more, 4 times more. This is unbelievable that the difference at WagerWire. But I'm saying, don't take it. Don't take it. Go a little. See what the Phillies do here first before you.
Yeah.
I just like seeing that one, and I said, wow, that's one I was interested in. I didn't know if you'd be so interested in it like me.
Well, Bill, then let me make a confession.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to make a statement, baseball related.
Should you save this for Gamblers Anonymous?
The LA Dodgers are not going to win the World Series
Wow.
this year. Okay,
And you never talk like that.
I know it's not going to happen.
Wow.
If I had to make a bet right now today, it's the Phillies or the Blue Jays.
Oh, so you got the Phillies.
I think they'll end up playing each other.
Wow. Okay.
And I think Bryce Harper is possessed. I think Schwarber is on track to win MVP unless they could easily just give it to Ohtani because of the pitching also. But they're good, and I think they have the best chemistry in baseball. I'm a big chemistry guy with teams, and Phillies are hot.
All right, John.
Yep.
There's some talks, real serious talks about the NFL is talking to Las Vegas about hosting the Super Bowl again here in 2029.
Again.
But it should be here. Honestly,
I almost feel like it should be here every year.
Honestly, I hate this. I usually don't talk like that. It should be here every year.
It just makes
sense. It was
sense.
so successful here.
Yeah.
All the leagues are in bed with the sports books now.
Right.
So I'm
This
talking all the
is where it
sports
belongs.
leagues, the teams making tons of money. Let's face it now. We know the reason why you're successful is because of one of the main reasons of, it used to be a hobby owning a team. Now it's a business making tons of money. So, they're hosting. I think they're going to host this. After reading a couple articles now.
Yeah, that's 2029, huh?
Oh, my God, it was a financial windfall. $900 million gross in visitor spending during the Super Bowl when they had it here in 2024.
Wow.
So, really, they should have it here every year. I'm just
Bill,
saying.
I just got really depressed because I just did a little math, and I will be, I'll be.
You'll be 60?
Slow down. I'll be 59 for that Super Bowl. The last Super Bowl of my 50s should be here in Vegas, Bill.
Let's hope you're here.
Thanks. Okay.
What else you got, John? Poker tomorrow.
Poker tomorrow. We're going to ship it. I'm hot right now. I'm riding the rush. Bill, it's not too late for you to start lobbying. The guy you were talking about that lost the $50 on the bet.
Yeah.
You know, he's
my buddy in
he's
Pennsylvania.
8 figures deep.
Yeah.
Let's start initial talks right now. I have a small circle. One of them's right here, Tyson White. I have a small circle of poker players. His brother, Jason White. We are the next wave of poker, Bill.
Okay.
And I think this guy, he likes to sweat. I think he puts us in World Series
Oh my God!
paradise
I hate
in
to
the
embarrass him.
Bahamas.
He wouldn't put his own son in. He's not putting you
That
in.
makes more sense. You don't
No.
want to do it. He can't with the son.
He's
sending the wrong message to the son. He's enabling the son. He can't.
The son
But
does very well. But I think he's going to be one of those guys that think, for some reason, that the money, that the money doesn't last all his life. I don't get it. I really don't get it. There's none of those money trucks following a hearse.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's no safe deposit. What do you call those trucks? The money
Armored
truck.
car.
Armored cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Bill, here's what I'm saying. I'm saying I have a small brigade of 4 or 5 players. I'm going to throw Jeff Madsen into that.
Jeff Madsen's got millions of dollars, doesn't he?
But still, they don't like to risk their own money. They all have backers now. It's all backer-based.
Jeff Madsen, throw a name like, whatever.
Madsen's a cashing machine.
Okay, great. Use your own money. Why not use your money?
Why
I don't agree.
not
This-
use your own money if you're producing a movie?
This is absolutely no
What
way.
are you talking about? Kevin Costner doesn't. The Rock doesn't use his own money for a movie. Why not just use his own money?
I don't agree with this at all.
You're killing me.
But I know backers I know they sell pieces of themselves on sites.
You're
and
a
stuff.
poker backer cockblocker.
Oh, God. I mean, you could have thrown some names at me that need the money here.
Okay, John Orlando, Tyson White, Jason
All right.
White,
and
Aaron Vaughn.
Then I go,
4.
well, if you're that good, John, why you need me?
It's about risk. It's about bullets in the chamber.
Shouldn't have went down this path, this
You're
rabbit hole. with
killing me right now.
Yeah.
Why can't you just?
Now, I understand people run bad or something happened in their life. And,
Oh boy,
you know,
here it comes.
But
why do I open this can of worms?
no,
why
it's
do
just,
I do it?
It's I don't know. Anyway.
All right. Well,
All
we'll
right.
see. We'll see next week when we recap this week's poker. We'll see.
The pocketbook mug down in Henderson, down on Water Street. John will be there by the end of the week. Okay, guys, we'll see you next week on WiseKracks.
Today for Thursday, September the 25th. I'll be here today and tomorrow and Friday. Andy has gone golfing. Well, technically, I think he's watching a golf tournament, and he handicaps golf, so he's still working. Great show nonetheless. We've got Gianni the Greek. We've also got Dave Mason from Bet Online and Joe Ranieri. I haven't seen Joe in a while. That's going to be fun. Looking forward to that segment as well. And also might talk a little bit Thursday night football at the end here, Seahawks, Cardinals. Great show. Let's get right to it. He's not Gianni the Italian. He's Gianni the Greek. Nobody on WagerTalk TV pronounces it correct, except for me and Dan Alexander, our great producer. Gianni, great to see you, my friend. And what do you have for the Steam Report here on Thursday?
Thanks for having me, brother. Yeah, busy couple. I'm so excited. Like when it's this kind of a couple days ahead, I get so hyped up because we're betting everything. Real quickly, let's start off in baseball for you guys. People are overlooking baseball, but there's a ton of value. I actually sent out 2 4% and a 3% to my subscribers. It's been a couple days since we saw multiple groups line up on the same baseball plays, but we got a little of that today. Here's some of the moves. 902 Cincinnati minus 160, 903 Dodgers minus 150, 910 Baltimore plus 110, 912 over 7.5 at minus 125 Minnesota in Texas. And also want to tell you 3 series bets, actually 4 series bets that are still pending that they bet before the first game. They have Kansas City from minus 105 all the way minus 122. They're 1-1. They need to win today. They have the Mets at plus 140. Okay, they're now favored today. They have them. They're split 1-1. They need them today. Texas, they laid 140 on Texas to win that series. Texas is favored today as well. And they have the Dodgers to win that series at minus 170, also 1-1. So those 4 all need a W today. I'm paying attention to see if they line up on any of those because that's key. Historically, when we have had a series bet pending and the third game is the determinator and they bet that in the third game, the results have been phenomenal. Like when they already have a position, but they want more on that position instead of trying to scalp it or middle it, as we say, that's real gold. So pay attention to your odds logic screen, your WagerTalk screen, and look at those 4 teams. See if they're getting any kind of love from the betting syndicates. They usually do well. Real quickly, college football, and don't forget to watch Bet on It. We went through college football, we went through NFL, but as always, Thursdays is when the totals come in, and I fired a bunch of totals today, sent a couple out to subscribers. Here's what I could share with you as far as college football goes. Weekday game, East Carolina minus 3.5 and 4. Move over to Saturday, 112 Bowling Green plus the 10.5. 123 over 42.5 San Diego State, Northern Illinois. 137 Duke minus 5 and 5.5. 151 Appalachian State plus 17. Where are we? 126 Arkansas plus 6 and plus 5. 195 over Oregon and Penn State, over 51.5 Oregon and Penn State. 159 Cincinnati plus 6.5 and plus 5.5. 202 Washington plus 9.5 and 9. Also in that same Washington game went under 51.5 Ohio State and Washington. So we got you covered with college football and MLB. A couple NFL, again, it's real early for NFL, but we saw some of the look-aheads get hit and then a little follow-through. We saw that happen with 251 Minnesota, 253 Philadelphia, 276 Green Bay, and the under. And we saw it with Denver as well. And the last total, Jacksonville, San Fran, the overnight, the look-ahead at 45 got hit. The opener at 47 got hit. That one's opposite the public. I talked about that on Bet on It. Already starting to see some money come in on the under. So we covered baseball, covered college football, covered some NFL. There's even UFC on Saturday. What a weekend for bettors, man. Jump on board. We're going to have some fun these next few days.
It's almost like September is here. It's like September is among us all of a sudden. Gianni, I haven't seen you for a few weeks, really, since the regular season started. What have been your initial takes the first few weeks of pro football, college football? Anything different from years past?
No, not really. What I'm seeing is mostly in the NFL is books have done a good job. I mean, you see last week some of the most one-sided bet games didn't get there. And that's not a recipe for success, like fading the public. People ask that all the time. I see it on shows. I get DM'd, like, what do the books need? What do the books need? The books don't need anything. They just need to open their doors and let bettors go in and bet. But they're going to do just fine. But I have been paying attention to some of those really one-sided bet matchups, those standalone games, and they just have not done well. If you're able to pick off some of those biases, especially some recency bias, there's a lot of value in that NFL board, because I'm seeing a lot of like overreactions off the look ahead. That's what's key. When the opener after the look ahead isn't much of an adjustment, it kind of tells you they're on point. But when you see the look ahead and then the opener be 2.5 points different, that just shows you it's not an efficient market just yet, and it's beatable right now. And you're seeing that with the NFL, where I think as the season progresses, we won't see as much of that.
And Gianni, while I've still got you, I've got a question from Sean Michael about tonight's Thursday night game between the Cardinals and Seahawks. We've definitely seen a reverse line move on this. I did a look-ahead video on Monday afternoon for this game, and it was Arizona -1, pick 'em in some spots. The quandary for me is that I feel like Seattle's the better team, which I think favors teams on the short week. Yet I also think the home team has an advantage on the 3-day turnaround because they don't have to travel. But we've definitely seen money coming in on Seattle. What's interesting is I read all the comments. I reply back, as you know, on the videos. It's been like 90-95% Seahawk love the last couple of days when I've been reading the comments. So not a surprise. We've seen it now go to 1.5, 2. Cardinals, I guess, now make a decent teaser spot here at +1.5, +2.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I think that's a phenomenal spot to tease, especially when you see the total. I kind of lean over, to be honest with you, even though I did see some sharp money go under. And again, when you're betting teasers, your prediction should not be very relevant, meaning you're using a teaser simply because it's offering you the numbers to where you're placing a plus EV bet. The side almost becomes irrelevant. So it should have nothing to really do with your handicap. And this is the perfect situation where it doesn't matter whether I like Arizona or I like Seattle. The bottom line is tonight, Arizona teased up to 7.5 is a great one leg of a teaser. The problem is you now have to find the second leg. And between now and Sunday, there's a lot of things that could change. And that's the negative of using these Wong teasers early, that later in the week, that game you locked in early may not be a Wong teaser anymore. So what I tell bettors is if you have the opportunity to put in an open-end teaser, then you want to unload on a spot like this. You want to take a bigger position because now you can wait till Sunday to close that second leg. And that's a big advantage. But if you have to close that second leg today, then I think you have to be a little bit higher on your risk, like take less risk. Because again, a lot of things could change between now and Sunday. And what I would look at is for those numbers that are like around 2. If I'm going to tease a dog up, I want it to be like around +2, because the chances of it moving a whole point are lesser than moving a half a point. Meaning if it goes down to 1.5 or up to 2.5, it's still exactly where it needs to be. Or I'm looking at the dog at around the favorite at around 8, because even if it goes down a half a point, up a half a point, I could still tease it. So if you're going to look to tie, look for an 8 to bring down or a 2 to bring up. If you have to do a look ahead, close the leg of a teaser a few days ahead.
Yeah, and you look at like the early kickoff on Sunday at 9:30 a.m. Eastern overseas. Right now it's 2.5 -15. The Vikings, that very well might be a 3 by kickoff on Sunday, which technically wouldn't qualify anymore. One game that's interesting at 1 o'clock Eastern on Sunday is not my Washington Commanders at the Falcons. Right now, they're -1 point favorite across the board. But if you look at DraftKings, they've got a 1.5. At least the Odds Logic live odds screen is showing me that right now. And then you look at Bookmaker, a sharp book has the Falcons -1. So even though a +1 Atlanta doesn't qualify, would you grab that +1.5 at DraftKings and make them +7.5 since you're getting an advantage line at this point?
I don't think it's a bad bet. You know what I mean? I've stuck to my rules and it's done well. Like that even we find ourselves Sunday in the steam room where it's like, oh, can we kind of use this one? And it's like, I'm sorry, no, we got to stick to the rules. And like last week, it was like we only narrowed down to just one teaser, but it won. So what it's not a bad thing. You know what I mean? I've gotten really good at being disciplined with them, because someone asked in the chat I just saw, why not use the Chargers now? Because it's not at the number where it's advantageous to tease it at 6.5. Even if it moves to 7, you're better off laying -7, -110 than teasing a -7. You have to be very confident that the Chargers are going to go up to 7.5 or 8 or higher, and be very confident that they will use teaser protection with the Chargers. But knowing that there's already sharp bettors willing to take the Giants, that may not happen. See, that's the key. If it's a one-sided game where you're not getting any sharp bites on the other side, then they're going to tease protect it right away. But when they're seeing nibbles on the other side, like they're seeing with the Giants, that may not happen. So that's the negative of using a team like the Chargers this far in advance. Again, because if that doesn't go to 7.5 or 8, it just doesn't make for a good teaser.
Yeah, I'll tell you another game that's interesting is, I mentioned DraftKings has that 1.5 hanging on the Falcons. Well, FanDuel does as well. Two of the biggest books have Atlanta plus 1.5. Everybody else has +1, even some pick'ems out there. There's another game like that on the late card Sunday. Right now, most books are dealing the Raiders -1. There's even a pick'em at Bet Online. DraftKings and FanDuel once again have the Bears at +1.5. So, right now you could take a DraftKings or FanDuel and make a Bears and Falcons teaser at +7.5 when the market is +1 everywhere else. You're getting two games that you probably aren't going to get on Sunday for teasers. So, it's a different way to look at it. Like you said, these aren't going to technically be long teasers probably, but you're getting extra points, right? Which is still a good thing.
I love those bets. It's I do it all the time when I just see a off-market number. It's exactly kind of what you're doing. If I see that the sharpest books all have -2.5, but I find a rogue -1, I'm going to lay it, trusting that the 2.5 is the right number. You know what I mean? I do that all the time. And again, they're not locks, but historically, you're going to make money doing that. You know what I mean? It's kind of like guys that scalp, you're always, winning with the square out and losing with the sharp side. Like if I scalp, I'm scalping off a Pinnacle, I'm scalping off one of the sharp books. I'm always going to lose to them, and I'm going to end up winning with the square side more times than not. So that's a perfect example of when you see a rogue number like that. That's a plus EV bet. Like it's impossible for a middle opportunity or a scalp to be on the board and for one of the sides to not be plus EV. It's a mathematical certainty that once that is offered on the board, there's a plus EV opportunity. And I think you nailed it with those 1.5s. That's the plus EV opportunity when the market's at pick 'em. You take that up to 7.5 and win or lose. You placed a great bet, man. That's the job. I love that thinking, Steve. I love it.
Yeah, and of course, the key to teasers is you got to get both lines at the same book. So this is a rare opportunity where both DraftKings and FanDuel have those outlier 1.5s, and most of our viewers probably have an account with one of those two. Real quick, and we'll close it out. Yeah. Juice has gotten extremely high on teasers. When you and I started in the 90s, it was even money for a little bit. Nobody probably believes that. And then it was -110 for decades, like a straight bet. DraftKings, FanDuel, the two big ones. WagerTalk has their policy basically based on theirs. I think we're like at -135 now for a 6-point teaser or something this season. That's like 57% break even. At what point is there not value anymore as 6-point teasers?
After 125, because here, even at 120, your edge is about 2%, because your break even's 74.1%, and you're going to hit about 76% will be your win rate. So you have about a 2% edge at -120. At -125, that's cut in about half. So anything worse than -125, the teaser is no longer advantageous. You're better off laying -110 on a straight bet. I know there's going to be examples where you think, fuck, if I would have just teased it, it would have cashed. But I promise you, over and over again, it's not a recipe for success. If you're never going to bet again, then do it. But if you're going to bet again, that's not a way you're going to make money in the market doing it. If you're laying more than 125 on a 6-point teaser, it's an uphill battle and you're not getting the best of it. Like now you're hoping to just get lucky. So I would just even pass. If your book is charging you 130s, 135s, don't even look at the teaser option because it's a terrible bet. You're better off laying 110 all day.
And one final up question. Do you ever do any higher teasers, 6.5, 7, or even like 10 or 14, any of those bigger teasers at any point?
No, I did what's it called? Some of the bigger teasers, like we would do they were given 3-team 6-point teasers at plus 180. That's like getting a 2-team 6-point teaser at even money.
Wow.
Where the edge is like, 6%, 5.5%. That's gone now. That's like, if you check out your books, try to do a 3-team 6-point teaser, you're not getting plus 180. So that's gone. And there was a time where we were able to do 6-team 6-point teasers where they were paying more than they should. Certain books, credit shops were paying more than they should. And we were betting those for maybe like 2 years. But then just like the soccer parlays, they figure it out. Remember the soccer parlays for 3-4 years, you could just parlay the tie with the under and you could just print money. I mean, I swear to God, I remember a Sunday where I was hoping that we lost because we were up so much money on this book, all these ties and unders. I was like, please don't hit today on the last day because he's going to stiff us like that. Once they see that there's an opportunity for bettors to take advantage of, they block that hole up really quickly. So yeah, that's what ends up happening.
And I've got a question from a guy named Gianni Detroit Ace. He wants to know if you want the Steam Room to be free for everyone this weekend or clients only.
Yeah, let everybody in.
I knew the answer.
Because I'll be moving in. I'll be in the new place for the first day. But yeah, let everybody in. We're having a great football season so far. And yeah, I want to be there for everything in the NFL. So yeah, open it up, brother. Open it up.
Awesome. We need a breaking news graphic from Dan Alexander. Breaking news. You heard it first here on Wager Talk today.
Bring everybody.
Steam Room is free. So, so Greek, tell us about the Steam Room since everybody watching can do it this weekend.
Yeah, come on in Sunday. We're going to go through every NFL game. So I tell you what I have on the side, on the total, on the props. 10, 15 minutes before kickoff, we go over our teasers. We're now 7-1 on those teasers, back-to-back winning weeks. And more importantly, you get to ask any question you have. We go over year-to-date results, look at our goal for the end of the year, go over our money management, our risk tolerance, the different unit sizes and everything. And like I said, we're just there to live trade and answer questions. Make sure you join me Sunday. It's a great experience. We'll have some fun and make some money in the NFL. But first, after a big college football day. Oh, and tonight, 5% on Thursday Night Football. It just happened that way. Last week, we kicked off the week with a 5% win on Thursday night. This week, I think we're going to do the same thing. It warrants it. It warrants it. So hopefully we kick off the week with a big winner tonight and just keep rolling over, brother.
Yeah, Lake Show Magazine's giving you some credit, Yanni. He's saying, I have to give you credit. Back in April, he said the Guardians were going to climb to the top eventually. And that was back when Detroit was going to run away with the division. I know the offense doesn't want to hear that.
70% of their games the whole year. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, so now Cleveland, one game ahead, I guess, with about, I think it's 6 games to go, or actually 4 games to go.
I need Seattle in the AL. That would be the best sleeper for me, and the Phillies. I have the Phillies for a big ticket.
Well, Seattle's locked that division, and I don't know if they're going to get the bye. They've got 89 wins. They're like one. Yeah, but see, the thing is, the 2 90-win teams, and one of them is going to be the wild card right now in the American League East. So you've got a good shot of getting that bye. And Mariners, I was going to say Seahawks. I'm in football mindset still.
I'm hoping
Mariners.
They sneak in. If I could get the Mariners in there, that's a nice ticket.
Awesome. Baseball, football, Gianni the Greek, and Steam Room for free. You heard it here first.
Yes, sir.
Find out more information on his page.
Good luck this weekend, bro. Keep doing those videos. I love the Fade the Public ones. I love
Actually, I'm going to see you tomorrow. I'm guest hosting tomorrow. I forget you're a daily edition.
Yes, sir. I'll see you.
We'll do this again in about 23 hours and 40 minutes.
No, tomorrow's Friday only. Okay.
Awesome. We get a little Friday special tomorrow as well. So once again, that's Gianni the Greek. You can find him at WagerTalk.com. I believe it's WT.buzz/VR for Vegas Runner. Go to his page to find out more about that free Steam Room this weekend. All right, let's keep it rolling. Before we get to Joe Ranieri, I'm excited to see Joe, but I want to let you know about some special offers at WagerTalk.com. Right now, an extreme discounted price for a 1-year all access from any and all cappers. No promo codes needed. It works out to $99 a month. That's just over $3 a day for every football, baseball, basketball best bet that I release. Or if you want other sports, check out hockey, golf, tennis, MMA that other cappers release. Hey, why not get multiple cappers? My recommendation would be to mix and match. I do football, baseball, and basketball. Yanni does MMA. He does, line moves. He does steam, smart, sharp action. Mix and Andy Lang. Andy's the prop master. Great time to get multiple cappers and lock them in for 365 days and nights for just about $3 a day. It's about $1 a play. No promo code needed. Check it out right now. We also have some 1 month, 3 month specials, even a Weekend Warrior $49 weekend football pass on everyone's page. No promo codes needed. Check it out right now at WagerTalk.com. All right, with no further ado, let's bring on the man, Joe Ranieri. Joe, it has been too long, my friend. I think they tried to schedule a couple of sports grid spots, but they didn't happen. I didn't do it on purpose. Just didn't fit the schedule.
No, it's all right because I'm up at 5 o'clock in the morning doing the morning show now anyway, Steve. So there's a good chance that
the only way it might happen is if you're doing the 2 a.m. and I just haven't gone to bed yet.
Exactly.
We might catch up, but glad to see your hair's not gray yet because I see you're doing a show with Prez every week. So that's good to know. Tell us a little about that. Prez just sent something yesterday. The show itself is on TikTok and Instagram or something. Now I'm not even sure you're aware.
No. I let Prez do all that because you know how technical advanced he is. So I let him handle all the social media. No, we just finished up. In fact, just recording. I think it just got posted there. Art the Caesar, myself, and the Prez. And Art gives us the daily rundown of everything you need to know, what's happening over at the Westgate and the book and all the moves. And then we mix in a little Major League Baseball. We talk college football, NFL. So it's very, pardon the interruption, timed. Otherwise, we'd never be able to get Prez off camera. So we have to put a clock on him. You know how that is.
Put a bell on him is what we need to do. Find out where he's going. But he's getting plenty of camera time. I think he's addicted to this Sunday show. I know you've been on the End Zone Live show, which is at 1 o'clock Eastern, all the way through the games. And of course, he had an emotional breakdown when the Eagles got the never in doubt front door cover on Sunday with the blocked field goal return. And what's crazy, of course, about that, Joe, is the guy technically should have just gone down. They can't lose at that point. Running it back, you theoretically could fumble and have it run back the other way. But that was probably one of the worst good beats or bad beats in the history of football, depending on what side you're on. I just realized I've never interviewed you for a show before. We've done probably 1,000 shows together, so this is a little surreal. Yep. What are your thoughts on Thursday night football? Seahawks, Cardinals. I talked to Gianni about how this line is flip-flop since I did a video on it Monday. Arizona was pick 'em -1. Now they're a 1.5, 2-point home dog. Not a surprise because almost 90% of the comments in my video are saying Seahawks are pass. I use the Seahawks. I think they're the better team. But the game does make me a little worried with the public being on the one side and also the short week in travel.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we discussed this on the show with Art, and I had him walk us through what the progression was here. And it's one of those rare times where, you've got a lot of public interest in Seattle, he said, but it's one of those games in which the pros and the Joes are aligned on Seattle. In fact, he's still expecting the number to rise a little bit before kickoff in favor of the Seahawks. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact of keep an eye on the injury report. That secondary of the Cardinals is banged up in a big way. They've also got a couple of cluster injuries on the offensive line. I don't know that they're going to be able to run the ball with Benson against that front of Seattle. I don't know that they're going to be able to throw the ball with the pressure that he is going to be under as well. So, given the fact that the Seahawks have dominated this series, especially since McDonald has taken over, Steve, I mean, they are 8-1 straight up, 5-3 against the number on the road with him as their head coach. They've won the last 7 against Arizona. I just watched and covered this game on Sunday, Steve. I watched Arizona lose to the backups of the 49ers at home. The injuries are an issue and a concern because I can't believe Sam Darnold, I can't believe I'm saying this, but right now, he is one of the top-rated, most efficient quarterbacks through 3 weeks of the NFL season here. It all points to Seattle. Having said that, I don't see how we're getting an over in this game either. I think the under might be the best look in this game.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you think it's going to be low scoring with that 43-43.5, that makes the Cardinals rather an even stronger teaser play like we were talking about with Gianni. I think this line move does set Arizona up now plus 7.5 or more as a decent 6-point teaser. 7 straight wins, I believe, for the Seahawks in this series. Yep. And as you mentioned, the Arizona offense has definitely struggled at times this year, even despite playing a pretty weak schedule. James Conner, the leading rusher, Cardinals over 2,000 yards the last 2 years, is out. As you mentioned, that's why Benson is going to get the heavy lifting. But yeah, the public, the Joes and the pros on the Seattle Seahawks tonight, according to Joe Ranieri and Arthur DeCesar at the Westgate. Joe, big game tomorrow night on Friday. Not my Virginia Cavaliers against maybe your Florida State Seminoles. I was actually at this game over 20 years ago. I've got a ton of Florida State alum here in Williamsburg, believe it or not. And we started the Seminole Club, and we went to this game, I think it was 2004. It was a rout, not a surprise. UVA is a pretty good team this year, though. Crushed a team called the William and Mary Tribe a couple weeks ago, gained 700 yards of offense. I turned the game on in the middle of the third quarter between two baseball games. I was at a tournament, and it was 52-7. And UVA had 625 offensive yards early third quarter. They were 40 away from the all-time school record. That's how bad it was. Florida State's been an offensive juggernaut as well. I did a video for this game. I used the over 59 earlier in the week. Didn't have my 10,000 game simulation yet, but I've got that run now. So I want to give everyone an update. I've only got Florida State by 2 in this game. So I do like UVA also now at +7 or more. What are your thoughts on this one?
This is, Art and I talked about this during the week as well, because I thought all that early Virginia money might be a head fake where, maybe we can get it down to 6.5, Steve, before kickoff, and then watch out because all the Seminole money will come back in over the top. The problem with Florida State is they haven't actually played a game since they beat Alabama. And that was about a month ago when they started the season. I don't consider what they did to Kent State any sort of competition whatsoever. But the reality is FSU has dominated this series, but they haven't been great on the road or on neutral site games here since 2019. They're 11-21 against the number in conference games since 2021 alone. So this historically, even though they have beaten Virginia and they've kind of dominated them, hasn't been actually a great situation as of late. And, of course, we know this is the ultimate look-ahead game because guess who's on deck for Florida State next week? It's the number 2 team in the country. It's the U. So it wouldn't shock me if Florida State may be peeking ahead here a little bit. But Chandler Morris, your quarterback there, my goodness. I mean, they're averaging almost 46 points a game right now. I don't know how in the world we're betting on this thing going under. I can't imagine sweating an under in this game, Steve. It's up to about 59.5, 60, and I still don't think that's high enough. I think we're getting a ton of points and an old-fashioned ACC shootout in this one.
I'm with you. Like I said, I like the over 59 on Monday when I put that video out. It's now 59.5, 60. I wouldn't really call those key numbers. Right. Kind of an uncharted territory with 60, 61. I don't know if those are key numbers. We don't have any research on that. But, yeah, these are two teams that could score it on their own. And how crazy is this, Joe? After the 21 points last year against Georgia Tech and that opening loss overseas, Florida State played 11 more games. 10 of them were against FBS teams. They scored 16 or less points in every one of those 10 games last season. They have a chance after their 4th game here to have more points than all of last year combined. That's how improved this offense is.
Gus Malzahn effect right there with a running quarterback that is perfectly set up for what Gus Malzahn wants to do here. So nobody, Steve, has been chasing points more than Florida State this year. They have purposely been crushing these teams here to get those numbers and break every record known to mankind.
Yeah, no, like I said, 2 weeks ago, UVA set an all-time yardage record in school history over 100 years. And then last week they followed it up with almost 600 yards against Stanford. It was a decent team. I mean, it's not a 1AA team again. So I like the offense here. I like the over 59.5. Joe Ranieri, Steve Merrill, the 2-for-1 special here. It's got zero chance of cashing now, but we'll see what happens. Joe, what else you got going on, my man? It's great to catch up with you.
No, it is good, Steve. And, I'm looking forward to the postseason in Major League Baseballs. We've got another best bet, had the Red Sox in the first 5 and didn't have to watch the second inning last night against Toronto here. Got another game up in Major League Baseball for $9. And my first 5% college football best bet locked and loaded, Steve. I don't put many of these out. Haven't yet, but this one has to be bet this weekend in college football. So looking forward to that as well.
My goodness, if you want to get Joe Ranieri. Is that your first 5%er you're saying this season?
That is. That's it. Yep, first one.
That's pretty selective. What are we, 4 or 5 weeks in here? Might want to check that out, folks. Joe Ranieri. He's the best. He's up at 5 a.m. capping these games. He knows what he's doing. 5% are released at 5 a.m. Eastern time. Can't lose. Joe Ranieri, WagerTalk.com. All right, let's keep it rolling. Talk about some sharp information. We had Gianni The Greek, Joe Ranieri. Now we've got Dave Mason from Bet Online. Perhaps the sharpest sports book in the world, in my opinion, Dave. And I've already seen a couple games in which you guys are maybe leaning a little bit different than the markets. What's going on? What are your thoughts on this Seattle-Arizona game? Joe Ranieri, Arthur DeCesar from the Westgate said this week that it's the Joes and the pros on Seattle. I did a preview on Monday. Arizona was -1, picked them. Now they're +1.5 too. It looks like everyone loves Seattle tonight.
Yeah, everybody does love Seattle. What is it? 74% of bettors and 74% of cash as well as on the Seahawks, currently laying 1.5. Took some sharp action. Most of it was earlier in the week when they were underdogs, actually. So not too much game day sharp action yet, but I'm sure some will come. But yeah, we're going to need the Cardinals big tonight. It's going to be a big need to start off the week. We finally won last Sunday. Week 1 and 2, we got our teeth kicked in, but last Sunday we finally came back. So we're hoping to continue that momentum into week 4.
Yeah, and usually week 3 and week 4, I feel where those ugly underdogs start to cash a little bit. I know with my Fade the Public video last week, some of the biggest sides were Green Bay, Dallas, Tampa. So obviously the public didn't do quite as well last week as they had earlier. Let me ask you real quick. I want to look at the college game too, but Gianni and I were talking about NFL teasers earlier. Now that the Cardinals have gotten to +1.5, +2 in a lot of spots, low scoring game, 43 the total, I do think they start to make a decent 6-point teaser. How much since you started years ago has the teaser industry changed? I mean, I remember when they were even money back in the 1990s and they were -110 for decades after that. How much have you had to change things to protect yourself with NFL teasers?
Yeah, they have changed. It's just the industry have changed. Bettors have gone sharper and going through the key numbers, of course, gives the bettors an advantage. So you have to add some juice over the years. Our 6.2 teamers are -110 or -115, depending what numbers you go through. But I mean, that's still very good compared to some shops these days. I mean, one shop out there you got to lay -135 on a damn 6-team teaser, 6-point teaser, 2-team teaser. So yeah, I mean, and they're you're fighting those teasers every weekend. I mean, there's usually more action on teasers and then money line parlays too than there are the straight wagers. So I always tweet out the splits for the the straight wagers, but that tells 10% of the story. There's just so many moving parts. Sometimes it's hard to figure out what the hell we do need.
What are your thoughts on this college game tonight? We've seen a little bit of movement on this as well. I think East Carolina took some early money. Now it's been a bit of a buyback. I don't know if that's sharp action or if it's injury information. The Army quarterback's been banged up on and off this season. Army at East Carolina tonight on ESPN.
Yeah, we currently have ECU laying 4. I mean, we took 2 big sharp bets this morning, but on opposite sides. You took ECU $27,000 bet on ECU -4, -110, and then on the other side, Army +4.5, also 27,000. So yeah, we got some 2-way sharp action. The bet count, that's 2-way as well. The overall profit, I mean, it's pretty even. So not a big need right now, but there's still so much action yet to come in.
Yeah, I would say that's very balanced action. Sharps on each side on a 4-point line. How about Friday's game? We just talked about Florida State, UVA. We also have TCU, Arizona State, Houston, Oregon State. 3 really good games tomorrow night on Friday in college football.
Yeah, sharp on that FSU game. UVA +7.5. That got hit a bit. A little bit on Florida State too, -7, -110. Nothing real big yet, sharp wise. On a TCU game, CCU, and nothing too sharp there. A little bit 2-way, but nothing that's really moving the needle that much. Overall, let me see the overall action here.
Well, Arizona State was 2.5 the other day when I did a video for that game, and I see it's 3 across the board. I think you all have 3 -05. So what does it take to move a game from -2.5, -115 up to -3 like that Arizona State game's moved?
Yeah, I mean, different factors. If there was some sharp action, sure. We did take some on Arizona State -2.5, but it wasn't a big, huge, substantial sharp bet. I mean, we taken 2-way sharp on that one, but overall public money, and then on air too. That's it. We don't mind moving the way the industry's moving too. We look at sharp books, and I know other books look at us. So you have to respect all the intel out there, right? I mean, it's just, we might not got hit, but there's other respected books out there, and if we see they're moving, that our ears perk up. Why? Some books say they don't look at other books, and then that's nonsense. Why wouldn't you? I mean, if that information is out there on the screen, you got to factor into your moves as well.
Right, because the goal is to get balanced action. If you're the only one hanging a 2.5, even if you add the juice there, you're still going to get one-sided on that game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, exactly. You get scalpers. We take ARBs and scalpers and all that stuff too. So, I mean, you don't want to get scalped on a bad number just because, we're not moving because we think it's this. It's sure that does come into play a little bit. We'll take our sides. But that being said, you have to pay attention to what else is out there in the industry.
Yeah, and Friday night's setting up for pretty key numbers, -7, -3, and 13.5 in those 3 games tomorrow night. So definitely some lines to keep an eye on for Friday. Real quick, if you want to throw anything out for Saturday, then I was going to ask you about some baseball. Anything else for Saturday or Sunday, college and pro football catch your eye?
Let's see here. Sharp stuff. Let's go college first. Oregon State +14, Bowling Green +8.5, Louisville minus a field goal. Cuse +6, Stanford -2.5, Kentucky +6.5, Colorado State -4.5. On to NFL. Already mentioned Seattle, Vikings -2, Eagles -3, Panthers +5.5, Titans +7, +103 or better. Chargers -6 or better, Colts +4.5, Eagles outright -160, Packers outright -290. Some more stuff, but that's some of the bigger stuff right now, higher volume.
Love it. The sharp action for Saturday and Sunday at Bet Online with Dave Mason. Dave, real quick on the way out, thoughts on baseball. How much do things change in September once football starts for y'all?
I start waking up more, I'll tell you that much. I mean, it's such a long season. I mean, good Lord. But the action picks up, shoot, 5-fold, 6-fold, 7-fold. It's just such a long season. Only the diehards that are betting all season. But now you start getting guys in who you bet once a year, or they might bet early, then they get tired of it, whatever. So the action picks up big time, and we're still dealing dime lines. They're kind of an endangered species in the sports betting industry these days. More books are getting rid of them, but we're still dealing dime lines. We have some of the best MLB juice out there. So we have a very loyal and faithful MLB player base. So yeah, we're looking for it. I can't wait. Go Phils.
That's actually very interesting. I was not expecting you to say that the volume picks up. I think the initial thought, in the industry is that everything dies off in September because people play football. But I guess you're saying you've got some dormant accounts that revitalize come August and September.
I was talking more like right now, heading into the playoffs. But no, you're right. I kind of misunderstood the question. I guess September, it goes down, especially as a lot of these games don't count. But now, as we head into the games that matter get a ton of action. The games that don't matter get yawn action. But next week with the playoffs, it'll go through the roof.
Speaking of playoffs, I got to ask you, I don't really follow the WNBA. Do you get any action on WNBA playoffs for the regular season overall this year?
I mean, it's better than it used to be. And Caitlin Clark definitely had a big part in staying in that. I mean, it's one of those sports where we get decent volume, but it's so much sharp action, right? The good thing with Caitlin Clark is she brought out a lot of casuals. I mean, it doesn't compare anything to the sports we were talking about a couple minutes ago, but for WNBA, we see more action than ever. And again, a lot of that had to do with Caitlin Clark. But she's out, so that hurts a little bit, but it takes a lot of sharp action. I mean, it's taken more public action than ever, but it's still, I wish Caitlin Clark was playing, because when she plays, I mean, action goes up probably 25 to 50% on those games.
Yeah, she's the Tiger Woods of women's basketball for a little while she was healthy, no question about it. Dave, great to see you. Actually, I'm sorry, I got one last question. Andrew Wojcik, one of our loyal viewers, any Ryder Cup action he wants to know?
Nothing too sharp. I mean, yet. I mean, there were some sharp bets, but it really didn't move the needle much. We on the three-way, we need the Team USA right now. They're -145. Rooting for a tie, just like soccer. Always rooting for that tie. Tie would be awesome. Europe, no good. But no, then there's all sorts of other markets too. But that's the market that gets the most action by far, is that three-way. So USA's good, tie's awesome.
Best in the business, Dave Mason from Bet Online. And, I'm really big on supporting books or businesses that do things right. You mentioned those 10-cent dime lines. It's ridiculous that more books don't still do it. You all do. So I really encourage all the viewers and listeners to support Bet Online because they do it the right way. And Dave, let people know they can follow you on Twitter as well at Dave Mason BOL.
Yes, sir. At Dave Mason BOL on Twitter. Come on over and say hello. I'm always tweeting out the splits, some sharp action, etc. Just some house need. Also, we have our everybody knows that the $1 million Survivor pool's up and running. We're in week 4 now, but we also have a second chance Survivor pool starting next week. It's $150,000 guaranteed, no rakes, so we'll add on to that. It's only $30 to enter. Can enter numerous times for a discount. So give that a shot as well. The $150,000 second chance Survivor pool starts week 5 next week.
And think about that. There's no rake. So as long as you're smarter than just one person in that contest, you have a mathematical edge. That's how you have to look at it. So I like it. BetOnline.ag. That's Dave Mason. Follow him on X. He's a great follow on Twitter at Dave Mason BOL. Dave, thank you. We'll talk to you next week. Always appreciate it.
You. Have a great weekend. Take care.
And that'll do it. Great show. Gianni The Greek, Joe Ranieri, Dave Mason. I'm, of course, Steve Merrill, filling in for Andy Lang. We'll do it again tomorrow. By the way, on the way out, I'm going to tell you about the special offers here again in a moment, but also want to say hello to some new members. Don't forget, you become a member. I think it's, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's like $2.99 for the month. It's a pretty damn good deal.
That is correct.
Tar, True or TV. That's a great handle. John Katzazazarenorit. Sorry, Don. I bet Katanzarita. Whew. It's a mouthful. $2.99 a month, as you see on your screen. There we go. We got also True or TV. All right, put that next one. Cody Thomas. Put John's name up there, Dan. Let me see if I can butcher it. All right, everyone.
Katanzarita.
Katanzarita. Also, Jesse McGraw. Man, we got a lot of new members today. Love it.
Not Tim McGraw.
Costs less than $3 a month.
Tim's cousin.
Can't get nothing for less than $3 a month nowadays. That's worthwhile. And this is worthwhile. Just $2.99, become an insider and go to wt.buzz/insiders. You see on your screen, wt.buzz/insiders to become an insider and become a member right here on WagerTalk TV. We love the support. And hey, speaking of the support, I read the comments, I reply back. Thumbs up, like. It's so simple. If you don't have the $2.99, that's fine. Thumbs up, like is free. It takes 2 seconds. And don't forget, we hit over 220,000 subscribers this week here on WagerTalk TV. I think we picked up over 6,000 in the past month alone. Thank you for all of you that have to subscribe. Double check, make sure you've clicked it, and consider clicking that bell as well for an instant alert when the videos and live shows are posted. Don't forget also the Blitz is up here at 1 o'clock Eastern live, coming up college football. We got a great show. Ross Benjamin, Ralph Michaels, and Brian Power in zone live on Sunday during the NFL games. Last call, I believe tonight, Thursday night, and then Monday night. It's earlier at 6 Eastern because we got a doubleheader. Also Saturday and Sunday at 11 a.m. Gianni's Steam Room was going to be free. Don't forget this weekend as well. And finally, on the way out, no promo codes needed, so take your time. Go check it out. It's on my page. Everybody else is at WagerTalk. Tons of special offers. 1 year all access for just $99 a month, plus a bonus 25% coupon. I forgot to mention that earlier. You can use that 25% coupon every day for the next year to buy all additional purchases. If you get my 1 year, you're getting baseball, football, and basketball. If you want an MMA pick, a Ryder Cup pick, get a 25% discount off anything else you buy, any other cap or any other picks. Or if you want a month for just 3 days, you get 60 days of access. Buy a month and you're getting 60 days of access for about $3 a day. That's the same as that 1 year all access for $3 a day. That's a great offer. Also, the Weekend Warrior, $49 for a full weekend of football through Monday night. Hey, check it out. Too much to mention here. Try to get it all in. WagerTalk.com is the place to be. And follow them also on X, social media, Instagram, TikTok, at WagerTalk. Thanks to my producer, Dan Alexander. Stay tuned on the Blitz College Football Live shows coming up at 1 Eastern. You can watch it archived 24/7 as well. And we'll be back tomorrow on Friday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Wager Talk Today live right here on WagerTalk TV. Have a great Thursday night and best of luck.
Welcome, everybody, to the NFL presidential address for week 4. And my God, what a season we are having so far. To all my clients, thank you. Wow, are we making money? To all my listeners on the show, thank you. Wow, are we making money? Outstanding start to the year. But I will tell you this, full disclosure, week 4 is tough. Let's get straight into it. Seattle, Thursday night. playing Arizona. The Seattle team is -1. The total here is 43.5. And right now we have about 78% of the money coming in on Seattle, 53% to the under. And that's where I want to look. From a side perspective, this is a tough game. I mean, Seattle looked awesome against New Orleans, but that would have been the equivalent of, me looking awesome against the ugliest man in the world, say Dan Alexander. With that said, I can't judge a team by how good they played against the New Orleans Saints. This Seattle team almost did not get it done in Pittsburgh, and I don't think they're a great team. And Arizona can't seem to get out of their way. When they needed a touchdown, they got it. Every other time during that game against San Fran, they could barely move the ball. I think both these teams are, frustrating their fan base, if you will. I think the under is the play. I think this is going to be a low-scoring game, and a lot of Thursday night games are low-scoring games. It's perennially been that way. Let's not overthink this play. 43.5. Take the under, and guys, bet it now. I think it might go down a little bit, and 43 is a crucial number in total betting because of 2020 as a score. Before we get into all the Sunday games, I just want to take care of some business. Let you guys all know it's been an outstanding year so far. My clients last week went 5-2 in their NFL bets. The week before, they went 5-2 in their NFL bets. That's right. I'm on a 10-4 NFL run. I am 64% to start the NFL season. But put all of that aside, my clients get every single ATS bet on every single game that has happened this year. That is correct. There have been 48 ATS bets this season in the NFL. I have won 31 of them. I am 31-17 across the board in NFL bets. And if you buy my Sunday package, you will get ATS bets on every single game on the board. For the guys watching this video, it's been an outstanding run as well. So thank you for doing that. Hit the like button, everybody. Comment in the comment section. I read all the comments. And make sure to subscribe to our channel. I want to give out a promo for you guys, and I've got a $1 promo coming up later. But right now we have an all-access promo for you guys. 30 days of all my plays. And I am up. I have had 3 losing days in the last 14. That's right. In the last 2 weeks, I've had 3 losing days. So please use the promo code 199PREZ. That's 199PREZ. You get 30-day all-access college football, NFL, NHL when it starts, and same with the National Basketball Association. So that's 199PREZ. Let's move on. We got a game in Dublin, Ireland, home of the Guinness. -2.5 of the Minnesota Vikings playing the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I don't normally bet these games across the pond. I never know what's going to happen. Like crazy shit goes on over there. So with that said, I'm not going to bet this game, but I do like Minnesota here. I like Minnesota minus the 2.5, and I think Minnesota could get this done all the way up to 7, frankly. I look at this Pittsburgh team, and I think they're horrible. I mean, they couldn't beat Seattle at home. Then they go on the road to New England. They have 5 turnovers. They caused 5 turnovers. New England turned the ball over 5 times and still could have won the game with 3 minutes to go. That is a terrible reflection on the Pittsburgh Steelers. Conversely, it doesn't matter who's quarterback at Minnesota. I think Kevin O'Connell might be, I think he's for sure top 3 coach in the league, but he's #1 quarterback whisperer of all time. I mean, this team is rock solid. They got a better defense than Pittsburgh. They got a better offense than Pittsburgh. I like Minnesota, and I think they can win this game all the way up to 7. Now we turn our attention to Philadelphia, -3.5 against Tampa Bay, and a total of 43. Very interesting total here because Tampa Bay should never have a total of 43. This is a team that could be down 20-3 at half and still go over the total when all said and done. One thing we know about Tampa, they can score and they can score fast. With that said, we do not know if Mike Evans is going to be available, but there might be a Chris Godwin sighting. So with all that said, I'm going to look at taking the over in this game. I don't want to take the side because I think Philadelphia is in a horrible spot. And I don't want to play against Tampa Bay right now because of the way they lost their last game. So we're going to look at over the total. This was 45 at one point. 89% of the money bet to the under. And I get it in the sense that Philadelphia runs the ball and slows the clock down. But Philadelphia can throw long bombs. We saw it in the second half against the Rams. Philadelphia can score fast. We saw it in the second half against the Rams. And Tampa Bay can keep up with anybody. Take over the total of 43.5 in the Philly-Tampa Bay game. Minus 16.5 with the Buffalo Bills. How do you bet a team that big? Well, the last 68 times a team has been minus 15.5 and more. That team is 62-6 straight up, which means 6 times in the last 68 situations, the dog won. Against the spread, it's 34-30-4. So it's a wash. But I found a bet. It is 26-41-1 to the under. So in a game where a line is minus 15.5 or more, the under happens 61% of the time. That is a bet, and that is where we're going in this football game, and it makes total sense to me. 47.5 is the total here, guys. Let's say Buffalo, and their team total is 30.5. Let's say they accomplish that. Let's say they get to 33. New Orleans is not putting up 14 points in this game. I don't think New Orleans puts up 12 points in this game. Now, I don't know if Buffalo's going to keep scoring and scoring and scoring so that they could cover that 16.5. Maybe Buffalo goes up really early and puts the scrubs in. Who knows? But what I do know is New Orleans ain't going to get us to 14, and 47.5 is too high. Take under the total. Now, Carolina going to New England. Carolina outstanding when they look great defensively, and they were able to move the ball offensively against Atlanta, who has shown to be quite competent on defense. Now they're playing a New England team that is basically in must-win mode, and they're at home minus 5.5. Explain to me in what world does New England deserve to be minus 5.5? Okay, if they were playing the New Orleans Saints, but they're not. They're playing the Carolina Panthers, and I understand that this Carolina team has this gray cloud over their head for the last 3-4 years. This is not the same team. This is a much better team than they were last year, and we saw it last week. The bottom line here is I want the points. Do I think New England can win? Sure. Do I think Carolina can win? Why not? Both of these teams are horrible. Let's take the dog. Carolina plus 5.5. Now Washington playing Atlanta. Tons of money were originally bet on Washington. It went all the way up to minus 2.5. There's still a minus 2.5 out there at some places. But as I'm speaking, the money is pouring in on the Atlanta Falcons. Pouring in. It is now Washington minus 1. And it's likely going to become a pick'em. And I agree with the slide move 100%. You want to talk about an overreaction? Every team has a bad team. Does Green Bay suck? Why would you bet Green Bay minus 7 against Dallas after they lost to Cleveland? Same situation Atlanta faces. Yeah, they sucked last week, just like Green Bay. Yeah, they went to Carolina and lost, just like Green Bay did with Cleveland. Yet Green Bay is minus 7 against Dallas, and Atlanta is like +1 at home against a Jaden Daniels injured Washington Redskins team. I know I keep calling them the Redskins. So be it. Look at the hat. It's a Redskin hat. Anyway, I love Atlanta in this spot, and Atlanta will likely be a circa play for me. Cleveland going into Detroit. Detroit minus 8.5, 45. I like Detroit here. I hate laying this kind of number, but man, like when does this Detroit team not score? They're going to put up 30 plus easily against this Browns team, even with the Browns defense being as great as they are, and they are amazing. I just don't think Cleveland can keep up here. I mean, if Detroit puts up, a bad game, 24, can Cleveland put up 14? I don't think so. Probably not. I like Detroit here, guys. And when I like a home favorite of more than a touchdown, bet it, because that happens very rarely. Tennessee playing Houston minus 739. Houston cannot be minus 7 against anybody except maybe New Orleans. Tennessee laid a total egg last week. I had them for my clients, one of my losses. Do they bounce back? I don't know. Guys, let's just lay off this game and move on. The Chargers playing the Giants. So last week, you know what? Before we get into that, I'm going to give out my $1 promo. Guys, remember to like this show, hit the subscribe button, and watch my other show, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, the best betting show ever. It's with me, Joe Ranieri, and Art DeCesar, and we're getting rave reviews. Anyway, I have a 5% play up this coming Sunday, and it's yours for $1. We did the exact same promotion last week. It was really well received. Tons of you guys took advantage of it. This is only for people who have never purchased at WagerTalk ever. So this is your first purchase. You head over to WagerTalk and you use the promo code BEST, B-E-S-T, BEST1. That's BEST1. And you get my 5% NFL football play. I'm 2-0 this season in those plays for only $1. Let's turn our attention to the Chargers and the New York Giants. And this just in, Jackson Dart looks like he will be starting. Or better yet, this just in, Russell Wilson looks like his career is over. Bye. How do we handicap this game? Well, last week I painted a picture for you. I said, guys, let's pretend that Green Bay wins the Super Bowl, and me and you are sitting on a beach in February, and we're reminiscing about how the Packers won the Super Bowl. And I turn to you and I say, hey, remember back in week 3 when the Packers lost to the Cleveland Browns? Well, this is the exact same scenario. The Chargers can win the Super Bowl. And we will sit there and say, guys, remember way back in week 4 when the Chargers lost to the New York Giants? This is a horrible, horrible spot for the Chargers. Are you kidding me? They have just played 3 division games in a row. 3 division games in a row. Now they are playing out of conference across the country, up north, against a New York Giants team that is playing well defensively, that now has a new quarterback that's going to add a whole lot of life to this team. This is a horrible spot for the Chargers. Take the New York Giants plus the points, and just like with the Cleveland Browns, sprinkle a little bit on the money line. Jacksonville playing San Fran. San Fran is now minus 3.5, total of 47. I like the under in this football game. There is no chance I am taking San Fran with a hook. This team is massively injured. But man, Jacksonville, 17-10 last week. This team is struggling to find consistent rhythm. San Fran is going to slow this game down to a crawl. How the hell is this total at 47? I love this play. One of my favorite totals of the week. Take San Fran and Jacksonville under. The Rams minus 4 against Indianapolis, 49.5. I like the Rams here, guys. Indy is a huge fade team for me, not only this week, but maybe moving forward. This team has basically played the New Orleans Saints 3 times in a row. And now they're a 3-0 juggernaut, ready to go on the road and take on the perennial playoff-bound LA Rams, coming off of one of the most horrible losses in their last 2 years. I don't think so. The Rams defense is going to shut Danny Dimes down. The Rams offense is going to find a way to score. -4 does not scare me. Take the Los Angeles Rams. Chicago, Las Vegas. This game's a pass for me, guys. I hate to say it, like Chicago pizza, I don't want anything to do with Chicago right now. I was wrong last week. Let's move on. Let's see what the Chicago team does this week. Same with the Raiders. Another team, Geno Smith, has done nothing so far this year. This is a wait-and-see game. Baltimore playing Kansas City. Baltimore minus 2.5. There are a few threes up there. 48.5 is the total. And I just want to throw one stat out at you guys. Baltimore has lost 2 games in a row, while the last time that happened was at the beginning of last season. For some reason,
Blitz plays for week 5 in college football coming right up. 2 absolutely massive games set to take place on Saturday. Number 6, Oregon at number 3, Penn State, and number 17, Alabama at number 5, Georgia. We will, of course, be talking about both here today. And if you are watching us live here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel, start firing off those questions right now, because any other game you want us to talk about, we will be happy to do so. All you have to do is comment down below. Here to help me break down all these matchups, as always, Ralph Michaels and Ross Benjamin, 2 of the very best at WagerTalk.com. Ralph, I'm going to go to you first here for number 6, Oregon at number 3, Penn State. Nittany Lions head coach James Franklin. We all know that big game James comes up small in these situations. 1-18 straight up against AP top 5 opponents. So my question to you, somewhat sarcastically, is how happy is James Franklin, Ralph, that Oregon's ranked number 6 in the country coming into this game?
Yeah, well, semantics.
Yes.
To me, Oregon is clearly a top 5 team, and that's what's important on the field here. You look James Franklin as a favorite. He's a bully. He's 64% in lifetime as a favorite of 7.5 or more. But when he's between the 4s in a closely matched game, he's only 6-10 straight up and 5-11 against the spread. But I do want to mention this. Home teams between the 9s, when both teams are AP top 10, this goes all the way back to 2015. Home teams are actually 71% against the spread. So that is AP top 10 teams, line between the 9s, and a total over 46. That is, every team, every top-ranked team moving on since that time. But I look at this and I say, Dan Lanning's stats for Oregon have been dynamic. To me, they are the number 1 best statistical profile team. On offense, their offense is averaging 199 yards more versus their opponents than their opponents that have allowed to their other foes. Their defense is holding opponents to 155 yards less than they've averaged against other foes. Those are number 8 and number 10 in the country. Oh, yeah, and then the rich get richer. They're getting back 3 players this week, which they haven't had the last few weeks, including running back Noah Whittington. Remember, Whittington was the guy last year in the Big 10 championship game that ran for 80-some yards on 14 or 15 carries. So he's a big get back for them. I am not going to be on this game. I will be very excited to watch this game. I'm not real wild about the Oregon. Oregon did a big press release on their uniforms to match the whiteout at Penn State. But to me, it is just that. Until James Franklin proves to me he can coach a team that can win a big game, I cannot be on him. I like Oregon.
Okay. We had an interesting comment there, Ross, from Jacob Hefner in the chat. Penn State wins by 3. Hooks the Penn State backers, and Oregon moneyline public loses as well. I don't know. That really threading the needle there, Jacob, is just his thought. What do you think about this game? So much focus is going to be on Franklin, rightly so, about his lousy record in these big games.
Yeah.
But do we trust Dante Moore, the Oregon quarterback, going on the road? Because he's yet to prove it, at any of his previous stops.
Yeah, I mean, neither one of these teams has played anybody. I mean, I guess you could say, at least Oregon played a Power 4 conference team, and who'd they play? Oklahoma State. They played 2, actually, Oklahoma State and Northwestern, but 2 bottom of the barrel Power 4 teams. And, I like Penn State here. Somewhere I'm hearing whispered in my ear, Teddy Covers is telling me, Ross, don't take Penn State in a big game against a ranked team, especially in the top 10. And he's been right up until this point. But if we know about it, everybody else knows about it, right? And I see the money coming in on Oregon in this matchup. I like Penn State's quarterback a hell of a lot more than I like Dante Moore. So I don't think a lot of people are paying attention to that. And also this Penn State defense has been awfully good in their first 3 games. And Penn State, by the way, 3-0 in a +6 turnover differential. So both of these teams are eerily similar. I mean, you look at Oregon, they're +4 in the turnover department. They've also played outstanding defense in their first 4, but the common theme is neither team has played anybody worth a hoot. But Penn State at home, everybody's going to say, we'll be hearing this James Franklin thing, Brian, for the next couple days. And I'm sure we'll hear it on Saturday morning with all the talking heads. I'm going with Penn State. The hell with everybody. Penn State -3.
All right, little conflict here to start the program. Maybe I'm going to have to break the tie, I guess, here, because we have one Oregon, one Penn State. I don't think this game's going to make my card in full candor, but I'll tell you this, guys. I'm kind of this is it's interesting because before the season, it wasn't significantly different, but Penn State was favored by more. This is kind of a good number relative to the look ahead. And look, Aller, I agree. Ross alluded to it that I like Aller, even though he has shown up very big in big games, the quarterback for Penn State, but I do like him more than Dante Moore. I would give a slight lean to Penn State here in the whiteout.
That a boy, Brian.
I don't think it's going to make my card. Yes, go ahead, Ross.
That a boy, Brian. That's all I was saying.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
Brian,
When I say the hell with everybody else, I don't mean you, Will. I love you, you know.
I
We have
do
Kelly
like
in
that.
Vegas
You know,
on our side.
You know, last week we talked about LSU night games at Death Valley. I give a 6-point home edge. Penn State whiteouts, again, I give a 5.5-point home edge to Penn State on whiteouts. So for those Penn State fans, it truly is special when they have a whiteout game.
Yeah, we shall see. Can Franklin finally win one of these games and get the proverbial monkey off his back? Adam, one of our top commenters each and every week here on the program. Let's stick in the Big Ten here, Ross. What do you say? Illinois against USC. Now, last week on the show, correct me if I'm wrong, sir. I may have misremembered here. You and I talked about, when we were talking about the 3 of us were talking about Illinois and Indiana. And I think the consensus among the 3 of us is like, not a great spot for Illinois, but this line is kind of getting a little heavy on Indiana. All the money was coming in Indiana. Well, it turns out if that line would have been steamed up to -52, you still would have been okay with Indiana on Saturday, because boy, did they beat the doors off Illinois.
Yeah.
And now Illinois is a big home dog against USC. I can't play USC at this price. I thought for sure this would be a smash spot on USC. Not anymore. Not at -7 on the road. They don't win on the road often.
Yeah, if you predicted that Indiana was going to blow out Illinois by that margin, raise your hand. And now put it down because you're a damn liar. And the bottom line is that, look, I think this is a classic overreaction. This Illinois program right now under Brett Bielema has been a proud program. I think that USC has feasted on some weaker competition. I think USC is very good, but not to the point where they're laying this kind of number on the road. I look for Illinois to have a big bounce back here. At the very least, Brian, I see them keeping this very competitive and it being a 1-score game. So I'm not going to have a pick on this game, but my lean would be on take the home underdog in this spot.
Ralph Michaels certainly knows the trends better than anyone. Ralph, a trend that maybe you have available or something similar. USC, I believe, going back to where they joined the Big Ten, is 0 for their last 6 against the spread when favored by more than 5 against a conference opponent on the road. This is also a noon Eastern time kickoff. With this conference expansion, we've seen that, right? These West Coast teams do better in the late night kickoffs, and then the East Coast teams do better in the early kickoffs. What do you think here, Ralph? USC, obviously, there's not much value on the Trojans after what happened to Illinois last week.
Well, you look at last year. USC went to Michigan, lost 27-24. They went to Minnesota, lost 24-17. and then they played other 2 road games at Washington and UCLA. I did read in a newsletter, Brian, I don't have this stat, but it had USC as 1-13 ATS in the Eastern and Central time zones.
Yeah.
You emphasized with the noon start. That is an issue for me. If this were a night game, I'd have no problems playing USC anywhere. But having a 9 a.m. clock for these kind of USC kids that, USC is still a prima donna school. You still have stars, and that was always the problem. They didn't have enough discipline. This is the kind of situation that would scare me under the old regimes. We'll see how Lincoln Riley does handle it. But I cannot get to the Illinois side. Illinois, we think they're a defensive team that wants to run the ball. But they allowed 438 yards to Duke. They allowed 579 yards last week to Indiana. When you allow 1,000 yards to 2 teams like that, and now you have one of the top 5 offenses in the country traveling to visit you, I don't think Illinois can keep up with USC scoring. So now, can USC stop Illinois? Well, remember last week, they were on the road, only 161 yards. The week before, only 358 yards. So I am not excited at all about that. I do lean with USC team total, but the early start time does have me not leaning with USC for the game. I'm not going to get to the window with the USC team total because, again, if they get off to a slow start, it's something I will look to live bet. It does come out ready to play for a noon kickoff, goes down the field, gets some momentum, and is playing well early on their first drive. I'll look to live bet that team total.
I like that look a lot, Ralph, live betting the team total. This is a USC offense, guys. Granted, of course, this time of year, you always have to consider the level of competition they face. USC is number 1 in yards per play on offense, averaging 9.3. So that's a hefty number against an Illinois defense that obviously was shredded by Indiana last week. We've got some questions rolling in. Keep them coming, guys, in the chat. Again, doesn't have to be just the big games. Any game you want to know about, if you just want us to hope we agree with you on your bet, send those questions our way. And we got one. Oh, my boy Jay Buff is in the house here. He really likes South Alabama and App State. Any opinions on either game? I like App State against Boise State. I'll tell you that much. Ralph, you're raising the pen.
Wait till my best bet today.
Okay, there you go. Oh, that's right. Best bets coming up at the end of the show. We were a half point away from a 3-0 sweep, and I was the guilty party. I'll be talking about that later on. Ross, I know. You know what, though? Ross got a little lucky, so I guess we can't come up with that Oklahoma safety on his. So
I had it all the way, Brian.
Yeah,
I had it all the way, man.
As long as you kick Kelly's ass, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Kelly, man. It's nothing. She's just been on the other side of some of the stuff that I've liked in recent weeks, but that doesn't mean she doesn't know what she's doing. That's for sure.
Absolutely does. What do you think, Ross? Any thoughts on those 2 games as we go to the group of 5?
I'd rather watch the grass grow than handicap these 2 games. Honestly, App State, nothing like they were in years past. Boise, I guess they were ranked early on because of their reputation, but that quickly got dissipated after their performance against South Florida in the opener. So in the Sun Belt, to me, I find that for me historically, and I don't know, I'd be interested to hear you and Ralph's thoughts here, Brian. You get a conference once in a while, you just are not on top of. It just seems that you just can't press the right buttons, and the Sun Belt's that for me. So I usually stay away from Sun Belt games.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've had some success in the old Fun Belt before, Ross, myself. Of course, South Alabama, for those who don't know, again, Ralph, is going to have his free play in that game as they visit North Texas, a North Texas team that I think might be a decent bet to get that G5 spot in the college football playoff. We'll see what Ralph has to say later on.
You know what, Brian? I take that back. They're in Conference USA. So, yeah, between Conference USA and the Sun Belt, it's difficult for me. So I don't want people to chime in and correct me.
And then with the G5, we talked about the G5, Boise State, as you alluded to, Ross. Boise was initially the favorite to get that G5 spot. Obviously, they had the tough game against South Florida. But, Jeff, to answer your question, I like App State. I would take the points with App State against Boise in that one. All right, questions continue to roll in. Star Child is in here. Waiting to hear someone talk about Ohio State and Washington, because I might be on Washington in the over, he says. I have seen a lot of love, Ross, for Washington in the market early in the week. Yeah. I think the line might be getting a little short, though.
I don't think so. It would be short, certainly, if the game was being played in Columbus, but it's not. And I think that takes on a whole new meaning. I don't think Ohio State is, again, this is what, for me to bash a team that's been so dominant and put together a great effort in their opener against Texas, who, by the way, I think has been overvalued from the start. I think this is a good spot for Washington. I don't know if they pull the outright upset, but I certainly think this could be a one-score game and one that goes right down to the wire. And I would not be shocked here if we saw an outright upset. So my early lean here would be on the Washington Huskies at home. Now, remember, this line opened at, I believe it opened at 9.5, and it's down to 8 right now, Brian. And you're looking at that's sharp money because people aren't lining up to bet against Ohio State, general public anyway. So I like Washington here with the points at home.
Okay, that's what Star Child wanted to hear, Ross. So you made him happy, at least. Ralph, I think I read earlier in the week that this was just the second time in the last 20 years, first since 2012, that a top-ranked team in the country was favored by less than 10 against an unranked opponent. What do you say? You know Ohio State quite well. Are the Buckeyes being disrespected with this line, or is there something up? Julian's saying this is a tough start going across country. Washington, we talked about USC's struggles on the road. Well, conversely, a lot of these the old Pac-12 teams have been quite good when welcoming in the Eastern and Central time zone teams at home.
Well, it's simple for me. I like the Ohio State side because of the defense. But there's no way I'm going to take a freshman quarterback playing in this type of venue for his first road game of the season with a crazed crowd. It's going to be loud there. It's going to be exciting. You know, with Saban on the road, you know they're going to hand the ball off. I mean, they had Donaldson, then they had Peoples, then we've seen Bo Jackson really come up the last few weeks, and he keeps popping up that depth chart. And yes, you have the wide receivers in Smith and Tate. I think Smith and Tate are going to be complete decoys early, stretch the field, run the ball, let Julian's saying get comfortable in the middle, short passes. First half under for me. You're getting 24. That's a very fair number for me. Yes, Desmond Williams has been dynamic. 760 yards, 73% completions. The team is averaging almost 6 yards per carry rushing. But again, let's talk. Colorado State, UC Davis, and Washington State. At least the young quarterback for Ohio State got to face the Texas defense, so that prepares him much better for this than it does for Desmond Williams facing the Ohio State defense. First half under for me.
First half under. There we go. I like, Ralph, that's the second time in a row here. You've got a little exotic here with that lean to the USC team total and then a first half under. So I like that. Guys, Washington, a trendy underdog that's got some sharp money early in the week. Let's stick with that theme here because there's another game, a noon Eastern kickoff that a lot of our commenters want us to know about. That is Notre Dame and Arkansas. Boy, does this Notre Dame defense stink. And there's going to be a lot of points on the board. I think, the total is what as of now? It is up to 64.5. Arkansas can score. Ross, I see you making faces. Is there, I assume there's something you would like to enlighten us on as the Fighting Irish travel to Fayetteville.
Well, I'm glad you asked, Brian, and your assumption is correct. I think this is a great spot for Arkansas. I mean, they're coming off 2 heartbreaking losses. Notre Dame was supposed to be very experienced and very good defensively, and they've been anything but. They got torched by Texas A&M. Again, this is their first true road game of the season. First true road game of the season, I believe, right? So Arkansas,
Miami.
think. Oh, they played at Miami. That's right, and they took them down to the wire. My fault. Anyway. Having said all that, I just think Arkansas they got caught looking ahead last week. Memphis was a dangerous team. They had just come off a heartbreaking loss against Ole Miss. Then they go to a group of 5 conference team in Memphis, and they know that next they got Notre Dame coming to Arkansas, okay, in the game they've had circled before the season started. I just think Arkansas is the play here. I think they're going to do enough offensively to put Notre Dame behind the 8 ball. And, CJ Carr, Ralph, I'm just not sold on him. I think Notre Dame made a big mistake when they let Steve Angeli transfer to Syracuse because he wasn't going to get the job. And I think that if you get Notre Dame behind the 8 ball where they're in obvious pass situations and have to play from behind, and I think that will be the case in this game at some point, they're not as good in that situation as when they can control the clock, run the ball, and control the tempo of the game. Arkansas, to me, is the play here. They opened at, 6, and they're down to 4.5. Yeah. Give me the Razorbacks at home.
Woo, Big Suey. I agree with you there, Ross, on the Hogs. What do you say, Ralph? Make it 3 for 3. Sean, who asked the initial question, says, it seems too easy to take Notre Dame at -4.5.
Well, it's not that easy if you two both like the Arkansas side.
That's good. Yeah.
Let's remember this. 2 things on both sides. Arkansas fumbled going in for the winning score against Ole Miss, fumbled going in for the winning score for Memphis. They would be 4-0, and this line would be closer to pick. You know what I mean? It's really that close. And you look at Notre Dame, again, the first game against Miami, they go down to the wire, then they lose by 1 point to Texas A&M. Both teams could be undefeated. But what scares the bejeebies out of me is they allowed Texas A&M to throw for 360 yards. They allowed Purdue to throw for 303 yards. And remember, at halftime last week against Purdue, Notre Dame was trailing on the yardage 286 to 231. We had that long weather delay, and all of a sudden, Purdue just went flat, and Notre Dame did continue to run the ball. A lot easier to run the ball after a weather break than it is to throw the ball, and we saw the difference there as Notre Dame ended up with 43 carries for 254 yards. The problem is this. Tyler Green is not that throwing quarterback. Yes, his numbers are fine, 64% with a 12-4 ratio. But again, a lot of those were pat statters against Alabama, A&M, and Arkansas State. I look at this and I say, I don't trust Arkansas at home. I don't trust Notre Dame on the road. And if I have to give an opinion, I'm going to lean over in this game. One of my weakest opinions because I've gone back and forth, but those are my thoughts on the game without a strong opinion on either side or total.
Well, I got a strong comment there in the chat that somebody really likes the over. Thinks this one could hit the 80s, and I concur. Again, high total. Very similar to last week with Arkansas and Memphis. That was a game, again, where the home dog was getting a lot of interest in a game with a high total as well. Keep those questions coming, guys. We will be getting to LSU Ole Miss, one of several interesting games in the SEC this week, but not the headliner. We'll be talking about that just a little bit, but let's take a brief moment here to talk about what we've got going on this weekend here at WagerTalk.com. Obviously, all 3 of us, it will be a busy weekend, a lot going on, not just college football, but the NFL, Major League, final weekend of the regular season of Major League Baseball as well. Ross, why don't you talk about what you've got cooking over at your page? Of course, guys, that Weekend Warrior Pass available again this week. You can get any of our.
It's an absolute steal for all 3 of us, but I can only speak for myself when it comes to records. Coming off a 4-0 sweep 2 weeks ago and a 3-1 last week. So 7-1 in college football the last 2 weeks. 13-6 to start the year, up over 26 units. That's nothing new with me. I've been number 1 at WagerTalk.com when it comes to units earned since the start of the 2023 college football season. Number 1 last year in both win percentage and units earned. Okay, now that I put a star on my forehead, I have a Friday night play up right now in the Virginia and Florida State game. I also have a 3-pack up on Saturday right now in college football. I'll have 2 more plays at least posted in college football, including a 5% best bet. And I'm 4-0 with my college football best bets to start the year. Last week we had Miami of Florida as they covered easily against Florida. A little bit hairy for a little bit in the third quarter, but they pulled away late to get us another win with our 5% best bets. And $49, folks. My 5% best bets the first 4 weeks and this week will be a $35 value. So if you think about it, you're going to get everything that I put out on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday in college football and the NFL. And don't forget, 2 games on Monday. And folks, those of you who participated and took advantage of this offer with me the last 2 weeks, you're a combined 15-5 in the NFL and college football. So $49, Ralph, even you could afford that.
Oh, come on now. Ralph, please clap back at this man. Why don't you I was going to say what I had going, but the man called you out, so I'm going to give you the floor here, Ralph. Talk about
I Venmo Ross, so you can help me with that, okay? And you can share some of that with me. So
all right, brother.
When you're as rich as you are, Ross, and no one else can afford anything you can.
Yeah,
afford.
yeah.
I
wish I was. I wish I was rich instead of him.
Today, this weekend, it is a Saturday play, 8-1 on college football, 5% plays. Number 2 in college football since the start of last year, behind the boss. Number 2 NFL and college football combined since the start of 2024. And again, I will say this. It's actually a better value if you want my plays to buy the 3-day all access, because I have 2 Friday night college football plays. There's only 4 games, but I have 2 of them. So if you are going to get mine, maybe think about the 3-day all access, which gives you Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And that way you're getting both my college football plays for Friday, including a 4% best bet. But either way, Weekend Warrior, 3-day all access, number 2 college football, first 5% college football side, 8-1 run, college football top plays.
All right. These guys are locked and loaded, and so am I. It was a disappointing last weekend. We never run from that. 4-4 overall, we finished last weekend. I'm going to say it should have been 6-2, guys. If you caught last week's show, I gave out Miami of Ohio for free here on the program. That looked really good for 59 minutes. And then they blew it at the end. And sadly, that was not my worst loss of the weekend because, yes, Dan Alexander, I was on the LA Rams on Sunday. So that was the Miami of Ohio and the LA Rams was the difference between 4-4 versus 6-2. Nevertheless, you go back to November of 2023. I am number 3 in college football during that time, up 52.6 units overall. So we've got the long track record of success. We will be bouncing back here this weekend in both college and the NFL with a strong weekend. So WT.buzz/BP, make sure you're there. And yes, that Weekend Warrior Pass is something I would highly recommend. You both have brought up Friday games, which is interesting. We're going to go back here. Adam, who I just saw chimed in with a question on Arizona versus Iowa State. That will be my best bet on the show. And if you've been watching this program for a couple weeks, you probably know where I'm going at that. But you'll have to stay to the end of the show for that. But he asked about a Friday night game because, yes, there's a 3-game Friday slate here as I scroll through the comments. Houston minus 13.5 seems like a bunch, but I couldn't ever take Oregon State is what he had to say. Yeah, it's not looking good in Corvallis. I'll say this. Houston is a team I bet over 6.5 wins at the start of the year. I feel pretty good about that bet right now, Ross. I thought it was going to take a good start, but I don't know. Did you have any comments on this game? It does seem like a lot of points to lay on the road.
Yeah, there's better value on the board. Just because, again, folks, I've told my clients this for years, and I'll say it again. Just because there's 3 games on the board on Friday doesn't mean you have to bet all 3. Really doesn't mean you have to bet even one, even though I do have a play on Friday. Same thing goes for Monday Night Football. Same thing for Thursday Night Football. You just don't have to make a play just because it's a limited card. In any event, Houston better on paper, Brian. I agree. I like your over 6.5 bet. They look to be much improved from a season ago. And Oregon State, they're one of those teams. They're in limbo. What conference are they in? What do they have to look forward to? The Pac-12, yes, but how good is the Pac-12 when you look at the teams they're adding? So, again, better value on the board for me.
Yeah, it just humiliated in the Civil War as well. So, I mean, what you're right. What does this team have to look for? It looks like a coaching change might need to be made in their future as well with the Beavers. All right, let's go back to our rundown, guys. Some of the big games that we've got on the docket. LSU Ole Miss. This is a game, Ralph, that has been a rivalry that has been dominated by the home team. I believe 7 straight covers by the home team, if I remember that correctly. The old Lane train, a short home favorite here. We laughed last week about how the computers, they seem to really love this Ole Miss team. I'll be honest, I kind of like Ole Miss here too. LSU's wins have not aged that well, have they? This is a team that they beat Clemson. Everyone said, what a win that was. Well, have you seen Clemson recently? Then they beat Florida. Well, they beat Florida because DJ Lagway who's the Florida quarterback, obviously, kept throwing the ball to them. 5 interceptions. Florida could have won that game. And we see how Florida looks now. So what do you think here, Ralph? It's a tricky handicap, a game that a lot of people want to know about. LSU, Ole Miss, home team has had the edge in years past. What about Saturday in Oxford?
Well, for us old school guys, we know the old adage, you don't lose your starting job to an injury. Well, we'll see. That may not be true for Ole Miss. We saw the quarterback got hurt after a couple games, and boy, have they stepped up. So between Chambliss and Simmons, I'm not sure who's going to get the start. I think they stay with the hot hand. May not be politically correct, but it doesn't matter if you're a head coach. He's getting paid millions of dollars to make that decision. So he'll make the decision that is best for this team. But I agree with you. I think Ole Miss's offense has looked better than LSU's has. You look at LSU against Florida. Now, again, this is a misleading stat because 316 yards means that you just didn't get many opportunities to make long drives because Lagway kept giving you the ball in short fields, but they still only put up 20 points. I bet I didn't look in the database. I bet if you had 5 interceptions, I bet you find very few teams that only score 20 points with getting 5 interceptions. I'm going to guess most of them are in the 30s or 40s. So to me, that's a negative performance. You look against Clemson, 354 yards. Yes, it was on the road. That's a negative performance. You host Louisiana Tech, 365 yards, 3.8 yards per carry. That's a negative performance. The only negative I see on Mississippi was the 526 yards they gave up to Arkansas, and that was with 220 yards rushing and 305 through the pass. So that was just a game that was ugly. But they're home for a 3rd straight game. LSU traveling for the first time since the Clemson game. I'm with you, Brian. I lean Ole Miss. And you think Ross can give us a sweep?
Well, we shall see. By the way, Ross, I don't know if this is going to factor into your handicap. Probably not. But I don't know if you saw early. Lane Kiffin's daughter is dating the linebacker of LSU.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'd feel about that if I was the old Lane train. Can the Lane train make his daughter feel bad?
I could use a couple adages when it comes to that, but we probably kicked off the air and I wouldn't be allowed to do any more shows. So I'm going to leave it alone. I hope you could appreciate that, Brian. But in any event, I think, look, I'm going to have to disagree with you guys. Number one, here's the real reason why I'm going to disagree with you. Because I picked LSU before the season started at plus 1,400 to win the national championship. I also picked them at plus 700 to win the SEC. Now, Rolf makes some good points, and you do too, Brian. But the bottom line is, if Ole Miss is going to be able to win this game, they're going to have to do it in a one-dimensional phase because you can't run the ball against this LSU defense. They've allowed 89 yards or less in all 4 games, less than 3 yards per carry. And I know the competition leaves a lot. Well, Clemson in Florida, okay, they haven't lived up to snuff, but I'm sure you guys would agree they're not terrible teams, And Ole Miss, look, they beat Tulane last week in impressive style. I actually said on the show last week, I thought that was a good spot for Tulane, but boy, they proved me wrong. They barely get by Arkansas 41-35 at home, a game they could have lost. I think, Ralph, you mentioned that Arkansas fumbled the ball going in for the go-ahead score. And then they win at Kentucky 30-23. I'm going to talk about Kentucky later, but I don't think they're a very good team. So I'm going to go with LSU here. I'm sorry, guys. One of us has to be right.
Well, hey, often they always joke on whether it's this show, any show, when everyone's in agreement. Well, that's when sometimes it might, some people say, oh, this is a situation where everyone should be agreeing. Ralph, you brought up a great point, though, about the LSU-Florida game, LSU getting those 5 interceptions and only scoring 20 points. Remember, one of those was a pick 6, too. So that he speaks even more poorly about their offense. Let's see if the Lane train can win a big one. Guys, I know everybody wants to know about Alabama and Georgia. I promise we're going to get to that game closer to the end of the show. But we have some questions coming back in. A game we talked about at the outset was Penn State and Oregon. And one of my good buddies, Joey Cheese, has jumped in the chat. And I always love how Cheese gets aggressive here. He wants to go alt-line it on Penn State. He loves the Nittany Lions in this spot. Minus 13.5 plus 280, even hitting us with the eyeball emoji there. You guys can go back to the start of the show to see our breakdown here. I don't know if you guys want to add that. I mean, we talked about the Penn State. Ross, you said you and I were kind of the two that like Penn State here. What do you think about alt-lining it here? Can small game James be that good, or is that?
Yeah. I sent a check to him. He must have got it already, the viewer. Yeah, so that's why he loves Penn State so much. But in any event, I mean, I have nothing more to add than I think the home field advantage is going to come into play here. And Ralph brings up a good point about the whiteouts. And everybody in the country who's a bettor, who knows anything about college football, knows the lack of success that James Franklin has had against top 5, top 10 teams. So you're not enlightened us with those points. I think that he puts that behind him in this game, and his team comes up big in a revenge spot beside. So, Ralph, to you, buddy.
Nothing new for me on the alt line. Just if you like something on the alt line, that's fine. But make sure you're going to win. If they win and cover, make sure you're still winning money. I have no problems with you splitting it or taking a portion of the alt line. But if you really like Penn State that much, don't give away a winner to try to get cute for a huge winner.
Yeah, it's called greed.
Absolutely. All right, guys, let's keep the questions coming in the chat. Again, Georgia, Alabama still coming. We will be definitely getting to that. But there's some other games you want to know on. Sean here threw a couple at us. Going to the Big 12 here. Cincy, Kansas, or Kelly Stewart's K-State against UCF. Ross, I believe you had I'll tell you what, I think the Big 12 is interesting. I have Texas Tech head and shoulders above the rest of this league right now. I don't know if you guys want to comment on that, but after the big win they had in Salt Lake City, they look like the team to beat in this conference. Ralph, either of those games, or Ross, I'll throw it to you first, actually. Ross, either of those games pique your interest?
Okay. Repeat the games again. I'm sorry, Brian.
Cincy, Kansas, or K-State, UCF?
Yeah, I would have loved Kansas in this spot when I saw the opener, and then I think I'm missing something because it went from 6 to 4.5. And when that happens, I do further evaluation, and then I say, I'm just going to leave it alone. And that's the case there. And the other game involving, I'm sorry, Ralph, or Brian, once again.
Kansas State, UCF?
Yeah. I talked about this on WagerTalk yesterday, that I thought this was a fishy line. I mean, it opened at 6 with Kansas State being a favorite. You got a 1-3 team against a 4-0 team, and a 1-3 team who, by the way, is 0-3 against FBS opponents, is the favorite by a touchdown. And then Kelly brought up a good point that, unfortunately, UCF lost one of their assistant coaches earlier this week in tragic fashion. So it's an emotional thing going on there with UCF. But if that didn't occur, I would really like Kansas State in this spot, because if you guys know anything about me, when it looks too good to be true, which UCF getting the points does as an undefeated team against a team that's 0-3 against FBS competition. Not only that, their one win, Kansas State, was against North Dakota, and they needed a last-minute touchdown to get it done. So this is a game that originally I like Kansas State, but I stayed away because Kelly talked me into it. Honestly, she made a great point. You can never discount emotion when it comes to handicapping college football.
No, that's why we have these conversations. We hope they're as enlightening for you guys as they are for us, the handicappers. Ralph, any takes on these two Big 12 matchups here? Is there anything that you wanted to talk about there?
My power ratings have the game a pick between Kansas State and UCF. So there's only one way I could go. I'm not getting to the window. And, Ross, it really depends on the coaching staff and the upper leadership of the players to know if that emotion is going to hurt them or help them. They may come out and motivate this game and play this game for the coach. So, you just really don't know that till you see them on the field. So there are times that they can be despondent, or there are times when they can rally around that and turn it into a vibe and say, hey, we're an underdog and we're undefeated. This is embarrassing. So who knows what's going to happen? I am not getting the window with it. But again, with a 6-point difference in my power ratings, that's the second or third biggest I have this week. And sometimes you have injuries. And like if a quarterback gets injured in one game, I don't change my power ratings for that one game because it's going to revert back the next game. But there's no major injuries for UCF or K-State that has affected any of the key players. So it's getting to the point now where we're 4 games into the season or 3 games into the season that I start putting much more faith in my power ratings, where those first 2 weeks with the transfer portals, I just write down the numbers and don't even pay attention to them. Now they start becoming part of my handicapping repertoire.
All right. We've got a question from Jay Buff. I need an under on my card. What game are you attending? I will not be at any stadium live, Jay Buff, this weekend. If you want an under, though, I think an under that I would look at sticking in the Big 12 is Utah and West Virginia. Obviously, with the concern at quarterback for Utah, I think that could be an under game, but the market has hit that quite a bit as well. All right, one more game, and then we're going to finish out with the more SEC talk. Duke, talk about it, injury. You mentioned Steve Angeli earlier. Ross, injured for Syracuse.
Yeah, that hurts. Yeah. With no pun intended.
Yeah,
they're taking on Duke. Really a difference maker.
Yeah, this is a hard game to handicap, obviously, with that injury. Duke and Syracuse.
Yeah, Ricky Collins, highly touted, former LSU recruit, went to LSU, played very limited there, wasn't crazy about when he came into game last week, sort of killed all the offensive momentum Syracuse had established in that win at Clemson. But, the coaching staff's high on him. The offensive the quarterback's coach who coached in the NFL says he's got as good as arm as a lot of guys in the NFL right now. So, again, we know live arms are, that's talent. But how they perform on the field with that live arm is another story. It's a game I'm going to steer away from. I think Duke is better than what they've shown so far in terms of record-wise. And Syracuse can move the ball. I would love Syracuse in this spot. They would probably be somewhere around a 1 to 2 point favorite with Angeli at home, I think. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, Ralph. But without Angeli, I'm going to stay away from the game. And I don't trust Duke laying points on the road against a team that's riding a little bit of momentum right now, having won 3 in a row.
Yeah, and remember, guys, Duke was on my card last Saturday. That was a winner, but they were outgained by NC State. They were down in a hole early. Ralph Kelly has chimed in with her about Kansas State. Says they are not tough enough to win and cover. Spoken like a fan of a team that has been downgraded in power ratings more than just about any team in the country here. But Ralph, you want to talk Duke Syracuse?
You look at Duke. +4 turnovers again last week. Anytime you have that, you're going to get outgained and you're going to win the game. It seems like a stupid play to bet the under, but again, you have a new quarterback who, by the way, was 6 of 13 for 46% last week when he came in. Ross said he really struggled, a 4.9 YPA. But, Duke's defense allowed 426 to Tulane and 535 to NC State. But I wouldn't want to go over with Menza being on the road and with Collins making his first start. So if I had to give an opinion, I'm going to flip it out again. First half under for me. I think Syracuse really tries to establish the run early. They ran the ball 38 times against Clemson for 155 yards. And against Connecticut, that was a game they trailed. So they only ran 29 times and ran 53. But if you look at their first half numbers, they've gotten behind and they've had to throw to play catch up. Early in the game, first quarter, first halves, they do try to establish the run. So either first quarter or first half under would be my lean.
Okay, another good lean there. I like it. Indiana, Iowa, we have a question. This is just like USC, Illinois, right? Where, the values on the home dog, you would think here. Indiana absolutely tattoos Illinois. Now they're laying a big number. Kirk Ferentz, he's tough to beat at home. It's always ugly with Iowa. Kelly has responded with Iowa, exclamation point. I think it would be home dog or pass for me in that one. If either of you guys have anything to share about that game real quick, either of you, on Iowa hosting Indiana. Otherwise, we'll move to the SEC.
With Iowa last Friday night, they were a four-star release, and everyone was bashing Gronkowski. You know what I mean? Those first two games he had. But, in my write-up last week, I said, this guy started 55 games at South Dakota State. He is an experienced quarterback. He just got off to a horrible start. Well, they still only had 346 yards, but they did control the ball better and drive the ball better with 22 first downs. I'm with you, Brian. To me, coming off that franchise type win on national TV at home, winning 63-10, and now going on the road for your first road game, let's all wave to the kids in the hospital because Iowa will be celebrating.
There we go. Ross, pardon me. Ross,
yes, sir.
On that game?
Yeah, I agree with Ralph. Okay. I just think it's going to be an overreaction from the general public this week after what Indiana did against Illinois. It's similar to what we discussed with Illinois and USC, like you said, Brian. And I just think that Iowa is a much better offensive team that they've been in years past. I mean, before we were used to 14-10, 13-10. I mean, they beat Rutgers last week 38-28 on the road. And they put up some decent offensive numbers with all things considered with their offensive struggles in past years. So I think this is a good play. I think the home underdog here is the value in this spot.
Okay, let's go to the SEC. Not Alabama, Georgia just yet, guys. We're going to do Texas A&M, Auburn. Normally, Auburn, this is a team that's competed. They were unlucky not to cover last week against A&M. It's a penalties go against them. Obviously, the last safety cost them, but A&M's off a bye. I believe in this A&M team, Ralph. So I'm actually tap dancing away from the underdog in this one, Auburn, as they go down to College Station. Before the season, people caught the preseason version of the Power Five. I said A&M over 8.5 wins plus 150. It's another win total I'm feeling pretty good about right now, especially after that win over Notre Dame.
Yeah, I do a Friday morning show down in Alabama, and up until last week, I have picked Auburn wrong 7 straight weeks. Uh-oh. Now, I did pick Oklahoma last week, but did I really deserve to win that game to snap that streak? It should have been 8 straight Auburn games that I've had. Ross mentioned it about teams that I just don't read right. Auburn is it for me. I'm going to pass, and I'm not even kidding. I, right now, am just not even looking at Auburn games, and the hosts to my radio show laugh at me every Friday morning when I give out my Auburn pick. They're on their phones. They can't wait to bet enough. As soon as I say one team, they bet the other side.
What do you? Well, all right. He didn't give you anything to go against there, Ross. What do you think? A&M and Auburn.
That's a great story, Ralph. Anyway, I just look. Here's a perfect example of you people who cry fixes when you lose a game like last week and the manner in which Auburn lost. Now, not lost, but not covered. It's a 6-point game or 5-point game with less than a minute to go, and you give up a safety and you win the game by 0.5 point. Remember the ones you win like that, folks.
Yes.
Because I tell people all the time, they always cry to me, Ross, I'm always on the wrong side of these fluke finishes or the fixes that goes on. There's no fixes, folks. Nope. It's the bottom line is this. You forget the ones you win like that. I don't. And I'm not going to apologize for winning a game like that, Brian, because we lose games like that along the way as well. Mm-hmm. I'm a firm believer those games all even out over the long haul. more, you'll get most people to say, no, that's not correct, Ross. Trust me, you just don't remember the ones you win like that. And with all that being said, I'm going to pass on this game.
Okay. Let's get to Alabama and Georgia. And by the way, the only thing I'll say about that, Ross, is if you block a field goal at the end of the game, guys, don't return it.
Wait, stop. Move on, brother.
All right, there we go. All right. Kelly in Vegas with some nice comments there. Yes, about the Iowa tradition, waving to the kids at the hospital. We are now guys, our best bets on the show, our free plays are coming up, but we have to break down a big one before that. And it is number 17, Alabama against number 5, Georgia. Kirby Smart and Georgia, longest home win streak in the country. And they are only laying 3. But they are against a team, Ralph, that they have not had success about it. Alabama has, I believe, won 9 of the last 10 meetings, a majority of them coming as underdogs. So, this is a very similar handicap to me as Oregon and Penn State. I know Alabama has the loss to Florida State, but that's a loss that may age well moving forward. Georgia, meanwhile, kind of like Penn State, they've been playing with their food. They haven't covered. Have they just been holding everything back? This is a tough handicap because they don't lose between the hedges, Georgia. But Alabama, to me, might be the better team.
Brian, Alabama is the better team. I have them power rated even. I'll take Ty Simpson over Gunnar Stockton. I'll take the Bama defense over the Georgia defense. The rush attacks, pretty even, but let's remember that Bama gets back Jam Miller and gets back Keenan on the defensive line. He's probably their best defensive player. So they're getting 2 stars back in this week. It's Bama for me.
All right, Ross, what about you? Alabama and Georgia, obviously everyone in the chat wanted to know our opinions on this one.
Yep.
Ralph says Bama. What do you say?
Georgia's a sucker pick, in my opinion.
Wow.
What did they win 48 in a row at home, Brian?
It's
and
30
only
something.
a 3-point favorite. Listen to the odds maker, folks. They know a hell of a lot more than the polls do. Georgia also very lucky to come away with a win against Tennessee. Tennessee missed a chip shot field goal at the end of regulation time. They win the game by 3 in overtime. I think I agree with Ralph. This kid Simpson seems like he's getting better every week. And also, you look at the game against Florida State, he really didn't perform that badly. And the last 2 games, he's really come on. And I'm not crazy about Gunnar Stockton either. So I think Georgia is an overrated team at this point. And I think they're going to be exposed within the SEC this year. So that's my opinion.
Guy, those are 2 strong takes from my colleagues, Ralph and Ross, there on the Alabama side. Just to be exact here, get the numbers right, it is 33 consecutive home wins for Georgia, but Alabama has beaten Georgia 9 of the last 10, the last 3 as an underdog. Look out, guys. I'm going to make it 3 for 3. I like the Crimson Tide, too. Give me the points in this one. So there's your complete run on all the big games we have covered. If there is some game that has somehow slipped through the cracks, in your opinion, guess what? You have a couple minutes left to answer. But we are now going to get into our free plays for the show. We're each going to give you one best bet here on the program. Last week, as I said at the outset, we went 2-1 doing this for the first time, and we were very close to 3-0. Ralph, I'm going to let you go first because yours was the best of the lot. You had Troy against Buffalo. It didn't look good early, but then they stormed back and win the game outright with a backup quarterback. So a great call there by you. What do you have this week?
Well, I love the Sun Belt even more now that Ross hates it. So, hey, let's go back. Let's go back to the Sun Belt. And Ross, let me ask you: does this line make sense to you?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Especially your win last week. They overcame a 17-point fourth quarter deficit, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, North Texas is 4-0. South Alabama is 1-3. So the line being 12 or 12.5, does that make sense to you?
Are we talking North Texas or are we talking South Alabama?
North Texas versus South Alabama this week.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, no, it doesn't make sense to me. And when that happens, again, I go with the adage, Ralph, that if it looks too good to be true, more times than not it is.
Well, this is my biggest power rating difference. I have this power rated. I think North Texas should only be a 3-point favorite. Yes, they beat Lamar 51-0. Yes, they beat Western Michigan, but they only won by 3 on the road against a pitiful Western Michigan team. They beat Washington State by 59. Why? They were +5 turnovers. And then they beat Army. They got outgained, and it went to overtime. They haven't had a good win yet. You look at South Alabama. They beat Morgan State, no big deal. Lose to Tulane by 3, not a bad loss. They were -1 turnover. Lose to Auburn by 16, only outgained by 27 yards, and they were -2 turnovers. And last week, it was pitiful. They were 126 yards to the positive, but they were -3 turnovers. North Texas, the only reason they are 4-0 is their +8 turnovers. South Alabama, the only reason they're 1-3 is that they're -6 turnovers the last 3 games. Now you could say, well, that's because Davenport throws a lot of picks and Mestamaker has a 10-0 ratio. But I think now that they're going back on the road, they're getting things a little bit settled. South Alabama covers this game. South Alabama might pull the outright upset. So I am going to, they are likely going to make my card. I will bet South Alabama plus the points. And to steal a little line from VR, I will be sprinkling something on the money line with the Jaguars this week.
All right, there he goes. Show best bet from Ralph Michaels is South Alabama plus the points against North Texas. Ross, you were also correct with your show best bet last week, as you joked at the outset of the program. You had it the whole way with Oklahoma against Auburn, getting the late safety to cash the winning ticket. What game are you looking at today, man?
Yeah, I'm looking at the South Carolina-Kentucky game that will be played in Columbia, South Carolina. Right now, South Carolina, I believe, is a 6-point favorite, correct, Brian? I didn't look at the update, but in any event, South Carolina, you're looking at a team that has really vastly underachieved this year. You're looking at a team that has really struggled offensively this year. They haven't yet to reach the 300-yard total yard barrier on offense this season. Boy, oh boy, if they don't wake up in this spot, South Carolina fans, they're never going to wake up because Kentucky could be had defensively. Usually a very good defensive team, Kentucky, and lacks a lot of offense. But this year, I mean, you look at Kentucky, their last 2 games, they allowed 455 yards to Ole Miss. Not a big deal there because Ole Miss is going to move the ball on anybody. However, 461 yards last week to Eastern Michigan. Eastern Michigan. So South Carolina 2-2, coming off back-to-back losses against Vandy and Missouri. They killed themselves with turnovers against Vandy, even though I said on the show that I thought Vandy was a much better team. But Missouri also undefeated. So you lose to 2 undefeated teams, 2 ranked teams. And I just think that I like what I saw from last week. They fought hard in a 29-20 loss at Missouri. They were right there until the end. They covered as a 10-point dog. I just think we're finally going to see South Carolina get over the 300-yard barrier, and I think Kentucky has a hard time moving the ball here on the road. I think Kentucky is not a good team. I know that they played Ole Miss tough at home, but again, South Carolina, Ole Miss, you're going to be, as much as Ole Miss can move the ball on anybody, Brian, you can move the ball on Ole Miss if you're even a decent offense. So I am going to go with South Carolina here, much to Kelly's chagrin. Actually, -5.5 over Kentucky.
Yeah, I was going to say we're starting to see some 5.5s pop. Shop around as always, guys. Get that best available line. Again, we were very close to going 3-0 with the best bets on the show last week. I blew it because, well, I didn't blow it because I wasn't playing for Miami, Ohio. But despite losing their starting quarterback, their starting center, their top cornerback, they were still winning by 2 touchdowns in the 4th quarter. And guess what? They didn't cover because they fumbled the ball in the red zone when they could have just simply kicked the game-winning field goal. Of course, UNLV, very fortunate UNLV team, recovers that fumble, drives down, and they kick the game-winning field goal, win by 3. And my +2.5 ticket on Miami went up in flames. But we're going to do better this week, guys. And for my free play, I'm taking a look at Arizona at Iowa State. 2 weeks ago on this very program, I gave you 3 teams that I said were overrated and would not finish the season ranked in the top 25. One of those teams was the aforementioned South Carolina. Gamecocks have lost back-to-back games and tumbled out of the rankings, like Ross said. Doesn't mean that South Carolina can't bounce back this week. It just means that South Carolina wasn't as good as their rating 2 weeks ago. I think the last 2 results have bear that out. The second overrated team I gave you was Illinois. We talked about what happened to them last week. Lost 63-10 to Indiana. Illini dropped to number 23 and are 6.5-point home dogs this week to USC. That brings me to the third team I mentioned 2 weeks ago that was overrated. Number 14, Iowa State. Now, I understand the Cyclones are 4-0, guys, but let's look at those 4 wins now, shall we? Kansas State. They've turned out to be a dumpster fire. Iowa State only won by 3 over in Ireland and was actually outgained in that game. South Dakota was Iowa State's second win. That's an FCS team that's lucky not to be 1-3. Iowa, that was another coin flip game for Iowa State. They went on a last-second field goal. And then Arkansas State 2 weeks ago. Cyclones could have lost that game outright as 3-touchdown favorites, if not for some favorable officiating. And remember, Arkansas State just got beat by Kennesaw State last week. So sorry, Matt Campbell. I think your team is a fraud. I'm going to take Arizona, who's a perfect 3-0 against the spread, plus the 6.5 here. Note, Arizona also faced Kansas State this year, just like Iowa State did. Unlike Iowa State, Arizona was not lucky to win that game. As a matter of fact, they outgained Kansas State 412 to 193. A lot more lopsided than the final score of 23-17. I'll tell you, Arizona's defense, guys, much improved. Number 4 in the nation in yards per play allowed. This is a program 4-0 against the number, off a bye the last 3 seasons. Yes, Iowa State's off a bye and at home. Not enough to win by margin here. Give me Arizona plus the points. And yes, sprinkle a little bit on the money line. There you have it. The Blitz squad ride on your screen. Ross Benjamin going South Carolina minus 5.5 versus Kentucky. Ralph Michaels will be taking the 13 with South Alabama against North Texas. And I, Brian Power, am taking the 6.5 with Arizona against Iowa State. You want to roll them all together, get a final price of plus 590. So there you have it. Show best bets in the books. Guys, I hope you've enjoyed the program. Remember, this is very important here. Very important. If you like this content, please smash that like button. We appreciate that. And do not forget to click subscribe down below. That always is very important as well. One more time, guys, Weekend Warrior Pass available for all 3 of us at WagerTalk.com for just $49. You can get any of the 3 of us. You can get all of our plays for $49. And as an added bonus, we do include any Monday Night Football plays as well. So that's Saturday, Sunday, and Monday from your favorite WagerTalk handicap for just $49. And Ross, you mentioned it. You've got the 5% play going this weekend. So that makes us an even sweeter value because the 5% play by its lonesome is $35. And you can get the rest of the plays for just $14 more.
Yeah. And I will have a 5% best bet on Saturday as well, like Brian alluded to. It's not up yet, but it will be shortly. And 3 games already up for Saturday. In college football, 1 for Friday in college football. Obviously, that's not part of the Weekend Warrior package. But, folks, look, Brian already did the math for you and what a steal this is. Last week, 4-0 in the NFL, 3-1 in college football. So if you took advantage of the package, you went 7-1. Over the last 2 weeks with the Weekend Warrior package, 15-5, $49. You're betting on college football in the NFL, $49, folks. I went 15-5. My college football record speaks for itself. And coming off a 4-0 sweep in the NFL last week, why not buy?
Ralph, I'll give you the final word.
Well, Ross, can I borrow some money so I can buy my package to get me some extra money? Same thing, guys. I trailed Ross all last year in college football. I'm trailing him now since the start of 2023. I'm trailing him on the promos. So all I do is lift up Ross's cape and carry it behind him as he continues to be the boss leader. Number 2 college football in NFL since the start of 2023. College football 5%, 8-1, 89%. Weekend Warrior, $44. Can't go wrong.
That will do it for another edition of The Blitz. Join us again next Thursday live, 1 p.m. Eastern, as we'll be breaking down all of the Week 6 college football matchups. But until then, thank you for tuning in, and let's cash